Good morning, beautiful humans, and welcome to Defense Diaries. I'm your host, Bob Mata, and this is our continuing coverage of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed. We are trial 2.0. We are day 2. We have Kerry Roberts on the stand, and if I remember correctly, they weren't quite done, or maybe I think they were. They had just finished direct. So I think we're lined up for the cross-examination this morning. I'm excited. Are y'all ready for day 2? I was loving day 1. I think this trial is going to be just an absolute. It's going to be an absolute war. I think it's going to be a knockdown, drag out for 10 weeks. The one thing that we know, based on yesterday, is that this is going to be a long trial. They had a first responder on the stand for 3 hours yesterday. So that should tell you something, that moving forward, we should be expecting a lengthy trial, as directs are going to be long, cross-examinations are going to be long, and it's going to be a banger. It's going to be a banger. I'm excited about it. That is for certain. So Allie will be joining me. Unfortunately, she's got court again today in the afternoon, so she's going to have to dip at some point. But and I think I'm going to do what I ended up doing yesterday. So Aiden Carney has tweeted this morning that his little birdie has told him that we can expect Peggy O'Keefe and Trooper Nicholas Guarino take the stand today. I have no reason to think that he doesn't have some insider knowledge, so I'm going to run with that, and that is probably who we're going to get. Guarino, I imagine, will be a pretty lengthy witness for us. Peggy O'Keefe, probably not as much. I think she will be what they call a proof of life witness. That is an element that needs to be proven by the Commonwealth. In terms of any kind of intentional homicide or death, they're going to have to prove that John O'Keefe was once a living human being, living and breathing. And that is what proof of life witnesses do. So, all right, I totally screwed up yesterday. Once again, we will run this ad free. And I didn't run the wheel, and I have to run the wheel. What I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to go back because it was such a long day. I just completely forgot to run it. I wish somebody would have been like, the wheel. So it's gonna have to happen. But I've got to go back and look at everybody that gave supers, gave Venmos in order to create the wheel, and it's going to be a big wheel. We had a lot of very generous folks out there yesterday, so. But somebody's going to win this little bad boy right here based on all your wonderful generosity yesterday. So that'll happen. I don't know if I'll be able to get it done today, but maybe after the live, I'll go. Oh, Mandy saw you. She seen that. She seen you run by. Oh, she's going makeup free. it's a good thing she's a natural beauty. She doesn't need makeup. I've been telling her that our entire relationship, and she just never believes me. I think she does believe me. At this point, she has to, right? I mean, it is what it is. She has eyeballs. So yeah, I'm excited about that. So Allie will be one like next few minutes, I imagine she'll be with us. All right, so I'm gonna pull it up. We don't even have OnlyFan on yet. So I think I'm gonna still pull it, get it up, let Mandy do what she's gonna do. And all right, got it here. Pull it up, go full screen on that. All right, we got our boost on. Yeah, I liked 10 yesterday. I thought it was good. I thought the sound was pretty good, except for Hank's opening, but we couldn't control that. He wasn't at the podium. So, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? All right. Hold on. I'm just going to turn ads off, y'all. Go there. Okay. I'm also setting a goal. I'm setting a goal for y'all. All right. I'll make it long, though. I'll make it a long goal. As long as I can make it. Oh, so what I was going to say is what I'm going to do is the same thing that I did yesterday. Instead of starting a second live, what I'll do is I'll put on, if Gorino's on the stand, I'm going to put his for lunch in case you guys want to chill and hang in the chat. I'm going to throw his testimony from the first trial up. I'll skip past all the all the technical stuff in terms of his background and all that, and we'll get right into the meat of it. And what I'll do is I'll throw a poll up. If you guys would rather hear direct and or cross, you guys can let me know. So I'll either put on the pertinent parts of the direct examination, or I'll skip right to the cross. Oh, there's my beautiful and brilliant co-host, Allie. What's up, girl?
Hey, babe. I'm still half asleep.
Yeah, it's early for us. It's very early for us. There's no question about that.
Hey,
Uh,
I've got Zoom court at 10:30. I got a reminder on my phone, but I've got to leave here at 1:30. So I got to be off the Zoom no later than 1:15. If I'm still here, then somebody yell at me.
I think that'll work out because I think that'll be we'll we'll be on lunch, so you'll know. So you'll know. You know what I'm
I'm gonna set
saying?
another alarm actually.
Oh, thank you for that stuff. Appreciate that and your generosity so much. Thanks for the best reactions and attitude, Bob. I mean, I can only be me. You know what I mean?
It can only be me.
I can only be me. I wish that I could fake it, but I can't do it. I my real emotions always come out. I'm a heart on my sleeve guy. So, take it or leave it. I'm not for everybody. I'm not everybody's cup of tea, but we certainly appreciate those of you who I am your cup of tea. And the better half over there, she's your cup of tea. Nola Mama. Oh, why are you getting me all depressed? So our first time in, I don't know, 12, 13 years, we're not going to Jazz Fest. I almost pivoted. Our daughter's getting married in early June, our oldest, and we just got a million things going on. Scarlett's got it's opening day of her softball. They have all the festivities. She's got her first game. I'm an assistant coach.
Well,
I
now
just
I'm officially telling Courtney we should schedule the shower on that first weekend in May. So we can't even change our minds.
Yeah, and it kills me because this year, both Pearl Jam and My Morning Jacket, who are two of our very favorite bands, are playing Jazz Fest. Plus, my best
All of
friend, he's
all of
a
our friends will converge.
yeah, all of our
Jacket and the Funk friends.
all of our funk friends and our people, and my buddy, he always puts on a show at Tipitina's on Saturday night, and it's always an amazing show. So yeah, it's a real bummer. I'm super super depressed about it. I try not to show it on the lives, but hopefully you'll be over there, Nola Mama, and get a DD shirt. Rep us, rep us. We'll be throwing the bonfire up there if you guys ever want to buy DD merch. I still have to get the I have to get the I Heart to process up there. We've got some new designs that we're going to put in there, but it's worth checking out. We've got some pretty decent merch in there. That some of it's funny, some of it's not just like logos and stuff. We've got some catchphrases and things like that up there. So it's worth checking out. We'll throw that link in the chat for y'all. But thank you so much for your generosity, Nola Mama. Dance Kinetics fan, Mia Bito, formerly known as Mia Bito. We love you. Member for 13 months. 13 months. I love DD. We love you back, Mia. So all right, we got OnlyFan up. And this should be another banner day in Read 2.0. Let me see. Okay, here I'm setting the goal here. Okay. Did I start the goal? I don't know if I did.
Oh, goals.
Let's see. All right.
Ah,
Okay, I
man.
got to turn the ads off here.
I don't know if we've got any coffee in this house.
Yeah, we have coffee. We definitely have some coffee in the house. What makes you say that?
Well, I didn't know what I mean, I guess I should say I didn't know what, like, flavors coffee we had.
Okay. I'm gonna make the goal today. If we hit the goal, and I'm setting it for the longest I can set it for is 3 hours. But if we hit the goal, if
We're
you guys
gonna
have never seen the Bob Senior puppet, um, you're gonna want to see that. He'll make an appearance today. Like he told me he kind of wants to watch a little of this trial with us. So
but those of you who know, you kinda know what'll
yeah.
end up happening,
I
so
mean, it's worth the day of admission. He's pretty good. He's pretty good. I'm gonna try to stay out of the. I'm gonna try to stay out of the. Uh,
you know I'm not letting you deny the people the puppet, so
I mean, I love the puppet. I love the puppet. It's fun to do the puppet. I always enjoy the puppet. So, and my father, he's a brilliant lawyer, and the puppet version as well. He's a brilliant lawyer too, as far as puppets go. Oh, do you guys see the guy? Where's the guy? Is he down with you?
yeah. Yeah.
Oh, what a sweet guy. Yeah, it's a little overcast here.
Oh, look who's here.
Oh, our daughter,
Hi,
Cameron. What's up,
Cam.
girl? If you guys didn't know, there was a day that Cam hosted a live for us. What trial was that? Oh, I think that was who was that? I can't
See,
remember
we
what.
coulda gone to Jazz Fest and had her hosting stuff.
I know. No, she was really good. She's a natural. She's a natural.
She's a natural.
So I was telling her yesterday, I'm like, you should be watching Karen Reed because this trial's a
Oops.
bang. Oh, I heard the guy yawn. He gave
Oh,
a big yawn.
you did give a good yawn.
Man, what a sweet guy.
He's like, "I hear April out there."
He
Trying to
could
get me
not
to
have been
he's
happy
trying to
with.
let me get to put him out in the rain to get all muddy.
Yeah, I know. I saw you did the front yard entrance or front yard
Alright, I'm gonna take him.
out to back. Oof.
Maybe I'll take him out front again.
I mean, he was just out there. He wants a walk.
He
That's what
can't
he
he doesn't
wants.
leave those boots things on. He's got giant
No,
feet.
those boot things were ridiculous.
Alright.
Whenever we bought those, I took a little video and it was hilarious. Like for him, it was like the equivalent to walking on the moon. It was the most awkward looking, like he couldn't feel his feet. So he was like all because he's all knees and elbows, that guy. He's got a very athletic, slim build. And so he looked hilarious with those little booties on. So I'm pumped. I'm pumped for today. Like I said, Peggy O'Keefe's supposed to get on the stand. Kerry Roberts. So if we recollect last trial, I believe that she was the only kind of fact witness that the defense did not cross. And so I guess there exists the possibility that they might not cross her again, but I don't think that's the case. Mm-mm. No, I was not at all disappointed by our. If we did a live last night with Scott Duffy, former Fed and current cop trainer. No, I thought it was very informative. I really did. You listen to the whole thing, and like Scott was incredibly honest. I mean, he came away saying, I couldn't really take anything away from. Let me see if I got the boost on. Yeah, boost is on. All right, we're up and running. Day 2. No, it's a cautionary tale for y'all. Go listen to it.
22 CR 117, the caller versus Karen Reed.
Let's go.
All right. So I was told counsel wanted to see me about something.
Oh my God.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Last night we received 19 new exhibits. One of the witnesses that the Commonwealth intends to call today, Trooper Garino. Many of these reports are Celebrate reports that are run with new software and not addressed in any corresponding report. Some of them include data that have never been discussed by Trooper Garino. There's at least one PowerPoint that is hundreds of pages long that appears to be cut and copied text messages and various phone calls. But again, we received at 10:45 last night. This is in violation of Rule 14, and we're asking the court to exclude, at the very least, the lengthy PowerPoint of phone calls and text messages that have been copied and pasted into a PowerPoint because we have no ability to go through in a timely manner and review them for accuracy.
What do you say about that, Mr. Brennan?
Your Honor, all of this information is from the phone discovery, which they've already had. There are a number of different select PowerPoints that were introduced.
When did they get it?
Last night,
No. When did they already have?
2023.
Okay.
And so what you may remember from the last trial is that there is, for example, Mr. O'Keefe's entire phone log, and then it's separated by his phone calls with the defendant, perhaps another witness. And so what we did is we tried to consolidate. Instead of having 50 of these things, I try to make them more limited. We did use more updated software. The only difference is it shows emojis. In addition, we took the phone calls and the emails or the text messages, which was presented at the last trial. Content has not changed. We just put it in a PowerPoint so that when it's read, instead of just reading the text messages and then searching for the phone calls, where Trooper Garino would then refer to a separate document, it's simply an order. There is a presentation of a different PowerPoint, which is from the old data, 2023, but it is information that was not introduced at the last trial, although it was clearly provided to the defense in advance. And what it is, it's healthcare data of the defendant's watch, Jennifer McCabe's watch. And what it does is it tracks her heart rate from midnight all the way through the next morning. Now, although that information was available to the defense, they could have done what they wanted with it. That information was never put in a PowerPoint presentation. I will not and do not expect Trooper Garino to talk about it during his testimony. He's a witness I'm going to ask the court to recall. The reason I turned that over was to be transparent and to be collegial. We would not introduce it on direct, but as Your Honor ordered, there was an order not to get into third-party culprit evidence. Jennifer McCabe was never identified as a third-party culprit, yet in the opening, the defense suggested something about 227. If the defense is to cross-examine or suggest that a phone call occurred at 227, this would be to rebut that information. I could have waited until after the cross-examination and then sprung this as a surprise upon the defense because it is powerful evidence showing her heart rate is inconsistent with being in a criminal conspiracy, yet we provided it in advance so they'd have notice days before Trooper Garino would even testify about it.
So the PowerPoints that were provided last night, you don't intend to use either one of those in your?
The presentation I would regarding the text messages and phone calls. At the last trial, Trooper Garino read the text messages from the screen, and at the same time, he would look at the phone calls and he would go back and forth between the papers. This is simply putting the phone calls with the text messages in the chronological order so that on the screen, rather than read text messages and then refer to the phone calls and state there was a phone call, it can simply be shown on the screen.
Sounds like a
What do you say
chalk.
about that, Ms. Little? It's content you had, it's messages that came in at the last trial.
The problem,
Sounds
Your
like
Honor, is this is not from a Cellbrite report. It's been individually.
I need to see it. I need to take a look at this. Do you have an extra copy for me, Mr. Brennan?
I can provide a copy, Your Honor.
So Trooper Guarino is not going to be your next witness after Ms. Roberts, is he?
It's going to be Peggy O'Keefe, and then it would be Trooper Guarino. As I said, I can recall him, and I expect to because there's a number of other events. If it becomes an issue, I can call him to authenticate the phones that we'll need for our further witnesses, which is Ian Whiffen and Jessica Hyde, and then I can simply recall him. I don't need to read these to the jury today, but there's nothing new in it. There's nothing surprising, but I will make this as easy as possible for
All
everybody.
right, I'd like to be able to take a look at this. I'd like the defense to take a look at it. You're right, Ms. Little, you're entitled to be able to spend some time looking at what the Commonwealth intends to put into evidence today. So, so I just took, I guess, Mr. Lally's copy. So if you can get me, Mr. Clerk, would you give this back to Mr. Lally? If you can get me another copy today, that would be great.
He's really being called to authenticate documents.
Okay,
The defense may have other plans for him. There's no need to introduce any of this today through Trooper Guarino.
okay,
He will be not only a fact witness for downloading and authenticating, but he is essentially our reader. I can bring him back today. I can bring him back in 2 days. It really doesn't matter. I don't want to deprive the defense of time to review.
okay,
And so whatever is the time they need, I'll defer.
okay. So that's what we're going to do.
Thank you.
All right.
What a
And Ms.
gentleman.
Little, if you can take a look at them by tomorrow and let me know if you have any objections tomorrow. Does that give you enough time?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. Was there anything else before we started?
Not for the Commonwealth. Thank you.
All right.
Your Honor, I did email Mr. McDermott yesterday evening. We did speak with Dr. Wolf yesterday, and he is not available on Friday.
I knew that was coming.
Is there another day that works for the court reasonably soon that we can have them come in? for a
We could do it tomorrow afternoon if tomorrow's a better day for him.
This date?
Yeah, they're just in Pennsylvania, right?
Could we do a Zoom hearing tomorrow?
No, he needs to be here in person. Mr. Alessi, I issued an order late yesterday. You were the one yesterday talking about this voir dire. I assume that you folks provided that order to the ARCA witnesses. We don't have an address to serve them. We don't have enough time.
I provided a copy.
All right, so we could do tomorrow afternoon.
We have to make travel arrangements for them to get here. Yes. And that's, he has a conflict that begins on Thursday and goes until Friday. And so, is there a day next week that works for the court?
Well, we could do Monday, but what I'm going to order is if it's continued all the way until Monday, the testing that he outlined that you were contemplating or were going to do, that has to be done by then.
Whoa.
So we can do it Monday, but that testing has to be done by then.
Why?
We'll make every
Why-
effort to make that
why is
happen.
she
I don't
changing
have
that up?
Some of the shipping components that they need for the testing.
Okay.
So, we'll do the best.
All right. So that'll be done by Monday. We'll do this Monday. I don't want to devote a whole day Friday was easy to devote a whole day because the jury thought they were only going to be here a half a day. Can we do this just in the afternoon?
Your Honor, I am unclear as to what the subject matter of the voir dire is going to be.
So I am indifferent to this voir dire. All right. I'm trying to help you out by having the witnesses here because I found a violation of your reciprocal discovery. So I don't know how long this is going to go. I would assume I'm giving you the opportunity to put them on and the Commonwealth an opportunity to cross-examine them.
And the point is your text messages.
First, in terms of time, we can do it within a half a day.
All right. Do you agree with that, Mr. Brennan?
Regarding an afternoon voir dire of ARCA on Monday,
Yes.
we'll defer to the court whenever is available.
I'd like to keep the testimony going. I've already told the jurors that they have a half a day Friday. So Friday we'll be back to where we were at the half a day.
Will we
Pause it.
have a chance to be heard on rulings regarding ARCA? Because I still have the same concern about new information.
Oh God.
Pause it.
Yes. What do you mean? Before when?
Whenever it's convenient for the court, but I have concerns about these witnesses bringing
Well, now I wanted to hear the end of his sentence.
Right.
Sorry.
in new opinions that we will not have an opportunity to consider
All right. Can we do that the day of the voir dire?
whenever it's good for the court.
All right. So maybe we'll break with the jury at 12 on Monday. Now they're going to have 2 half days in a row, but we'll break.
Will we
Huh?
still do the voir dire and I'll have witness testimony prepared for Friday?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have one further follow-up question?
Yes.
Thank you. The reason I asked for, and I appreciate the opportunity for the voir dire, it's not lost on me. But what I'm trying to understand is I want to hit the target, whatever the target of the court
So
is.
one of the big concerns I have is that 105 or more text messages were deleted. And you said in due course. I have no idea what you mean by in due course. It's a pending case. I need to figure out that at least.
That's
and there-
very helpful.
Okay.
In Your Honor, the 30-day, if you may recall, the defense had this very same issue with a matter with District Attorney Morrissey. So you said, I'm unclear what deletions are, and we're happy to have testimony, the ARCA witnesses can discuss it.
They're to bring them if they still have them.
Exact, that is also very helpful, but this 30-day auto delete, a lot of attorneys do that. District Attorney Morrissey
So
did that.
I need something in writing about that. That's not my understanding on how you keep records in a pending case. And remember, you still said out of the blue, months later, a bill came. This gives me pause about that, frankly. Okay.
We're happy to
So-
discuss that as well, Your Honor.
All right. All right. So,
Get the clarification.
all right. And there'll be more. I'm not limiting it to that, but those are my big concerns.
Appreciate it.
All right. Are we ready to start?
Judge, I just have a, yeah.
So let's figure that out. Do you want to, what, let's see counsel at Sidebar about schedule.
Well, now I forget what I was going to say, actually.
That's amazing. I'm a little chilly. I think I'm gonna put a hoodie on. And maybe some. I think I'm gonna put yeah. I think I need a hoodie because I'm cold. All right, kill some time.
No clue what I was going to say. I'm not killing anything.
What? You're just gonna sit there? All right. Have
I'm
fun,
going to take
y'all. Look
control
out.
over the pause. I want to steer this boat. I mean, clearly the judge, I have to say, stupid question, Alessi, we know the judge's primary concern. She wants to know about the communication. She wants to know about the text. You guys said there was no communication all this time, and maybe it is, like Bob said, it's just, all administrative stuff. But, you can't go from there were no text messages, there was a pause, and then out of the blue, and then all of a sudden say there's 105 deleted text messages. Now, they surely better get some proof that his shit auto deletes. Because he was reading a text in
All
2024.
right. So are we ready to bring Ms. Roberts back in? I can take 5 minutes while we line the jury up if you want.
Ready, Your Honor?
Okay. All right. Do you want me to get off tonight?
So here's what I'm saying.
All right.
Yesterday, Alessi stood up and read from a transcript. Now, maybe someone in the chat can go figure out when this was, because it was the last thing he did yesterday. He read from a transcript dated something, I thought 2025. Or I don't know, could have been late 2024. And I thought that text message was not 30 days sooner. I thought it wasn't 30 days sooner.
Which one?
Between the text message Alessi read out yesterday and the day of the transcript he was reading.
I think the date was like June 24th.
Of the text or of the
Of
transcript?
the one that he read.
All right. So what day was the transcript? The day he was reading it? Because if it wasn't before May, if it was earlier than May, then this whole things delete in 30 days is bullshit.
I don't understand the date, the transcript of that he was reading, I think was June 24th.
Okay, so then what matters is the date of the text he was reading
Yeah, I
at
don't
the
know.
time of that transcript. If it was before May, well, that's not 30 days.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's bullshit anyway.
They shouldn't be
I
digging
do.
themselves a bigger hole.
I just I hope, as we were saying yesterday, my sincere hope is that ARCA has maintained all the communications.
Wait
I
a
mean,
second.
I
Rewind
imagine
this.
that
Rewind it. Somebody just said
I
that-
imagine that they bill for it. Meaning, so ARCA bills like we bill for text communications with our clients, right? So I imagine that ARCA bills for those messages, so like per message, or they should be. And theoretically, they should definitely still have the text. I hope they have them.
I want you to rewind it because somebody just said, and I can't find it. Oh, here, Bell said it. The delete in 30 days was for Morrissey. He definitely said that about Morrissey, but what was conveyed to me is that's also the case for Alan Jackson. So they have to be clear in how they speak. This is an ongoing fucking problem.
Like where? Rewind to where? Who said what?
It was like the last thing while you were gone. Just go right.
Like
I want to
around
control the
there?
shit.
No, I don't like when you control it.
Well,
You pause too much.
we might have to get separate lives.
I can take
It's the
5 minutes while we
problem.
line the jury up if you want.
Ready, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, do you
All
want me to get off? too?
Just bleep back a
Before
couple
that?
times. Just right, yeah, just before that.
Okay. When
It was
Bob's
after.
when Bob's
Okay, it's right
talking.
now. I think when
And you
say-
said in due course.
Here
I
you
have no idea what you mean by in due course. It's a pending case. I need to figure out that at least.
That's
And there-
very helpful.
Okay.
In Your Honor, the 30-day, if you make a call,
it's too quiet.
the defense had this very same issue with a matter with District Attorney Morrissey. So you said, I'm unclear what deletions are, and we're happy to have testimony, the ARCA witnesses can discuss it.
They're to bring them if they still have them.
Exact, that is also very helpful, but this 30-day auto delete, a lot of attorneys do that. District Attorney Morrissey
So
did that.
I need something in writing about that. That's not
All right.
my understanding on how you keep records in a pending case. And
He just
remember,
said 30
you
days.
still said out of the blue, months later, a bill came. This gives me pause about that, frankly. Okay.
We're happy to
So-
discuss that as well, Your Honor.
All right.
But
All right.
if his
So-
texts do
All right.
auto
And there'll
delete
be
in 30 days, that would explain why Attorney Little summarizes his texts. I thought that was strange. I didn't get that that's what they said, but that's what you said she said, right, babe?
Yeah.
Or-
Well, so we did get a glimpse of where her head's at with that last statement. So she wants to line up whether or not this bill actually came out of the blue, or if Wolf or Rensler sent a text like, hey man, we're sending a bill like a month before or 20 days before. I mean, it's all candor to the court shit for her. You know what I mean? So she's specifically, now we know she's specifically looking for a text that one of those two guys would have said, hey, bill is forthcoming. We're sending a bill out. Like, why would those two guys, like those dudes they have a whole billing department for ARCA. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that would have been, I think much to do
honestly-
about nothing.
But I honestly do suspect that they would save their texts because I feel like
Because they
expert.
bill for it.
Well,
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, now holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Thank you for your patience. The lawyers and I got some work done this morning while you were waiting for us, and we do appreciate it. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their head. All right, thank you very much. Can we have Ms. Roberts back in, please?
LA not so confidential. When texting with clients was starting to become a thing, I made it extra expensive for them to text because I was like, because Bob, I was doing more criminal work and they're never texting me. Bob was doing other stuff as well where he's getting texts all the time. I'm
Charles,
like,
I'll
no,
remember you're still under
people
oath.
bothering you all the time.
Good morning. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mrs. Roberts.
Good morning.
Yesterday, you told us a little bit about when you went into John's home at Meadows to look for him.
Yes,
And I recall you said that you
Did
did
she
not
take
see
off
him
her
there.
shoes?
correct,
At some point, you left.
correct.
When you went into Meadows, who did you go into Meadows with?
Karen and Jen McCabe.
Have you ever seen any video from a ring camera depicting you and the defendant and Miss McCabe going into the home?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Okay, so here's the change up.
Actually, I've moved to introduce a ring video. It has certification and then a smaller clip of that ring video if there's no objection.
Did you say if there's no objection or there is no?
If there's no objection. There's no objection. May I introduce Your Honor?
Sure.
Oh, sorry, I keep yawning. I'm gonna get some coffee.
Enjoy, babe. I'll hold down the fort.
Thank you. And one final. That-
What's up, Joe Schmo? Hey, nice job on Vala, buddy.
12 would be
Little
just
boots
fine.
on the ground for Trial TV Live. Just giving the straight dope over there, our friends over there.
Hey, are the ads off now?
Oops, let me see.
Your Honor, if I may note, 12A is the ring video from 12 Meadows. 12B is the certification from Ring. And 12C is a clip of a piece, a portion of 12A.
That's accurate. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
They are now. Thanks for the reminder.
With the court's permission, I'd like to play 12C for the jury.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Roberts, you've seen that video before?
Yes, I have.
Is that you and the defendant and Ms. McCabe going into Meadows?
Yes, it is.
When you came out of Meadows, did you have a chance again to look at the defendant's tail light on her Lexus?
Yes, when we left the house, she pointed it out to me.
Did you stop and get a closer look?
Yes, I did.
I want you to describe to the jury your best memory of what it looked like.
Karen pointed out and said, look, my taillight. And she said, do you think I hit him? And I said, no, I don't think you hit him. What are you talking about? Let's just go find him. But the taillight itself, the piece was missing. And as you got closer, there's a metal sort of square, and one of the pieces was sort of sticking out. And I only remember it because I thought if someone walks by that, they're going to catch their jacket on it.
How long of a time did you have to actually look at the taillight?
Under a minute.
How close were you to the taillight when you looked at it?
I was in front of it. I could see.
Wow.
And when you talked about the taillight, you said a piece was missing. Is this the left side or the right side of the Lexus that you saw the piece of the taillight missing?
It was the right side, so it was the passenger taillight.
May I approach?
Yes.
Should I remain, Your Honor? Sure. Thank you. And recognize what is in that photo?
That is Karen's SUV.
Is it similar or a fair and accurate depiction of how you saw the vehicle that morning?
Without the snow, I can't be positive, but this square piece was missing, as is in this picture.
The photograph you look at is not the car in the snow in the driveway the day you saw it.
Correct.
Putting that aside, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the damage that you saw to the right rear taillight of Ms. Reed's car that morning?
Yes.
I move to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
Wow.
No objection.
This is all new shit. Where's the video of them walking out and her stopping and looking at it?
Thank you.
We have the
Of course,
video of them
Commissioner, I'd like
walking
to
in.
publish exhibit 13.
Oh my God. Street fight, hair pulling, eye poking. That's what this is.
Ms. Roberts, I'm going to ask you to take a look at the photo that you just described. Do you see the white area in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that where the taillight had missing part?
Yes.
And where was the metal in relation to that white part that you see?
If you look at the white part, it's the upper left. It's sort of like a rectangle, but it's vertical, sort of.
And that's the metal part that you were concerned about?
Yes, one of the side, it's almost like an encasement, but the right side, I think it was the right side, was sticking out a little bit, like out from the car toward me.
Did you express any concern about the metal sticking out?
Yes, because I thought at that height, it could clip someone's coat or something if they were walking by.
You mentioned the defendant asked you if you thought she hit somebody.
Bullshit.
Correct.
How many times did she ask you that?
She asked me that in the
Three?
driveway. How many times? She said,
Three
do you
times.
think I hit him? Do you think I hit him?
Oh,
And my
only
answer
two.
was, no, I don't think you hit him. I'm sure you hit something because your taillight's broken, but I don't think you hit him. Why would I think that?
Did you have any reason to think at that point that she hit anybody?
No.
Did she ever repeat that phrase or question in the same or similar manner again that night?
She did at the scene where we found John,
Before or after you found John?
after we found John.
Okay, so we'll get to that then. Could we please take that picture down, Ms. Gilman? How far of a ride is it from Meadows to Fairview?
I don't know, maybe 8 minutes.
So when you left John's house at Meadows and you traveled to Fairview, you said you were driving.
Yes.
Was there any comments or conversation from the defendant on that ride?
There was talk of Bella's mom, who lived near Jen's sister. There was talk, and I said, where is Fairview? And Jen said, it's off of Chapman, so it was near Spring Lane. And I knew of somebody previously that John had dated on Spring Lane, so I brought it up thinking, could he have gone there if he was walking home? I don't know. I didn't know where he was or why he was missing.
Describe the mood in the car.
Well, it was scary driving, and Karen was, frantic, and she was yelling. I don't even remember at this point what she was yelling, but she was yelling. She had an elevated voice. She would be in between us while I was driving, and she would sit back in the back seat and be in between us.
Did you have any words with Miss Reed?
I told her to shut up several times because I was trying to drive and I couldn't concentrate. I told her to sit back and buckle up because it was bad driving. I didn't want to get into an accident and her not have a seatbelt on.
How often was the yelling on the way to Fairview?
Oh, several times. It was like you couldn't control her. And I was trying to drive in a blizzard.
You went down Spring Road before you get to Fairview?
No, Spring Lane is before Fairview off of Chapman.
And did anything remarkable happen on Spring Lane?
I'm sorry?
Anything remarkable happen on Spring Lane?
No.
More of the same?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned yesterday that when you got to Fairview, the defendant began kicking your door.
Yes.
When you looked out, you didn't see anything.
I did not.
And at some point, you ran over to where Miss Reed was.
Yes.
Tell us what your first observations are when you get close to the defendant.
Well, it was a shape of a body, like the length of a body, shape of a body. She ran over and I said, oh my God. I jumped out of the car. I ran over and she was lifting up his shirt to try and warm him, I guess. So I went over to his head and I began to dig his head out of the snow.
Can you take us back and describe for us what you're seeing?
His body was completely covered, but his head was completely covered. So I started to dig around his face and his eyes, and his left eye was fine, but his right eye looked like it was huge, like he had something happen to it. And after that, I told Karen to get off him. We were going to start CPR. I had been certified at work through the American Red Cross, so I knew chest compressions were more important. So I started to do chest compressions, and I yelled to Jen and told her to call 911. Karen was trying to do mouth to mouth. I don't know if she knew what she was doing, but I knew chest compressions were more important, so I concentrated on that. I yelled for Jen. I carry blankets. I have 2 kids, so I carry blankets in the car. So I yelled to Jen to get the blankets. I don't know what I thought I was doing with blankets, but I wrapped them around his head, just thinking we're trying to warm him up. He was covered in snow.
When you first ran over, you mentioned that his head was covered in snow. Was his head fully covered in snow?
Yes.
When you looked down, could you see who it was at first?
At first, no. I had to dig him out.
When is it that you realized that this was your friend John?
When I cleared the snow off his face.
Did you feel his skin?
Did I feel what?
His skin.
Yes.
And could you tell us how it felt?
It was cold. Like he had been there in the elements for a while.
You mentioned that his head was covered with snow before you brushed off the snow. Was other parts of his body still covered in snow?
Yes.
Can you share with us what you saw?
His legs were covered. His arms were by his side. He was on his back. Karen had lifted up his shirt, so now his shirt was down, but I was doing chest compressions so you could see his clothing. He had blood coming out of his nose and his mouth. And when I put the baby blankets under the back of him, there was blood on the blanket, so I think he had a cut on the back of his head.
Was the blood from his nose and mouth frozen or running?
I don't think it was running. It was not gushing.
You said that you brushed off the snow from John's face.
Yes.
Did you brush it off from both sides?
Yes.
Did you brush it off to the extent that you uncovered his entire face and head?
Yes.
So did you have gloves on?
No.
Bare hands?
Yes.
And that's how you felt the temperature of his skin?
Yes.
When you brushed off both sides of his face, did you ever feel any pieces of glass sticking out of his face?
No.
Did you ever see any pieces of glass sticking out of his face?
I did not.
How long did you give chest compressions for to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, I can't be sure. I would say 4 minutes, 5 minutes while we were waiting for the EMTs. I had Jen take over at one point. And then the EMTs came. So however long it took for them to get to us, 6 minutes.
When you were trying to save your friend John, did the defendant say anything?
She was just running around screaming, Kerry, Kerry, Jen, Kerry, Jen.
Was anything said at that point about her taillight?
About what?
Her taillight.
No, when the EMTs were around and they were working on the body, she was running around and saying, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?
When you were waiting for the police and EMTs, just briefly, what was the temperature like and the visibility like?
The temperature was freezing because I remember at one point I couldn't feel my knees, which is why I had Jen take over. And the wind was still whipping and the snow was still coming down.
At some point, did help arrive?
Yes, they did.
And when help arrived, what did you do?
I stood back and watched them work on him.
Did you see first responders trying to give first aid to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
How long were you outside for that morning?
At that point,
Well, the entire morning.
oh, maybe a half hour.
When the first responders were trying to save John, what else were you doing?
I was calling my husband. I called my mother. When they put him in the back of the ambulance, I then made a call to Mrs. O'Keefe. I think I called Mr. O'Keefe first, but he didn't answer. So I called Mrs. O'Keefe and told her John had been in an accident. And she screamed, "I can't do this again."
What did you do after that phone call?
The police put Jen and Karen in the back of a cruiser. And I was looking in the ambulance to see what was going on with my friend. So I was standing outside of the cruiser. They were inside. I was standing outside just watching. And Karen was saying, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? And I said, no, they're working on him. I can see tubes moving. I can see them moving. Something, if he was dead, they wouldn't be working on him. She grabbed the front of my shirt and said, are they working on him? And I said, yes, they're working on him. At this point, I think I was in shock. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't think he was dead. I thought they could save him. I knew he was in the EMT in the ambulance with the EMTs. And I was just hopeful that they were going to be able to do more than I could.
You said that at one point, Ms. McCabe and the defendant were in a car, and then you mentioned at some point the defendant grabbed you. Did she grab you when she was in the car or out of the car?
She was in the car. I was outside of the car.
At some point, did the defendant, Ms. McCabe, get out of the car?
Yes.
Did you go over to the ambulance before it left?
Did I go over to the ambulance?
Before it left?
No.
Did you watch?
Yes.
At some point, did you see the defendant get out of the car, the police cruiser?
No, I didn't see them get out, but they were out at one point.
They were what?
They were out of the vehicle, but I didn't watch them get out. I was watching the ambulance.
At some point, you saw them out?
Yes.
And did they watch, or were they near you when you were watching the ambulance?
Did what?
Were they near you when you were watching the ambulance?
I don't know.
No.
I wasn't concentrating on either one of them. I was concentrating on my friend in the ambulance.
When you were trying to save Mr. O'Keefe, did you ever see any signs of life?
I did not. And I checked his pulse. No, I did not.
After the ambulance took John to the hospital, tell us what you do next.
I left. I told Mrs. O'Keefe, I said, I'm going to come get you. She said, well, I'm going to have Braintree Police take me to the hospital, which was in Brockton. And I said, they're not going to take you to Brockton. I will come get you because neither of their cars had four-wheel drive. So I asked if I could leave, and they said, give me your number and we'll follow up with you. And I took Karen with me. We drove down the street. At some point, she was on the phone with Erin O'Keefe, John's sister-in-law, and Karen was saying, I think he's dead. I think he's dead. I grabbed the phone and I said, I don't think he's dead. He's in an ambulance. He's been in an accident. At this point, I didn't know what was going to happen. At some point in the car, as we're driving, she was on the phone with her mother. And I think when we were driving, we got all the way to the elementary school. And Karen said to me, if anything happens to John, I'm going to kill myself. You're going to have to take care of the kids. And I said, nobody's dying. Nobody's killing themselves. Let's not think about that. And then one of the officers called me and said, do you have Karen Reed with you? And I said, yes. And he said, could you please turn around and bring her back? Her parents are saying that she's suicidal, so we're going to take her to the hospital and section her. I said, okay. I didn't get far, so I turned around, went back. At some point, she was on the phone with her mother, And I got on the phone with her mother and said, I'm going to be heading to the hospital. Let me give you my phone number. It's the same hospital John's at. I'm assuming they're going to the same. That's where Canton takes everybody. And her mother said, please make sure that they don't let her have her bag. There are things in her bag, medicine I don't want her to have. So I said, okay, I will. So we got back to the house, and she got in the ambulance, and one of the EMTs asked me for her phone. So I handed that over, and I said, the mother wants to make sure that she does not have her purse because there's medication in there that they don't want her to have.
Did you see the defendant leave with medical personnel?
Yes, I did.
Before we move forward, I want to step back for just a moment. Did you see when the medical personnel, the first responders, lifted John from the ground and then put him on a bed?
Yes.
Shortly after they moved John from the ground and brought him to the bed to bring him to the ambulance, did you go back to where John lay when you first saw him?
Yes, I did.
Why did you go back to the spot where John was lying when you first saw him?
When they lifted him up, there was grass underneath him and I could see his phone. So I went over and picked up the phone and the 2 baby blankets that were left on the ground.
So let me ask you, when you went back to where John was lying on the ground, you said you saw grass. There was not snow under him?
No, there was not.
Was there many inches of snow around that area?
Yes.
But none where he was lying under him? You said you picked up a couple of items.
Yes.
Could you repeat that again, what you picked up?
I picked up John's phone and 2 blankets, the blankets that I had Jen get out of the car.
What did you do with John's phone when you picked it up from the ground?
I put it in my pocket and gave it to a first responder when they came over, or I handed it off to a first responder.
And the blankets you picked up, were they in the ground area or on snow as well?
They were, I don't remember.
Okay. How long after you put the phone in your pocket, do you remember when you gave it to a first responder, how long you had it for?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the time that you picked up the phone?
I do not.
Have you seen video of that event?
Yes.
Does that video have times when you went over and picked up that phone?
Yes, but I don't remember, somewhere around 6:12, 6:19.
And you don't know how long you kept it in your pocket before, until you gave it to a first responder?
I do not.
At some point, did you get in your car during that morning before you left and drove from the scene?
Yes.
Do you know if John's phone was still in your pocket when you first got into your car?
I don't know.
Was your car heated that morning? Did you keep
Yes.
it running?
Yes.
And was the
I
heat on
think I
it?
kept it running the whole time. I don't even think I shut it off.
I see. I want to now step forward to where you left us when you said that you had spoken to John's mother, Peggy. And did you decide what you were going to do next?
After I dropped Karen back off at 34 Fairview to get in the ambulance, I then made my way to Braintree, barely. I was on the highway. I was the only one on the highway. I spun out a couple times.
Can you describe what you mean by spun out?
Well, the driving was, no one else was on the road. The driving was horrible. So I spun out almost at the Braintree exit to get to their house. And then I got to the O'Keefe's house and I said, we are not taking the highway back to Brockton. We're going back roads, which is a much longer way, but there was no way I was putting us in the car and that treacherous.
When you went to the O'Keefe's house, you mean Peggy O'Keefe and John O'Keefe Sr.'s house?
Yes, John's parents.
That's different than Meadows Road.
Correct.
When you got to the home, did you go in?
Yes, for a second. They were ready and waiting for me. They wanted to get to the hospital.
When you say they, can you tell us who was waiting for you?
John's parents, Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, were waiting.
What happens next?
Mr. O'Keefe said something about a Dr. Rice and that they were trying to warm John up. We got into the car. Mr. O'Keefe got in my passenger seat. Mrs. O'Keefe got in the back seat. Mrs. O'Keefe's niece worked at Good Samaritan, so we were trying to get in touch with her to see if we were going to be allowed in because there was still COVID restrictions. John's brother was already on his way there. And Mr. O'Keefe at some point said, he's gone, Peg. And he slammed his hands on the dashboard. But they didn't actually know if he was gone yet. At one point, Karen called me from the ambulance And on the phone, Mrs. O'Keefe said, Karen, what happened? And she said, I left him at a party. And Mrs. O'Keefe said, and you just left him? And Mr. O'Keefe said, all right, that's enough. She's been through enough. Then we hung up with her. I said, we're on our way to the hospital.
Let me ask you a question. When the defendant said that she left him, did she say whether she left him outside or inside?
No,
Was the question, follow-up question, never asked?
no.
Was there any other conversation with the defendant at that point?
Not in the car, but when I got to the hospital, she called me multiple times from the hospital room.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
How long did it take for you and the O'Keefes to get to the hospital?
I would say maybe 45 minutes to an hour.
Share with us the mood in that car.
I think I was in shock, and I think they were in shock. There wasn't, other than talking to Mrs. O'Keefe's niece, trying to find out if we could go in for COVID reasons, there wasn't much talk.
When you finally get to the hospital, take us through your first steps. What happens?
We finally get to the hospital. We walked in. Paul, John's brother, was there. We went over to him, and then Susanna, Mrs. O'Keefe's niece, came out from her office and offered to take me to the bathroom to wash up because I had blood all over my hands. So I went into the bathroom, and I asked her afterwards if she could take me to the chapel so I could say a prayer.
Oh, God.
So she did. She took me to the chapel. And then when I came out, she took me into her office and explained to me that a Dr. Rice was going to come talk to the family and take them into an office and talk to the family. And then the family would be able to go see John.
Did you get a chance to see John?
I did.
Would you be willing to tell us a little bit about what you saw?
You missed a lot, Al.
I was watching it.
I waited in the waiting area. I spoke to my mom. Phone calls were coming in because people had heard what happened. And Mrs. O'Keefe, the family went in to see Dr. Rice. I watched them go in. I watched them walk down a hallway. And then when they came back out, Mrs. O'Keefe told me he was gone.
Right. Just keep objecting because this is bullshit.
It's the only objection they've made thus far.
Without telling us what
And all
anybody
kinds of
said to you,
hearsay.
please just share with us what you
I know.
saw.
I heard it.
I went into the hospital room.
And I don't know why it's relevant.
John was in a neck brace. At this point, there was a trail of blood going toward the gurney or the bed that he was on. This time, both eyes were filled with blood. They looked like raccoons. That's the only way to describe it. I thought he was going to look better seeing him in the hospital because he had been worked on, but he was not. There was much more blood.
Were there any other ways that John looked different in the hospital than when you first brushed the snow off his face in the front of Fairview?
When I brushed the snow off his face, his left eye was fine. It had an ice cube on it that I pulled off, but the right eye was out to here, like a golf ball. When I got to the hospital, both eyes were swollen with
the egg,
like blood. They looked purple.
She said an ice cube.
Your Honor, may I approach? Yes. May I quickly approach Sidebar?
Hello. Are you not hearing me?
Yeah, I heard it. I'm still stuck on that there were baby blankets. She's claiming there were baby blankets in John's phone underneath him. Where did baby blankets come from? Did I miss baby blankets in the first trial? Or are those new? Where did baby blankets come from?
She didn't say the blankets were under him. She brought the blankets.
Oh, she brought blankets. Okay.
Wrapped them around his head.
Yeah, this shit is like completely evolving story
Ice
from
cube.
last.
She's probably gonna say she means like a chunk of snow ice. But I've never an ice cube to call it an ice cube.
Yeah, but there
That's
wouldn't
bizarre.
be chunks of like ice
No,
snow
not yet.
at that point in the storm. I've been living in snow for a long time.
No, she's saying she pulled the ice cube off at the scene. Is that not what she just said?
Pulled an ice cube.
She said there was an
Off-
ice.
With the court's permission, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to show you a photograph.
She's gone off half cocked.
Yeah.
Now there's a pointy piece.
Yes, I do.
Is that how John looked?
Yes, he did.
I asked that the camera not on that, please.
I'd like to mark this as an exhibit. I will not publish it.
Oh man. Ooh.
Wait, Kerry Roberts did a interview on Good Morning America this morning while she's on the
Shut up.
stand.
It's impossible.
What?
Impossible. I think she watching. They aired something that they interviewed her before.
That would be insane.
May I approach
If
her?
that happens,
Yes.
somebody needs to let the defense know ASAP. SOS. Sent smoke signals.
Thank you.
But Milo's mom was in an old interview, or was she there? Like how?
Are you ready?
Oh Lord.
After you last
sorry,
saw
I'm
your friend
being
John,
insensitive.
what did you do?
After the hospital,
I'm sorry, ma'am?
after the hospital,
Yes.
I drove. Well, we went back into the corridor with the family. And Karen at one point called from the hospital asking me, she said her father was on his way and could I go
That's right.
over and greet him or bring him to the O'Keeffe's when he arrived? And she described him. Her father did arrive, so I went over and said, "Are you Mr. Reed?" or something of that nature. And I said, "Mr. O'Keefe would like to speak to you." So Mr. Reed went over and spoke to Mr. O'Keefe. And Paul and John's parents and I, we didn't know next steps. We were waiting to see if we could leave or if we have to give information. And eventually we were able to leave. So I drove Mr. O'Keefe home and Paul drove Mrs. O'Keefe home to John's house.
Before you left John, did you take a bracelet from him?
When Mrs. O'Keefe and I went in to see John in the hospital, there was a bracelet that was on his right wrist. It was a blue, like rubber bracelet. And that bracelet was made when his sister passed away and her husband, and he wore it all the time.
Objection
Mrs.
relevant?
O'Keefe still wears it to this day.
This is bullshit.
Did you drive the O'Keefe back to their home?
I drove Mr. O'Keefe back to John's house and Paul drove Mrs. O'Keefe back to John's house.
You went back to John's house on Meadow.
Yes.
When you arrived at Meadow with Mrs. O'Keefe, did you go in?
I arrived with Mr. O'Keefe and no, I did not go
Everyone
in.
take their shoes off.
What did you do next?
I went home.
At some point after you went home, did you return to the O'Keefe residence or Meadows?
Not that day. The next day I did.
Where did you go?
Where did I go?
Yes.
I went to go to see the family the next day.
And where
Objection.
were they?
None of this
They
is
were at
relevant.
John's
now.
house at Meadows.
So they were then staying at John's house at Meadows?
Yes.
Did you go in and visit them?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that?
Because my friend had just died and I wanted to be with the family.
Were there other people that were coming and going?
Yes.
Describe the level of traffic of people coming and going to Meadows that next day.
There were people coming from all over. John's friends, people from Canton, people we went to high school with. There was people coming in and out, dropping off food.
When you were there the next day, how long did you stay for?
Several hours, maybe like 2.5, 3 hours.
Did you ever see the defendant there?
I did not.
Now, you told us that you had only met Miss McCabe once before that night.
Yes.
And after that night, shortly after what happened, did you speak to Miss McCabe again?
Yes.
How often?
Very often. We wanted to know what happened to our friend. So She would call me.
I'm going to allow that. Not what you said. Next question, please.
Would you speak to her on the phone often,
Yes,
regularly?
yes,
And so things changed
yes,
after that moment.
yes,
Did you start to see her in person,
yes,
spend time with her?
yes.
For somebody who was not your friend, why did you, at this point, form this
Objection.
close bond?
I think because we went through something horrific together, we bonded over it. Mrs. O'Keefe at one point did say, you two need to sit.
Did you ever write down a list of things that had happened to try to remember?
Yes,
Objection.
When you were spending time with Miss McCabe, did you become friendly?
Where the fuck's
Yes.
this list?
Friends?
yes.
How close of friends did you become
She to this day is a close friend of mine.
to this day?
Yes,
When you were at the scene, when you were trying to help John, there were police officers and first responders?
yes.
Now, you're from that area,
Well, yes, I'm from Canton, but not that side of town.
and you
Ah,
are
yeah.
active in the community at all?
Yes,
Sports, children?
yes, yes,
Do you know a lot of people from Canton?
yes,
Did you know any first responders?
yes.
Who did you know that you saw that night as a first responder?
That morning,
Yes, I'm sorry, that morning.
Mike Lank is my friend's daughter's father. No, my daughter's friend's father. I'm sorry.
Your daughter's friend's father. And
Yes,
does he have children that are friends with your daughter?
yes, his daughter is friends with my daughter.
How close are his daughter and your daughter?
There's a group of 5 or 6 of them that are best friends.
Are you on a first name basis with Mr. Lank?
Yes,
When you saw him that morning, did you recognize him?
I did.
Did you speak to him?
I said, Mike, is that you? He said, yes. That was it.
Are you friends with Mr. Lank's wife?
I am.
How often had you been to their house with the children or on your own before that day, before that morning when you found John?
Well, often when the kids can't drive. So when they do sleepovers or whatever, you drop them off, pick them up.
Your children would sleep over each other's house?
Yes,
So you had a friendly relationship with Mr. Lank before you found John?
yes.
And do you continue to have a friendly relationship with him?
Did what?
Do you continue to have a friendly relationship with him?
Yes,
Did you go to his house the day after you found John?
I did.
Who were you with?
Well, Jen and I had gone to the O'Keefe's house together with, I don't know if it was 1 or 2 of her daughters and both of my kids. And then when we were leaving, my daughter said, can you drop me off at Mike Lank's daughter's house? So I dropped her off.
And did you do that? You
She
dropped
said
her off?
so.
Yes, I did.
When you dropped her off at the Lank house, did you speak to anybody?
His wife came out and got into the back seat just to find out how I was and how the O'Keefes were and
How were you?
how were they?
How were you?
Oh, I
Objection.
was not well.
And did you have a long conversation with Mr. Lank's wife?
Yes,
Was Miss McCabe with you?
yes,
After you left the Lank house, you left your daughter at the house?
yes,
You remained in the car?
yes.
At some point, did you speak to Mr. Lank's wife again?
Yes,
Are you friendly with her?
yes.
Did you ever try to get information, inside information about this case?
No,
Mhm.
After this case began, did you ever come to court?
did I ever come to where?
To court.
Yes,
And what was the reason you came to court?
to support the O'Keefe family.
At some point, did you stop coming to court?
I
Don't answer just yes or no.
Yes,
Okay. Were you aware or watching about any type of news or publication on this?
yes,
As you were watching and learning information, did you begin to contact people at the district attorney's office?
yes, I did.
Did that include victim witness advocates?
Yes,
Did it include law enforcement assigned to the case?
Objection.
The form of the question, I'm sustaining the objection.
Who did you contact?
Right. Thank you.
Specific names?
Yes.
Steve Nelson, my victim advocate, Yuri Buchanan, who was a state trooper. And at one point I contacted Michael Morrissey's office.
Do you remember at any time being interviewed by police officers or state police about this case?
At my house on January 29th.
So that same day you found John, you were interviewed?
She's getting
Yes.
cross
Do
this
you
time.
remember who interviewed you?
I do not.
Do you remember your mental state at that time?
I was not well. It was in the evening at some point.
Were you interviewed at a later time by any other law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay, and where were you at that next interview?
I think I was at Jen's house. We were making a timeline together when 2 law enforcement showed up to question her. But I happened to be there, so they took us in separate rooms and questioned both of us.
Were you sober at that point?
Yes.
And what was your mental state then?
Still, we hadn't even had a funeral. So I was still, I couldn't believe what was happening.
And after John's passing, did you still continue to help out with the children?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I would like to play an exhibit that's already in evidence.
Okay.
It's Exhibit 4. Before you start it, ma'am, I'm going to show you a video from the scene that night, okay? Ms. Gilman, is this sound? Thank you. Could we start at 6:09:50, please?
God, this is. I still think this is just. I mean, the way things look with the lights and the light flashing, visibility is so much worse in this video, than it would have been in real life. I've always hated this little trick they're pulling here.
Could you stop there, please? Ms. Roberts, do you see yourself in that video?
Yes.
And where were you in that video?
I'm over near the flagpole.
What were you doing in that video before you stood up?
I think I was picking up the phone and the blankets at that point.
You see the first responders getting there?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean,
Continue, please.
the whole grass looks green. I don't know what's going on. But I guess it's not. You can see on the other side of the road that it's snow covered.
Is that you with the fur on the hood?
Yes.
I guess that's just the blue and red lights casting a green kind of
Yeah,
shadow.
it's clearly snow covered.
Covered. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just taking, like, for a second, I was like, what? Ooh.
ARC is not getting excluded. ARC is definitely testifying. That's not happening.
That's
Don't
you in the
worry
middle
about
of
it.
the street?
Yes, I'm to the right of the car.
Yeah, that would be a huge appellate issue. She's got a ton of other things she can do.
Yeah.
Shy of denying the defendant a defense.
Yeah, it looks like maybe there's an inch, 2 inches on the ground.
Like,
That
there's no
point.
mound of snow.
There's no mounds. Well, I think
Could you stop for one moment, please?
If he's on the ground and
Ma'am,
there's
you see
snow
the
on
other
him-
two people in the middle of the screen right now? Do you know who they are?
That's Karen and Jen McCabe.
Do you see the proximity or the closeness between them?
Yes.
You are not close to Jen McCabe in this video.
No,
Is there a reason why?
I didn't really know her. And Karen was running around like you saw. I didn't want to be near her. I just found my friend.
Who's your friend?
Could you continue, please, to 6:15?
Who's she
John
talking about?
O'Keefe.
You can let it run.
Oh. I'm sorry. I thought she meant like found and was talking to him. Like, Lank? What? I don't want to be near her. The more she casts shade and seems icky towards Karen, the better.
No, she was talking about Jen McCabe.
I know, but
That-
then she said, and you saw the way Karen was, and I didn't want to be near her.
Yeah, but that was a low-key distancing, purposeful
Oh,
distancing
no, I get
from
that. That's some bullshit that they're trying to, like you said, distancing. But she also said, you saw how Karen is acting, and I didn't want to be near
I
her.
wasn't necessarily telling you. We got
Stop,
a
please.
chat with 800 people.
Ms. Roberts, is this when the first responders were moving
Wow.
John from where he was laying?
Yes.
Please continue.
Like, if that wasn't
Could you
prepared,
continue to watch the area near the
That was
flagpole,
the
please?
point I was making.
well, I know, but I mean, like, if there could be a video of that trial prep,
Oh.
it would be like, well,
Well-
you didn't know her, right? She wasn't a source of support for you, right? Well, you can point that out for the jury.
We know that two witnesses in that Hank Brennan has definitely prepped these witnesses way more than Lally ever did.
More
Way
than he's
more.
Probably supposed to.
This thing is like a
Stop, please.
I just told you to
completely
be honest.
evolved story.
That last 15 or 20 seconds of video, did you pay attention to that, Ms. Roberts?
Yes, that was the moment that I picked up the phone and blankets. Not before. I don't know what I was doing before when you asked me.
And that location where you picked up the phone and blankets, was that where John was lying?
Yes, it was.
And is that where
Positive
you
that-
saw the ground that did not have snow?
Yes, it was.
Can you see? I don't know. Maybe I'll blow it up. Can you see the time? Yeah. So I guarantee, based on that whole timestamp thing that he did yesterday with the officer and
Mhm.
here, like that they really targeted. So just, this is that timestamp. This is that timestamp. Remember your timestamps. It'll help you keep on track. You know what I mean? So that they don't they don't get themselves caught up. So when she's saying I did that before and now they change it to here, that's probably because she could have gotten caught up in a lie of something that she said before that, I don't know.
Yeah. So just for reference, it's 6:15:22 a.m. What he
that
was
could be
showing
why
yesterday was like
the
6:11 a.m. yesterday.
that could be why the defense is showing it without the timestamp, because they want people to say what they saw by watching it, not what they pre-agreed on a certain timestamp to say it happened.
Right. Makes sense.
At that point, had you put the cell phone in your pocket?
Yes.
If there's no objection with the court's permission, I'd like to watch a little more of the film, but if we can double speed it, so we get an opportunity to view it. I want to get to another moment in it.
Okay. Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you.
That's a whole different video.
Around 16, 17 would be fine, Ms. Gilman. Stop, please. The person in the blue jacket, do you know who that is on the right side of the screen?
That's Jen McCabe.
And well, you can't see you now. Do you know where you are at this point?
I don't know where I am.
Continue, please.
What point in time is this? After the ambulance has left? Oh, I gotta deflate this ball a little bit.
What are you doing, Ms. Roberts?
Cleaning off my car.
Babe, I did hear about this. I'd like to find that and maybe play it on the first 15-minute break that she takes around 11.
Play what?
Could you please
Look
stop?
at the,
Good Morning
Did you
America
mention at some
interview?
no,
point
look at the chat.
you went back and the defendant, Ms. McCabe, were in a car?
They were in a police car at some point.
Did you do anything with them when they were in that car?
At one point, Karen asked us to say a prayer, to pray. So we said a prayer.
Was it before or after this moment on the video? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
So, there was
You can
prayers.
continue, please.
Karen did want to pray. It just shows that guy's memory is for shit. I never said words like that. Well, now you find out that Karen is the type who prays. She was praying that very night. It is an unusual thing to say, and you wouldn't say it unless it actually happened. I think there was a goddamn puffy coat on that guy, and I think Karen was praying, and I think everything that he said since then is what he has, inflated in his mind, or is flat out lying. Puffy coat. Somebody gave him a damn puffy coat from inside the house.
You're sticking with that one, huh?
I would have left it as a possibility. I would have used that right there. And I'd be like, look, and I know lawyers universally hate when defense attorneys give like every possible scenario, but I'm big on asking this. No, but like they like when they pick a story and stick to it. But that's a prosecution thing. The defense is to put in all the reasonable alternatives. And when there's a bunch, you know what? Sometimes you just have to do it. It's not up to the defense to pick a thing and say
Stop,
this
please,
is what
just for a
happened.
moment. Do you know where you are at this point, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay. If you can continue, please.
And I think it also just shows how faulty memories are. Clearly it happened. He wouldn't have said it. There's no reason Proctor would have added that in just because. It doesn't implicate Karen. I hear you, Lizard, but the
Was that
jury's
you
not
walking by,
hearing
Ms.
that.
Roberts?
Yes, it was.
Note the time is 6:21:22.
Arguments from the evidence, not arguments based on fact. Plus, who knows? Karen was distraught. She's going to remember anything.
Very distraught.
And the one guy who's got no dog in the fight, or didn't at the time he made that first statement, said the man was wearing a remarkably memorable puffy coat that
Super puffy.
he himself had to remove in order to work on him.
It was the puffiest jacket he had ever seen.
It was a puffy coat.
Okay, we call them puffers. Cameron's
Do you
probably
know where you walked
furious
I do not.
watching
behind this car, this
Like a
dash cam
puffy
view?
coat.
Say that again.
Are you behind the view of the dash cam?
I think it looks like I went over to the right of the vehicle.
Okay.
He called it a puffy coat. That's why I'm calling it a puffy coat.
I understand that, but it's
Don't blame
puffer.
me. I know, but I'm just using the words he used. Take your
This
puffer.
is, for the record,
Puff it.
6:23:08. At 6:23:08, are you still beside or behind the view of this car?
I believe so.
And do you know where Miss McCabe is at this point,
No.
or the defendant?
No.
Please continue.
Find me that, babe. Lion's comment.
What do you mean?
Actually, I'll look for it. Know why I'm asking you to do it anyway.
Yeah, why are you asking me to do it?
What's the
Ms.
street
Gilman,
called
when it
again?
reaches 6:24:18, if you would stop again.
Perimenopause moment. What's the name of the street he lived on?
Fairview. It would be easier if Lion just put the link in the chat.
Well, maybe he doesn't know, or she doesn't know.
I think it's 34 Fairview.
Well, I don't need all that. I'm just trying to
No, I
get
was telling Marissa. We're watching a video, Mandy, obviously. The point of it, I'm not sure.
At this time, 6:24:18, are you within view of this camera angle?
No.
Where do you think you are in relation to this camera angle at this point?
I'm still either to the right or behind the dash camera.
And do you see the defendant or Miss McCabe in this view?
No.
And this is at 6:24:18. Could you continue to 6:26:25, Ms. Gilman?
Great question, Ferns. Couldn't tell you.
Oh, I can't find it. Where's Sleuthy when you need her? Or Tracy?
Did you notice the first person that came from the right and the second person that are not law enforcement?
That was myself, and I think that's Jen McCabe.
62625.
Is there? What's the point of all this? What's he getting at now?
And do you know who that is on the right with the police officer?
That was Karen.
I guess.
Do you know where the cell phone is at this point, Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
I don't know. I could have handed it to a first responder at this point, or it could still be in my pocket. I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe this is the time for the temperature of the phone.
But that's not how that data would work.
I know. I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to, like, if he's just setting a time frame of when it got picked out of the cold. You know what I mean?
I mean, maybe, but
But we're talking about a time gap of midnight to now.
right.
Yeah.
That's not how that
Ms. Gilman,
works.
if you can next
I
stop at
don't know.
63448.
Is
Right
that
now.
McCabe talking outside there to the left?
McCabe's hat doesn't have the fur.
No, I'm
Okay.
talking over to the far left. The woman in the dark navy jacket that's arms are moving.
Yeah, that's her.
All right, well, she's clearly not Googling shit.
Was it 6:11?
No,
What was it?
it's
6:22? What time was
It's
it?
28. Somebody in the chat had said that maybe she's trying to establish she's Googling now.
Was that you walking by in the street?
Helen is right.
Yes.
Yeah, there is no way that this family is sleeping through this. The dog is reacting. Kylie, thanks.
All right, you got a team puffer here.
I don't even think it's necessarily true, to be perfectly honest. I'm just saying it's a reasonable inference from the evidence. That is the job of a defense attorney, to put forth to the jury other reasonable alternatives for the evidence to raise reasonable doubt.
Yeah, I mean, if you and I are reading through the police reports and the first responders reports and we see something about a puffy jacket, we're going to assume that there was a puffy jacket. There's no question about it. I mean,
Right. And that these people who were dealing with their friend, they're not remembering his puffy coat or not puffy coat. You know, it was under a mound of snow. but the detached EMT who had to remove it to conduct his CPR. I don't know. Yeah, there is Winnie's mom. No way the jury is still engaged. He's losing everybody.
They're napping.
Yeah, it's nap time.
Nap time.
I'd probably sleep through the whole damn thing, except for the fact that the Nook would be going berserk. So, does anyone know which side of the house the Albert's bedroom is? I'm sure someone in here knows the whole entire layout. So, I mean, maybe it's completely on the other side and the dog wouldn't see it. I don't know. Oh, look, front left corner. Okay, so yeah. He said the dog's in his bedroom. His bedroom's the front left corner. Come on. Come on. Does anyone believe that dog is not
Going nuts.
crazy? I think I highlighted the.
I mean, the Nook, like if the
chat
dude
comments said
sees, like if he's sitting on the couch with me and he sees a squirrel
or smells
out
it,
of the front of the house, which is a pretty good distance, the dude's like jumping up, running, and that's a squirrel or another dog walking by, being walked.
being walked, right?
Kidding me? It's
Or
like,
a person or a car.
we're talking about a shepherd. Dog was incessantly barking. Incessantly. Chloe, shut up. Chloe, shut. Chloe.
Look, everybody was answering me right away. Like, you guys are on it. You guys are on it.
Now, I thought that the sorry, isn't the state's theory that the
Thanks,
Google took place
Samantha.
at 6:02? Right now, we're looking at 6:32 a.m.
What was it? 6:02.
The house along to die in the cold.
Do you know who you're speaking with?
6:32.
I don't know.
6:32.
6:32 is when it took.
That's what,
Oh yeah,
that's what Kylie just said. I'm trusting the chat. Hey, there's Sleuthy.
Definitely trust chat. Sleuthy's been here, girl.
Oh, I thought somebody said that she was on with criminality. I don't know. Maybe that was a different comment.
Mr. Brennan, at this point, can we pause this and take our morning recess?
Yes,
please?
Your Honor, pause, please. Thank you.
All right. So
Well, if
let's
this is
find
the
that.
defense,
20 minutes.
if this is the defense, she's
Court,
saying,
all right, please, jurors,
Can you
close your
move on?
notebooks, leave them on the chairs, and
Mr.
follow me.
Jackson,
All right. So
You
can you hurry this along, please?
babe, somebody put it in the chat, the link. I just put up, I forget who it was already. Was it who just said she put the link to that video in the chat? I'm trying to find it. Can you do it again?
Wait, so Kaylee's now saying it's 6:23, not 6:32. So I have no idea what they're trying to show with this video.
Yeah, I think 6:23 sounds right.
Okay, well, that video's at 6:32. That's why you said 6:32. You just transposed the numbers.
Well, no, I was going off what Kylie had said a moment. I thought I don't know. Maybe I did transpose it.
Sure, yeah, that's what she said.
Oh. Sorry, yeah.
All right, where's this link?
It's here somewhere. I'm looking.
Like, how deep in the chat is it?
Mandy's gonna grab it.
Oh yeah, can't put links in the chat.
Right. Well, you can if we're watching it on YouTube, I thought, or something like that.
I thought we could click on it even.
From YouTube, I think. We could copy and paste it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't find it.
Babe, you
Just
gotta
wait.
quit yawning on the live.
I
Otherwise
know,
we're gonna
it's
put
so
everybody.
rude.
It's very addictive. You know how yawns work. They're contagious. I almost had. I'm fighting a yawn right now. It's all your fault.
It's got a bounce time.
All right. It says, where'd you put it? Samantha says she put it in the chat.
Mandy's
still
looking
don't-
for it.
Okay. Boy, like no way to take the steam out of a trial. no better way than to play 15 minutes of video with like
Bullshit.
zero testimony about it. Like, what are we looking at? Like, why?
Anita White Claw, thank you for your generosity. I'm supposed to be sleeping, but Defense Diaries has me up late. So family hug. Love to
Aw,
chat,
family hug.
mods, and of course Bob and Allie. Love y'all. Love you
We love you
too.
back. I kind of want to see this. I kind of want to see the try to find this.
Video.
No, like that. Yeah, but I also want to try to find this Kerry Roberts on Good Morning America. See
They
what
said
she's
that it
saying.
was her chicken enchilada recipe, but not chicken
Wait,
enchilada.
that's Lori Vallow.
I
Wait,
know, but it
Lori-
was some chicken something recipe. I added the enchiladas.
Wow, you got me.
Green chicken enchiladas recipe.
Okay.
Let's see some of these chats while you're doing that.
All right.
Oh, SR says he's setting the time Karen asks Jen to Google how long to die in the cold. All right,
Oh,
I guess
what?
he's.
Where's
guess it's-
OnlyFan? What is this bizarro life?
Yeah. What? How could he? It's like almost shocking to like the body to be looking at this. Like
I don't understand what's
we have
happening.
come accustomed to what we see. It's the security blanket. It's like that.
It's the
All
most
right.
famous fan in the history of fans.
No
and they're
one
showing
likes
this light.
the light.
We
How
hate
do-
the light.
Somebody go on. I'm sure their chat is blowing up. I'm gonna get on it. What is this? Court TV?
Boston 10.
Boston 10. I'm lodging a formal complaint.
See, but I don't know who the pool camera is.
Oh, it's a pool camera.
I'm sure it is.
Well, he's like, I'm gonna give these guys something different to look at. I think they're tired of OnlyFan. Nobody. No. No. Know your audience. Do not show us this not moving lamp, just stagnant. Oh, I find it disconcerting.
It's very disconcerting. It's like it's moved into actually upsetting.
You're
Like,
right.
I feel upset that they're showing that weird light. I don't understand what's going on. There's a very soothing element to OnlyFan, and I'm not feeling it from this light. With
No.
some weird LED bulb in it.
All right, it's taken Mandy a long time to find this link. We can't tell if their camera's
Smoothie, you
broken.
talking shit? Wait, spreadsheet of what? What spreadsheet?
Oh, she probably gave you some like gold.
Smoothie has provided me with thousands of documents. So, and I've looked at all of them at one point. I mean, Sleuthy, I'm relatively busy. Like yesterday was a grueling day on the interwebs. We went from this.
Oh,
we
Mandy
went from
sent
this
us
trial to
it 5
Valor.
minutes ago, she said.
Oh, all right. Let me see.
Well, what I see is, was it a text or an email? Is that what it is? Okay, it's on the Discord, sir. Okay. All right, give me a second. Wow.
Oh my God. I have such a battle with my
Please click on the.
oh.
Well, it's giving me a test. I have to click on objects that are different. Enter my birthday. No.
Just do it.
They're getting
Let them get all into your shit.
January 1st. That's what they're getting. In your year. That's what I default to. When I give his made up birthdays. I don't want the man having my shit. Oh my Lord. It needs me to sign up. And I X'd out of it. All right, babe, you have to do it because I'm not in this. I don't know what's
Like
happening.
getting Discord up on the computer is like a whole thing.
Mandy, can't you share it?
Yeah,
your
Mandy.
password?
Come
Like,
on,
you
Mandy.
pull it up and share your screen. Oh my Lord. I can't take the light. I can't take it. It's making me like now I really have to bounce. I have to make up for the lack of movement.
Bouncing's good. And make sure you keep your
We're
posture
tired. Yeah.
good.
I know I'm trying.
My trapezoids were killing me yesterday because we went from full day read right into Lori Vallow verdict, and then we had 40 minutes before we had to do a 3-hour interview with Scott Duffy.
I wouldn't have been able to. My tailbone would have
Which
been
everybody, whether you follow Richard Allen or not, you should watch that. It was very, very instructive and a cautionary
insightful.
tale in terms of how law enforcement is trained.
Even the most well-intentioned.
Even like, and Scott is that. Like
Right.
he's a good guy, but they are trained. They walk into those interviews like absolutely like without even considering the possibility
Gotta
that the
trust their
person that they're
training.
interviewing is potentially not guilty, is not the
Right.
person. Like they go in predisposed, believing they're guilty, so that they're not even considered. We
Right.
asked them a lot of tough questions.
And
A
he was
lot of
very
tough questions.
forthcoming, and I appreciate that he stands, but it just shows how dug in they really are. Like, I was
That's
honestly
the
trying.
point.
Yeah.
It's very instructive, and it should terrify every American citizen. You should watch it. It's
Yeah.
worth your
At
time.
the end of the day, as far as the interview itself goes, he found a lot of signs, no signs of deception. He saw windows, pockets, whatever, but overall, I thought, at least he recognized the, you
Yeah, he's
know
like, he's like, I wouldn't have walked away from that interview feeling like we got the guy,
or
or
we didn't.
based on the interview himself.
He said either way, that he was innocent or that he wasn't. He
Right?
got
He said like that.
moved the needle no way, no how.
That's what I just said.
Right.
It's exactly what I just said.
But I really thought there are clear signs, like from I mean, we need like the FBI puts too much weight in um what's it
Well,
called?
yeah, the
Body
like body
language.
language. Yeah,
It's like, but
100%.
without like, hello, this man is upset that you have turned his wife against him, and he
Right.
he
It's like
thinks his wife is actually contemplating the possibility of him being a murderer. I wonder why that would cause him stress.
no,
Like,
Rick Allen, like talk about reading body language. His wife walks in, and like he immediately knows that they've
right,
convinced her that he's done
right,
it. I mean, he's
right.
sitting there crushed.
Hence why he keeps repeating it over and over again, that I know, that
I
you
mean, he's
know.
trying to convince himself more than he's trying to convince her that
Right,
that I'm not capable of this. Like he's
right.
trying to be like, oh my God, like
But he's
she has to know.
right.
Right.
He's
But
not
if
inept.
we're
She never says, "Babe, I love you. I know you didn't do this."
right. She
And
didn't.
she's distraught, and she's questioning him, and
Yeah, and
she's
I'm not sweating Kathy on that at all. I mean,
no,
what the hell are you
no.
gonna do? I mean, you got
Right.
the cops coming to you. They've never had any kind of law enforcement interaction, either of them, in their entire lives. I mean, it's like, and that was the kind of thing. I'm like, do y'all take that into consideration? Like, you're sitting here trying to read people's body language, but do you know any background about the
Oh
people at
god.
all?
Alright, Mandy said Mandy says,
Mandy, can
"You
you
could have
just
ordered
watch
an
it and brief
Amazon
us on it?
Prime she could have ordered Amazon Prime and received a baby goat by now." Alright, she sent me something. Wait, wait.
No, we're on the Sam Poop. We're on the
No,
morning
I don't
brew.
want this historical thingamajig you sent me.
What historical thing? I found the Kerry Roberts Good Morning America
Copy
over
the
here.
link. I don't know. Mandy, do us a favor. Just you pull it up on your screen and share it. She has the ability to do that, right?
Who?
Mandy,
Yeah, she's backstage.
come on. We'll
What do you
we'll
mean?
bring
She
you
like
up.
shut the
Maybe she
entire
can't because
stream
she's not
down
on.
last night. Like what? She shut it all down last night when she claims that she fell asleep on her computer.
Alright, so I added you even though people can't see you. So now you should be able to share your screen.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Mandy. Like, exactly. Like opening Discord on my computer is like a nightmare.
All right. Just forget the whole damn thing.
Yeah, just somebody brief us on it. Somebody watch it and tell us, okay, at 12:32 p.m. or a.m. there was 4 inches of snow. Just give us the numbers. We don't need to watch it.
Oh my goodness, this cameraman.
I mean, I don't like whoever's
He should be
like
fired.
whoever the engineers
Oh,
are that are
oh,
directing it.
Aspiring court reporter gave us the link. I'm gonna figure this out right now.
Oh, it's on the tubes. All right.
I can't copy it.
Good job, Sarah.
I'm just gonna have to type it all
Oh
in.
my God, you're gonna have to type that.
All right,
Wait,
read
are
it
you-
to me.
what?
YouTube.
No, I'm not
Yes,
reading it to you.
backslash.
No,
Yes.
no.
Yes.
I can't even read it. Capital C. No, I'm not doing it.
Oh my lord.
It's crazy. It's got like underscores and like, no, dude.
Oh, she did it.
Boop. All right, I'm keeping an eye on the trial.
Not the only fan. That freaking light.
No, it's only light.
No, do not call that thing an only light. Mm-mm.
I'm
It doesn't
calling
get
it
a name.
only light.
It doesn't get a name.
Well, it's not funny because OnlyFan is a play.
I get it. Or make it full screen. What time is it?
It's Mandy. Mandy's got
I
it.
know. I'm talking to Mandy.
Can't control it. Mandy's controlling it. It has to be Mandy.
Wait, what? What time is it?
All right, I've got an eye on the trial. It's still.
Oh,
still
11:30
light.
a.m. Or wait, we need to go back to the beginning.
Is it playing? Whoa.
Yeah, but this is long into the afternoon.
Yeah, we gotta go back.
3
3
p.m.
p.m.
Or she's gonna
Oh.
start it over.
That was good.
Oh, she's not starting it over. 5 p.m. Oh,
Mandy.
she's doing it. Give her a second.
Mandy has not mastered the bloop bloops. I'll tell you that.
Copy cast. Get image description. Babe, you could.
Yeah, Megan, you need to watch the whole thing because, like, at the end, I mean, we were both going at him pretty hard with some pretty difficult questions in terms of, how law enforcement. It's scary. It's scary to think. I mean, and the takeaway from that is, if you ever go into a police interview without an attorney, you are an idiot.
Yeah.
You cannot do it in this country. You are begging to be arrested. If you
They are
walk into a
not
police
looking
interview.
for you. There is nothing you can say or do to convince them at that point because they wouldn't be
Have
talking to
formed an
you.
opinion. They
Right.
like that's what came out of it. They've walked into that interview
Confident.
with you, confident that they have the evidence and that you're the person, and they're just trying to squeeze the confession out of you. That's it. We heard it straight from Scott's mouth in so many ways. So it was like, Sarah's like, look at the girl. Do you know how like
fuck's
many
sake.
chats there are? And I'm
but
always
she's-
behind.
Oh, fund for Sarah. Wait, but we saw your thing, aspiring court reporter, but Bob and I can't copy and paste it. So he'd
Wait,
have to-
didn't
Yeah, Mandy just had it up.
got it up? Like,
Yeah,
what are we
but
talking
I
about?
felt like
That's
we didn't see
old.
it. Really, I thought she was gonna play it again.
I don't know what happened with Mandy pulling that thing.
All right, we're putting back on your ugly.
Whoa. Is that mine?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yes.
I don't believe you. I think you're trying to wrestle control from me. I'm not allowing it.
No, I did.
I'm controlling the video. Yeah, but like
Anyway.
linking me how? I can't copy Mandy retired. She's like, fuck
She
you.
ordered her baby goat. It got there already.
Yeah. Cameron, she might be sleeping at this point.
Oh yeah.
Cam, you still awake?
No.
I think the light probably put her to sleep. Or
Yeah.
that video. Oh, you did? Is it the links for those? Let's see. Mandy sent the email. Are they the same thing, Mandy? Oh, no, one's the weather history.
I think it's in there somewhere. That's what I put up.
Precipitation.
No,
Oh,
but
okay.
I think there must be a link in there somewhere. I don't know.
There was nothing on the snow didn't really start until 1:54 a.m. I'm looking at this chart.
That's Hank Brennan's it's the prosecution's entire point, that the fact that there was grass underneath him proves that he got out there early.
Well,
His
okay,
body
but
temperature would have
I
warmed
get it.
the snow under him.
Right. Like that point is stupid. If the snow doesn't start until 1:54, and we're talking at 1:54, there was 0.01 inches. And then by 2:06, it was still 0.01 inches. At 2:31, it was 0.02. 98.6 is melting that
Right.
without question.
Right.
So his
And
point
I
sucks.
hope the defense points that out with their weather expert, with the
No,
state's
the
weather expert.
Commonwealth has the
Right.
weather guy.
Well, he's got to admit that a body is going to warm a small amount of snow.
He's the rock hard testimony.
I'm going to go out in some snow and put my hand on it for an hour and see how someone out there
All I
in
can
an
tell
area where
you is the
there's still
ground
snow,
was rock hard.
put your hand on it.
Curious Liz, thank you so much. Thank you, Bob and Allie, for teaching us all so much. Much love to both of you. Back at you, Curious.
Well, I think that
Right
that
back
light's
at ya.
shaking. There's an earthquake.
No, that could be me bumping the table with my ball.
What?
There's some
That's-
good balls.
How's
Some
that
good
going to
balls.
make the image shake that we're watching?
Oh yeah, it's not me.
Oh, I was going to say, wow, it really is you. I thought you were testing it out. I was like, wait, that defies everything.
Logic,
Right.
science, technology. But I am a tech wizard, so you never know.
I'm trying to decide if I should get on Zoom court on my cell, which I hate doing because on my cell, I look like a rat on Zoom court.
Sarah, you're being mean. How all of it works. All right, we're back.
Please stop making us see that light. Horrible.
Yeah, lose the
cameraman.
light, losers.
Cameraman
Whoever's in the booth,
be
like
fired.
whoever directed that, whoever the engineer is, needs to be fired.
Fired.
They made the move. Like, you know what?
Back to session, you may be seated.
I want to invent something. I want people to start calling that light something. No one's ever calling that light anything.
Wow.
Light.
Ms. Roberts, we have about a minute and a half left. I want to watch the video until it reaches 6:35, please, Ms. Gilman.
Oh, God. All right, I'm going to lay in my comfort break cot. Wake me up when the minute and a half is done. Whose phone is that?
It's someone. It's McKay's. I think.
Wait, now we can hear somebody's phone ringing outside of the car, or that person is in the cruiser.
I think the phone's in the cruiser.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not sure.
Or Bukkake?
Is this you, babe, or Mandy?
Oh, it's me.
You know, I'm thinking, all of you out there in the chat, you should recruit your friends, because with our chat being much smaller than some of the larger channels, you can actually read each other's chats.
I mean, Melanie had 15,000 in there yesterday. That's a
I'm
huge
happy for
crowd.
her. That is a huge crowd,
That is huge.
and so she should.
Can I ask you one more question?
Why is that one, babe?
What?
Why'd you pull the Hank Hill one? Why? What question does?
That's
Do you know where you are at this point, Ms. Roberts?
that's Hank Brennan.
No.
Could fast forward just a little bit more, please.
You've really lost the jury.
We have the best chat on YouTube. There's no question about it. I'll die on that hill. Die.
I'll be with you, babe.
Thank you,
Were you in the car?
Marissa knows.
I just got out of the car.
And do you remember if your car was warm?
Yes.
Objection. He's definitely, you're right. He's going for phone temp bullshit. So you still have the phone. You might have the phone in your
6:34,
pocket.
36. Do you see yourself?
Yes, I just got in the driver's side of my car.
And at that point, do you remember whether you still had John's cell phone or you had given it to a first responder?
I don't remember.
Between you having it in your pocket and giving it to a first responder, did you put it or place it anywhere else?
No,
Did you take it out of your pocket and place it in the elements at all?
no,
Put it back
Or
out
it was
in the
either
snow.
in your pocket or in the hands of a first responder?
yes.
Thank you for your time.
All that was for that.
2 hours later.
Exactly. That was a good one. I love that Hank Hill sound clip. I just didn't know what.
Didn't seem like it.
I didn't know what the point was at that time. Like, what question are we talking about?
Can I
Maybe
ask
we're in
you
the middle
one
of
more
a
question?
cross-examination or a direct, I mean.
And
Oh,
what
I
except
get it.
I'm not sure that I agree with you 100% on your police work there, Lou.
Gotta turn that one up. It's too.
I know. Like, how do I crank those?
You can turn them all up, but that one's softer than the others. So
That one's very soft.
Your Honor,
I'll-
may
I'll-
I? Thank you.
turn them up a little bit.
Good morning, Ms. Roberts. How are you?
Good morning.
Under questioning by Mr. Brennan, you talked about the number of times or a number of times that you have spoken to the DA's office or some member of the DA's office. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about that.
Sure.
How many times in total do you think you've spoken to a representative of the district attorney's office?
I don't have a number.
Would you say it's more than a
Thousands?
dozen?
Yes,
Would you say it's more than 50?
maybe around there,
Okay.
maybe less.
And who are the folks, Ms. Roberts, that you have spoken to at the DA's office?
Steve Nelson,
Okay.
the victim advocate, Yuri Buchanan, who's a state police officer, and the DA, Michael Morrissey.
And what was the, I want to take those in order, and two of those are at the DA's office. One of those is not. Yuri Buchanan is not at the DA's office. He's actually a Massachusetts State Police officer. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. Let's take those in order. How many times would you say you've spoken to Mr. Nelson? Just if you can give me a thumbnail.
I don't know, maybe 30, 40.
Okay. Have you received what you would consider to be updates on the progress of the case? Mr.
I would ask questions and he would give me very broad answers.
Okay. Were your questions ever prompted by conversations that you had with your friend, Miss McCabe, Jen McCabe?
Sometimes Jen would say, could you ask Steve this? Because I had a rapport with Steve.
Okay. Were those conversations by text message or phone calls or both?
I would usually text him.
Okay. What about the conversation with, or conversations with Mr. Morrissey, the elected district attorney? What were the circumstances under which you contacted Mr. Morrissey?
Well, during the course of this trial, the witnesses have been harassed,
That's not my question.
Objection.
but I'm answering your question.
Hold on. I'm going to
Just waiting for
sustain the objection. Next question.
Thank you. Were you phoning him? Were you meeting him? Were you texting him? That's my question. The circumstances of the communication itself.
I phoned the office asking for a meeting, had a meeting, And then he left a voicemail at some point and texted me and said, I just left you a voicemail.
Okay. Was that the extent of your conversations with Mr. Morrissey, the elected DA?
I had one other meeting with other witnesses
Okay.
and the DA.
And turning to Yuri Buknik, what were the logistics? I'll use that word instead of circumstances. What were the logistics of you contacting Yuri Buknik? Was it by phone? Was it in-person meetings, text messages, or all of the above?
All of the above.
How many times would you say that you've spoken with Yuri Buknik?
Spoken or communicated?
Sorry, good point. Communicated with.
Probably 20.
Okay. When was the last time? Actually, let me ask you a different question. Have you ever met with Mr. Brennan before your testimony today?
Yes.
What was the circumstance of that meeting?
Going over my testimony from the last trial.
Okay.
And sort of just asking questions on what might come this time. Would I be cross-examined? I wasn't last time. Just sort of, all the things went through my testimony.
Okay. When was that meeting?
I don't know, in the last couple of weeks. I don't know.
Okay. Where was the meeting?
At the DA's office.
Who else was there?
Different times that I would meet with him. Steve Nelson would be there. One time, Brian Tully was there. Mr. Brennan's assistant.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Brennan's assistant.
Okay.
I don't know. Adam Lally and Laura McLaughlin.
Were those meetings, you said there was 2 meetings? Or did I misunderstand you?
Yeah, I think there were 2.
Okay. Were those close in time to one another? You mentioned 2 weeks ago. Were those both 2
I
weeks
said a
ago?
few weeks ago, but the other meeting was just before I was going to testify.
Meaning, what,
2 days
yesterday,
ago?
the day before?
Last week.
Was that also at the DA's office?
Yes, it was.
Were you shown anything at that meeting?
Was I shown anything?
Videos, testimony, transcripts,
No,
reports?
no,
Nothing?
I don't think so.
Okay.
We went over my testimony on the screen.
You were showed.
And then I just talked about my testimony from the last time.
Okay. When you say you went over your testimony on screen, what do you mean?
We watched my testimony from the first trial on a TV screen.
Okay. So you were shown something. You were shown a video of your prior testimony.
Yes.
So I'd like to see counsel at Sidebar for just
Right.
a minute. Please.
There you go, because she keeps saying at the other
You
trial.
are-
But that's not his fault. He's not putting those words out there. The judge is like, she keeps saying first trial, other trial.
Yeah, I think that the issue, because they were pretty careful about prior testimony not
Right.
articulating exactly where it was from.
They're going to have the jury leave so they can instruct
Cat's out of
her.
the bag at this point.
I know, but to remind her to stop moving forward. I think if I'm Hank Brennan, I would say I don't even want an instruction because that brings more attention to it, like a curative instruction. If I'm Hank, I'm not asking for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, you never know what's right, but I feel like, all right, they always were suspecting there was another trial. It was like, you gave that testimony in this courtroom, you know what I mean? And last year, and and so they were already suspecting it. If she gives a curative instruction, that's just gonna compound the importance of it.
100%. And beyond that, I mean, if you were kind of paying attention to the statistics that were getting released as they were selecting the jury, like that was information was getting leaked out. I mean, like you'd get a panel of 84 witnesses and 83 of them knew about the trial. So the
Right.
reality is that I think that they ended up landing on jurors who I'm sure knew this was the second trial.
Right. Knew
I
nothing
do
else.
not think that they've impaneled 12 people that had no idea that this thing had gone to trial once. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? So
I think she's asking if they want a curative instruction or something. Otherwise, they have to clear the room. Either way, they got to clear the jury and tell the witness, I just want to remind you, you can't say blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. I mean, to me, it's
It's offer. Right. I agree. They know.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Other than watching your testimony, were you shown anything else? Transcripts, videos that you may have seen today, dash cam videos, anything like that?
I don't think so. I
Okay.
don't think I was shown anything.
Okay. Did you discuss other parts of your prior testimony?
Yes.
Okay. What was discussed concerning your prior testimony and how it would impact how you testify today on direct examination?
Mr. Brennan had just asked me, can you just tell me what happened? So I told him the story verbally.
Okay. Anything come up about specific instances of how you were going to testify today
No,
or yesterday?
no.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit, Ms. Roberts, about the video that you were shown by Mr. Brennan. It's the dash cam video of Officer Seraph. I'm not sure if you know which officer that is.
No, I don't.
It's the one that you've been watching.
Okay.
That dash cam that shows your car in the foreground.
Yep.
I'd like to ask you a couple of quick questions about your memory of that incident, and then perhaps show you the video depending upon what the answer is.
Sure.
Do you remember when the officer first arrived, you and Miss Reed specifically were at Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yes.
Where was Miss McCabe at that moment?
She was there too, but she was waving down the first responders because it was dark out and he couldn't see us. He had a spotlight.
You and Miss Reed were both providing some level of CPR, some level of life-saving efforts.
Yes, as was Miss McCabe.
What was Miss McCabe doing?
When I was doing chest compressions and Karen was doing mouth to mouth, Jen was either on the phone with 911 or handing me baby blankets.
Okay.
At some point, she did take over doing chest compressions because I asked her to.
Okay. So Miss Reed was focused on Mr. O'Keefe's head, face area.
Correct.
You were focused on the chest.
Correct.
Miss McCabe was, at some point at least, she had called 911 or dialed 911.
Yes.
When Miss McCabe dialed 911 and was on the phone with 911, isn't it true that she was actually in a vehicle at the time?
That is not true.
She was outside?
She was outside.
That's your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Have you heard the 911 tape of that call?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you hear the windshield wipers?
You're aware that that tape was also captured by an open line on Miss Reed's phone?
Yes.
That open line that phone was dropped inside the cab of an SUV?
It was in the back seat, I believe.
Right. So in order for that for that open line to capture sort of the background of Miss McCabe's side of the 911 call, Miss
Yep.
McCabe would have had to have been either at or in the cab of the truck.
The back of the SUV was open. She was standing there.
Got it. Okay. So she was right next to or adjacent to the cab of the SUV.
She was in back of it with the back was up.
I see that back hatch.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember Miss Reed's statement, her initial statement to Officer Seraph when he got out of his patrol
I do
car?
not.
Do you remember her saying something to the effect of, "My boyfriend, I left him, he never came home"?
I do not.
Have you listened with audio to that dash cam at the moment that Officer Seraph arrives at the scene and y'all flag him down?
We just watched it.
Right. Have you listened to it for the audio side? I mean, in other words, instead of focusing on the
no.
video.
No.
Okay. I'd like to ask you to do that with the court's
Recollection.
permission. This is it's been previously marked as Exhibit 4. And with the court's permission, I'd like to play that from runtime about 3:50 and ask the witness to concentrate most readily at about 4:07, maybe
Okay.
10 seconds into it. I'm going to give a little run up and then ask you to listen very
Okay.
closely to the audio.
Yep.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Okay, Evan?
Why don't they go right to the spot? Come on, defense.
Stop.
Oh, is it that
Do
quick?
you recognize the video as being the same video that you saw and you looked at on direct examination?
Yes.
Okay, in just a quick second, the door to the car, you're going to hear it open. I'd like to ask you to pay special attention to the audio portion and Miss Reed's voice,
Okay.
if you can hear it. Go ahead. Stop.
My boyfriend, that's all I
Did you
heard.
hear that last statement?
Or what
No.
happened?
Did you hear a woman's voice kind of faint in
I
the
heard
background?
I heard a voice, but I didn't make out what she was saying.
Okay. Did it sound like she said, my boyfriend, I dropped him off and he never came home?
Objection.
Could you hear that, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay.
Next question.
That's all I have for the video. We can take that down.
I feel like I remember hearing that before.
You
but I
talked
couldn't put it
about,
there.
on direct examination, some of the injuries that you saw Mr. O'Keefe having suffered, both what you observed at the scene and then what you observed later at the hospital.
Yep.
And you noted those injuries, correct?
Say it again?
You noted those injuries. Those were,
Yes.
you
a
made,
nice
you made
case.
note of those,
Yes.
or at least some of them. You said you saw a hematoma of some sort over his right eye. Is that right?
Correct.
And there was some significant swelling to his right eye
Correct.
at the scene.
Correct.
Did you also notice a laceration just above his right eye, just under the eyebrow?
I saw it at the hospital, but I
Okay.
don't know if at the scene I saw it.
Fair enough. At some point, you saw that laceration to his right eye.
Yes, I did.
Did you also see a laceration to the left side of his nose, a smaller laceration to the left side of his nose?
I don't recall. I know there was blood coming from here, but I don't know if it was coming from inside his nose or from a laceration. I don't know.
When you said here, you're pointing to the left side of your nostril
Yes.
and basically just above the nostril, correct?
Yes. Right around the nostril, there was blood coming this way.
Okay, draining to the left side of his cheek.
Yes.
Okay. You also saw, once you got to the hospital, that his left eye had swollen as well.
Now both eyes were swollen and filled with what looked like blood.
And his left eye was black as well as his right eye.
Correct.
Okay. You also indicated that you saw, well, actually, I don't know if you did or not, so I don't want to put words in your mouth. I apologize. Did you see his right arm?
I did.
Did it appear to you that he had some abrasions or lacerations, parallel abrasions and lacerations and punctures on his right arm?
They were scratches.
Scratches.
Again, she used
Ms.
her
Roberts,
hand.
you've previously testified that when you arrived, let me take you back instead of jumping right into it. After you met up with Ms. Reed at Jen McCabe's house
Mhm.
that morning, so this is just after 5 o'clock or so, the three of you arrived back at One Meadows, correct? Is that right? I'm sorry.
Correct.
Okay. You're trailing the Lexus SUV, correct?
Correct.
The Lexus pulls in to the driveway and you pull in directly behind Miss Reed and Jennifer McCabe is driving.
Correct.
You're driving your SUV, correct?
Correct.
You've previously testified that when you arrived at One Meadows at that moment, that once that SUV, the Lexus SUV had pulled in and you pulled in behind the Lexus, you got out of the Lexus, sorry, you got out of your SUV, they got out of the Lexus, and that's a point at which Karen showed you the back of her taillight and said something to the effect of, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you think I hit him? Do you recall that?
I recall saying I didn't know if it was when we were coming or going, but she did point out the taillight.
Okay. When you previously testified under oath, your quote was, quote, Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her.
Mr. Jackson.
Give page and line numbers when
Yes.
offering statements.
Sure. It's the SGJ, the grand jury, page 58, lines 14 through 19 for court and counsel.
Thank you.
Did
She
you
already
testify,
tried.
quote, Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her, period. When we get out, and Karen is now showing us the back of the car saying, my taillight, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you guys think I hit him? Question mark. End quote. Is that how you testified?
May I see it?
Sure. I apologize, I've already got it up here.
Does it have a date on it, Mr. Jackson?
It does.
Damn, I'm gonna have to leave right when it's getting juicy. I'm gonna boot it up on my cell and stay until she calls my name. I have to take off the
Yes.
switch off the headphones, mic.
Thank you.
I'll make it work.
Do you have the pages after this?
I'm
Wow.
sure I do.
Because in the pages after this, I say,
My question, Ms. Roberts, is that a quote that I just said? Is that accurate? You see it in the,
yes, it is.
okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Is that Manny or Bob? Aw, thanks, Kale. And thanks for your generosity. And yep, love Melanie Little.
Your Honor, may I approach
Yes.
one more time?
Attorney Melanie Little and the cupcakes. She's been following this case since day dot,
Just for
as
reference,
they say.
I'd like to, I'm going to show you both pages. That's the page I asked you to look at, and then the following page as well. Please take your time.
Okay.
Dressed for court right now.
What I'm looking for is still not here because I did say I wasn't sure if it was
Yes.
before or after.
Ms. Roberts, you do have to wait for a question.
When you gave this testimony, you were in front of a grand jury, correct?
I'm not sure which one that is.
Do you remember testifying in front of a grand jury on April 26th, 2022?
Yes,
Okay, about 2 years ago.
yes,
Sorry, 3 years ago. You were under oath at the time. Is that right?
yes,
Things were fresher in your mind at that time than they are now, 3.5 years later, I'm guessing, correct?
yes,
Okay. You were asked the question to describe the circumstance when you arrived at One Meadows. Is that right?
yes,
And the answer that you gave was, quote, we pulled into it's a driveway. There's 2 cars and then 2 cars, then a single. So John's car is there. Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her. When we get out, and Karen is now showing us the back of the back of the car saying, my taillight, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you guys think I hit him? That was your testimony at the time, correct?
yes.
And just to be clear, I'd like to take a look at a quick video that you may or may not have seen before. We'll find out. Your Honor, I'd like to have this. Actually, this has already been previously marked as Exhibit 12C as in Charlie.
Okay.
And it's a short clip. So I'll play the entire clip with the court's permission.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and take a look at that video.
Ring camera.
Now, if you'll notice, Alan Jackson's tone and tenor with Kerry Roberts was vastly different than it was with
Can you
Nuttall
pause?
today.
Do you
For good
recognize what's
reason.
depicted in the video?
Yeah, that's when we arrived at John's house.
Okay. And who's the person with the plaid red pants?
That is Jen.
And who's the person that's just rounding the back of the car in front?
That is Karen.
What is the car in front?
That's Karen's SUV.
That's the Lexus SUV.
Yes, it is.
Behind that Lexus SUV, Ms. Roberts, is there another car?
That's my car.
And who's getting out of that car?
I am.
Okay. And this is the point that you were describing in your, at least in the grand jury testimony at that time.
Yes.
This is the time that you're describing.
That I thought it was when we walked in.
This is the time that you were describing, right? When you arrive at the scene.
Yes.
Or sorry, arrive at One Meadows.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this through.
Oops. Oops.
Okay, you can stop it. And you can bring the lights up. You saw the interaction between all three of you and the vehicles, correct?
Yep.
At any point, did anybody stop and take a look at the tail light or the rear end of the car?
Not when we were entering the house like I thought, but when we came out.
Okay. And there's no video of that.
I'm sorry?
There's no video of that.
No, I don't believe so.
Right. So the video that
How do you know
does
there is no
exist
Wait a minute.
describes
Pause it.
nearly exactly the time that you testified that
Yes, ma'am.
y'all stopped at the back of the taillight.
When did you learn there was no video? Who told you there was no video? All of that goes to how it changed to this story. I mean, she should not know whether or not there is a video of that.
Right. I mean, and he can get into that. He can get
Right.
into it with the trial prep stuff. Obviously they knew that was an issue at the first trial.
Right.
So, but why? The question is why isn't there video of it?
There's no video of and all of the things that of the ring camera video that are missing. Procta had the phone. Procta had it. Once
I mean, that's ring camera video. Like,
Is-
why does that video not exist? That is the $1 million question. How convenient.
how convenient.
The time that you testified that y'all stopped at the back of the taillight and Karen said, look, my taillight's broken. Oh my God, do you think I hit him?
Correct.
Okay. And that obviously was incorrect.
It was incorrect.
So your memory was faulty about that incident, that part of that incident at least.
It happened on the way out of the house.
So your memory was faulty about that part of the incident that you testified to at the grand jury.
Yes.
Okay.
Dig into it, Ajax.
Yeah. Have you seen that video before? Let's start there. You said you were going to ask her.
How do you know that there's
Yeah.
no video? Who told you that?
You were interviewed on January 29th. You've already testified to that, correct? By
Yes.
Troopers Dunn and my memory's failing me now.
There were two. I don't know who they were.
Okay. I'm sure it's in my notes somewhere. Two individuals that interviewed you on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, things were very, very fresh in your mind at that point.
Yes, but I believe I was in shock. So
The incident had just happened.
yes.
Okay. And you were asked to recount certain of the specifics about the incident that you had just experienced, not days or weeks, but just hours before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you did your best, I'm sure, Ms. Roberts, to be as full-throated as possible, to provide them with as much detailed information as you could and to be as honest as you could.
Yes.
I mean, you weren't going to lie to these police officers, right?
No.
In your very first conversation with those two troopers on January 29th, you didn't mention anything about a taillight or a cracked taillight, or
No,
even
I did
having
not.
seen a cracked taillight, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I
You
didn't
then-
want to accuse anybody of anything.
You were then interviewed on February 1st, 2022, a few days later, correct?
I don't know.
Does that
I don't
sound
know the
right?
exact date. I was interviewed again, but I don't know the exact date.
Okay.
All right. I'm on standby here.
During your interview, let me withdraw that and ask a different question. On February 1st, or whatever day it was, the subsequent time that you were interviewed just a few days later, you did then for the first time describe the taillight that you saw, correct?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at a report?
Yes, please.
Man, I should have on a suit coat. Everything's dark. I don't think she'll be able to.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure. He didn't ask any other follow if she's seen it yet, right? Before?
Your mic, you're too far from your mic, I think.
Yes. He didn't ask if she's seen it before, did he?
I didn't hear him.
A two-page report, Ms. Roberts. I put a little dot on the second page just to direct your attention to the discussion related to the taillight. If you want to take a look at that.
Okay.
Okay. May I?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that you were interviewed on February 1st, 2022 by a trooper by the name of Connor Keefe and a trooper by the name of Kathleen Prince?
Yes. Did Connor Keefe write that report?
I'm sorry?
Did Connor Keefe write that report?
Trooper Kathleen Prince wrote the report.
Okay.
Does that matter? No?
Nope.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection that you did discuss the taillight at that time?
Yes.
And did you tell Trooper Prince and Trooper Keefe that you noticed the back right taillight in the middle, quote, in the middle, your words, was broken and a piece of the metal encasement was pushed forward?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't say the taillight was completely shattered, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say that the entire lens was missing, correct?
Correct.
You said it was broken in the middle. Is that
Yes.
right? And then you described today that a square piece was missing.
Yes. That's the piece I was referring to in the middle.
Just in the middle of the taillight, though. That was how you
Not where you
described
said it was.
Yes.
Okay.
Not where she said it was on direct.
I'd like to shift gears for a quick second and talk about a March 7th, 2023 text message with victim witness advocate Steve Nelson. Do you remember communicating? You don't have to know the exact date, but if you do, fine. Do you remember communicating in March of 2023 with victim witness advocate Steve Nelson about the Ring camera at One Meadows?
I don't know the exact date, but yes.
Okay. Is it true that you contacted him to inform him that the O'Keefes needed to replace or wanted to replace the driveway Ring camera, that same Ring camera that we just literally saw through that perspective
Yes.
of you arriving?
Yes.
Did Mr. Nelson indicate that he believed that would be fine to replace that Ring camera if the O'Keefes wished to do that?
I don't remember if he said it would be fine, but at some point they were told they could replace it. It had broken. It wasn't working.
Did he indicate that he would check with DDA Adam Lally and then get back to you?
I don't know.
At some point, you were informed that the O'Keefes had the green light or the go ahead to replace that Ring camera at One Meadows. Is that right?
I'm
I mean,
missing.
how many
trying to
fucking
listen.
accidents are there in
Okay.
that town?
And then ultimately, you then relayed that to the O'Keefes that they have the green light. You've talked to somebody at the DA's office and they said, yeah, go ahead and replace the camera, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever receive any kind of response from the DA's office either before or after you relayed this information to the O'Keefes to say, wait, hold on, we need to do a reconstruction. We need to make sure that the camera is in the exact same spot that it was at the time of the incident.
No.
Any communication like that?
No.
So the communication that you got was, yep, go ahead and replace it. It's no big deal.
Correct.
Okay. And ultimately, you learned that the O'Keefes did, in fact, replace that Ring camera.
Correct.
You have already described your relationship, at least in part, with Canton Police Officer Sergeant Michael Lang, correct?
Yes.
He is friends with you.
His daughter is friends with my daughter.
You're friendly with the family.
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that he's also friends with the Albert family.
No. Well, no,
Were you aware that Michael Lang grew up with Chris Albert?
I was not.
Have you ever been in a social setting with both the Lanks and the Alberts?
No.
You're aware, obviously, you were at the scene. He was the first officer to respond to the crime scene at 34 Fairview on January 29th after Officer Seraph and after Mulaney arrived. Right? Then it was Sergeant Lang.
I don't know which order. I did see Sergeant Lang there. Yes.
Was he the, excuse me. Oh, I was just reminded, you indicated that you don't remember the date of that text communication between yourself and Mr. Nelson.
No, I don't remember the date.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at a text message between the two of you about the subject of the Ring camera?
Sure.
Okay.
Do I need to know the date?
May I approach? I need to know the date.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Thanks.
Is it March 7th, 2023?
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. You indicated that you did recognize Sergeant Lang at the scene.
Yes, I did.
You had a conversation with him.
No, I said, Mike, is that you? He said yes, and that was it.
All right. Following that, the next day, you did go to his house. You've already described that.
I did.
You indicated that you went to his house to drop off your daughter for a play date. Is that right?
Yes.
But
And
you
she
also
was
indicated that you took Jennifer McCabe with you.
Yes, because I drove Jen McCabe to the O'Keefe's house, so she was leaving to go home with me. So I was going to drop her off.
Okay, so your memory is you took Miss McCabe from where over to the Lanks house?
I think she was at home.
So you picked her up
Yes.
at her house
Yes.
with anybody else?
With my daughter, my son. I picked up her and either one or two of her daughters. I don't remember.
And then you drove over to the Lanks house. Is that right?
No, I drove to the O'Keefe's house.
First.
Yes.
And what did you do with the O'Keefe's
Then
house?
left a couple of kids, and my daughter wanted to go to the Lanks house. So I drove my daughter to the Lanks house before driving home.
And Jen's child was with you on the way from Jen's house over to the O'Keefe's house.
Yes, one or two daughters. I don't know.
Dropped the one or two kids off at the O'Keefe's. Is that right?
As well as my son.
As well as your son. Then you went to drop off your daughter for the play date.
Well, she was 13, so it wasn't a play date.
Whatever. I don't know.
I know.
I don't have a 13-year-old. What a date, whatever
Yeah.
it is.
So she went over to her friend's house. Yes.
Okay. But you took Jennifer McCabe with you
Yes, because I was driving her home.
back to her house without her kids?
Yes, she was going home.
Were you going to go back to the O'Keefe's and pick up her kids and then take all of them home?
I didn't have a plan. I mean, Patrick,
Okay.
nephew, is my son's best friend.
Got it.
So he wanted to be with him.
Okay. Did you,
Who the hell's
I think you just answered this, but I'm want to make sure I'm clear about it. You didn't take separate cars. You all went in the same car. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did anybody stop by or go by 34 Fairview during that roundabout?
No,
Nobody stopped off at 34 Fairview either on the way or on the way back?
no. I don't believe so. That wouldn't be the route in which to get to my house.
Right, exactly. You indicated that you stayed, even though you were dropping off your daughter, y'all stayed, you and Miss McCabe stayed at Sergeant Lank's house for some 45 minutes. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
And Sergeant Lank's wife, you indicated, was in the backseat of your car?
Yes.
Did y'all ever go inside the house?
Jen went in to go to the bathroom.
Was Sergeant Lank there?
I don't know. I didn't go in.
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank?
I'm sorry?
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank himself, Mike Lank, on that trip?
No, I did not.
But you don't know whether or not Jen did?
I don't know whether or not Jen did. She went in the house to go to the bathroom.
Okay. You've indicated that there have been occurrences in which Jennifer McCabe has asked you to contact the DA's office on her behalf to ask a question here or there, get some information, correct?
To Steve Nelson, yes.
Okay. How many times, just a number of times, volume, would you say that Ms. McCabe has asked you to reach out to the DA's office in one particular or another on her behalf?
I don't think very many.
What does that mean? Of the 50 times that you've had
No,
communications?
maybe like 4, not many, to my knowledge.
When you would, on these 4 occasions or 4 or so occasions, when you would reach out to the DA's office, gather information, whatever that information may be, would you then report that information back to Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
You obviously understand the importance of providing statements to law enforcement that are free of influence of other people, other witnesses. Is that right?
Say it again?
You understand the importance of providing information to law enforcement as a witness to law enforcement free of influence from other people.
Yeah.
In other words, you want to be as accurate and as independent as possible.
Yes.
And that's because if your statement is somehow, or if your communications with law enforcement are somehow influenced by others, it might call into question the credibility of the person providing the statement.
Objection.
Can you answer that question, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay, next question.
Sure. A statement that's been colored by influence from someone else would lack credibility, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk about the statements in the prior testimony that you have provided in this case, Ms. Roberts. There's been several of them. The first time you told your story to law enforcement was on January 29th. We've already established that, correct?
Say that again?
It was on January 29th, the first time you relayed your story to law enforcement.
Yes.
And that was to Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico. That's the name I couldn't remember.
I don't remember.
But you do remember Trooper Dunn.
I remember 2 troopers. I don't know their name.
Okay. Where did that interview take place?
In my dining room.
And who was with you when you gave that interview, if anybody?
My husband was home. I think my daughter was home at that point. My husband was home. I don't know if the kids were home.
Nobody else from outside the family?
No.
Okay. Who contacted you about doing that interview? How did they know to come to you at your home?
I don't remember. They may have just shown up. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember what time the interview was?
Maybe around dinner time, maybe around 5, 6.
Was it recorded?
I'm sorry?
Was it recorded in any way? Tape
I don't-
recorder running?
I don't think so.
The troopers were taking notes, obviously.
I believe so.
During your conversation with, and I'm jumping around a bit, so I apologize. During your conversation or conversations with Mr. Brennan and the members of the DA's office in preparation for your testimony, were any of those interviews recorded?
No.
Was anybody taking notes?
No.
No, none of the DAs were actually taking notes, the ADAs?
I didn't look around the table to see if anyone was taking notes, but I didn't see them taking notes.
No pads and pens on the table?
There was a lot of stuff on the table, but I didn't see anybody taking notes.
Okay. You received a phone call just before that interview started at 5:25 p.m., correct?
Around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Is this the night of the 29th, you mean?
This is the night of, I'm jumping back to the night of the 29th.
Yeah, I'm not following you very well.
That's okay. On the 29th,
Yeah.
when you were interviewed around 5:25 p.m., maybe just a little bit before that,
Yeah.
you received a phone call just before that, correct?
I do not know.
Isn't it true that Jen McCabe called you and spoke to you just before that?
I spoke to Jen McCabe the entire day.
Okay. Including just before that interview.
I don't know.
Did you tell Jen McCabe that you were about to be interviewed?
No.
Did you tell her at some point did you text her and tell her that the officers had arrived?
I don't think so.
Did she text you back and say, call me right after?
I don't know.
Okay. During the course of that interview, when the incident was still pretty fresh in your mind, you indicated that at about 5 a.m., you got a call from Karen Reed indicating that John never came home and that she was worried, correct?
Correct.
You also indicated that she was worried that John may be walking and may have gotten hit by a plow. You relayed that to the officers.
Yes.
You indicated that you met up with Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe at Jennifer McCabe's house, and Karen was hysterical and worried that something had happened to John.
Yes.
You also indicated that once you were at 34 Fairview, once you all had made your way over to 34 Fairview, Karen saw John and ran to him, although you and Jennifer didn't see him initially, correct?
That's correct.
You said that Karen was repeating the phrase, is he dead? Is he dead? Over and over. Is that right?
That is correct.
You also indicated that she said that if anything happened to John, she'd kill herself, correct?
That's what she said to me.
Object.
So the objection sustained.
Did you indicate at any time, I'm sorry, let me ask it a different way. Did either of the troopers indicate to you after your initial interview that if there was anything further that you could recall that would be useful, please provide it? Please give it to at that time.
I don't know.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to look at that January 29th report?
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Show the second page of that report, January 29th. And there, I put a little mark by paragraph 5. You could take a look at that.
I've missed so much.
Okay.
May I?
Yes.
You're back for the good part, though.
Interview with Trooper Dunn and Trooper Chico, they indicated after you gave your statement that if you wish to provide anything additional, now is the time to do it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you informed that you were limited on time in that interview? Meaning, we got to get this done. We're leaving. We're out of time.
No.
They didn't cut you off, correct?
No.
They didn't tell you that they had a limited amount of information that they wanted, and then they were just going to leave, correct?
I don't remember. I don't recall.
As a matter of fact, they told you that anything you wanted to provide to them, provide it. Give them as much detail as you could, correct?
I don't recall.
You just read the last statement that these troopers indicated, correct? If there's anything further she could recall that would be useful, please provide that information.
Object.
Sustained.
John, may we approach?
Yes.
Oh, so yeah, I mean, we all know where this is going. He's setting her up. She obviously didn't indicate in that first report that this whole story that's evolved since the first trial, where she claims that Karen said, John's dead. Yeah, she is a very resistant witness, which, you know, if you're the jury, because his tone and demeanor is way different than with Nuttall yesterday, right? I mean, he was far more aggressive with Nuttall, you know, because Kerry presents as a credible witness. That's just the way he seems on the stand. Now, we all know she's full of shit. To a jury, she presents as a...
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Having looked at the
No,
report.
no, bring it to her and show it to her again.
She's just, it's the same thing that I just showed her. Having looked at the report, does that refresh your recollection about what Trooper Dunn and DeChico told you at the end of the interview?
I don't recall. It's not refreshing. I'm not remembering it. Even reading it, I'm not remembering it.
I see. Okay, fair enough.
Nice job, Hank. Nice
So
job.
as you sit here, the details about what you told or what those two officers told you are not fresh in your mind, and nothing's refreshing your recollection about that.
Right.
Okay. But you do remember the basics of what I just described in that conversation with those two troopers.
I mean, they asked me what happened. I told them, but I was also in shock.
You never said during the course of that interview that my client called you at 5 o'clock in the morning, just hours earlier, and said he's dead and then hung up, correct?
No, I don't believe I said it at that point. I did not remember that until a couple of days later.
I see.
Yeah.
And in fact, when you were asked about that particular statement, when you asked about that particular series of events, that never came to your mind.
No.
That literally the first words out of Karen Reed's mouth, according to you now, is he's dead and then hung up.
Correct.
When you heard that, you didn't take that to mean that she killed him.
No.
Of course not. She was panicked, correct?
Yes.
You did add that, one other thing that you didn't add in your initial statement to Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico is anything about the taillight either, correct?
Not.
Okay. And you also didn't say anything about any sort of a Google search or the praying that you talked about in the back of the patrol car, anything like that?
No. I don't know. I don't remember.
The second time you were interviewed, that was the February 1st interview. That was with Kathleen Prince and Connor Keith, correct? And you just looked at that report, at least part of that report. Is that right?
Say it again.
Connor Keith and Kathleen Prince, that was on February 1st, 3 days after your initial statement, correct?
I don't remember the date, but I remember meeting with them.
Okay. I want to make sure I get the dates down, so I'm sorry to belabor this, but. May I approach?
Yes.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were looking at the report of that interview?
It might.
Okay. First paragraph.
Am I reading the whole thing or just the part where you dotted?
Just if it refreshes your recollection
Oh.
of the dates.
Oh, for the date, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
What date was it that you met with me?
February 1st.
That second interview was conducted at 12 Country Lane, correct?
Yes.
And who again lives at 12 Country Lane?
Jennifer McCabe.
So the second time you told your memory, your story to law enforcement, you were literally sitting in Jennifer McCabe's house.
Yes.
And you had met with Jennifer McCabe before your interview, correct?
Yes. We were putting a timeline together.
So you two were actually prepping, if that's a valid term, prepping for your interview, putting a timeline together, correct?
We were putting a timeline together at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe.
And Jennifer McCabe was helping you with the timeline and you were helping her with the timeline.
Yes, we were putting together the events of what had happened.
So she was helping you and you were helping her, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So both of you were assisting in each other's memories, correct?
Yes.
I remember this, and you remember this, and okay, now I remember this, correct?
Yep.
Obviously, that would help influence your memory going
Yes.
over the event with someone else, correct?
Yep.
So what's on that timeline, you would agree, is not completely independent, your memory. It's a combination of your memory and Jennifer McCabe's memory. Isn't that right?
Yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the two of you drew out some sort of a timeline for you to follow during the course of that interview. Is that right?
For me to follow what?
During the course of that February 1st interview, as you were interviewed in Miss McCabe's house. I mean, that was the purpose of the timeline, to help you with that interview.
No, that wasn't the purpose of the timeline.
You used it for that purpose, though, obviously.
We did not. I was at Jen's house making a timeline, and the two officers showed up to interview her. I just happened to be there.
Right. And when they interviewed you, did you have that timeline in front of you? That's my question.
No, I did not.
Okay. But you had just created it along with Jennifer McCabe.
Some of it.
Okay. And then it was after that that this timeline was coordinated between the two of you, that you actually told your second story to Trooper Prince. And when I say second story, I mean the second time you were interviewed on February 1st as opposed to January 29th. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever become aware of text messages that Jennifer McCabe was sending to others in a group chat talking about you in that interview?
No.
You were never told or became aware that she sent text messages to a group as she listened in on your interview?
No, I don't think she could listen in. She wasn't anywhere near me.
You weren't aware that or are you aware as you sit here that she sent a text message that said she's telling them everything, all the stuff?
Sustained.
Have you ever been provided a text message or told about a text message that perhaps Jennifer McCabe was sending to a group?
No.
Listening to your suggesting that she was listening to your interview?
No.
The third time you told your story was later that night in a telephonic interview. Is that right? With Trooper Proctor?
I requested to speak to Trooper Proctor because I had remembered the very first time I spoke with Karen that morning, and I wanted to make sure it was recorded.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question was, did you have another telephonic conversation with Trooper Proctor, yes or no?
You said that night, but it wasn't that night.
When was it?
I think it was earlier that day.
Okay. But it was after the interview with Trooper Prince.
I don't think so.
I think it was beforehand?
I think it was beforehand.
You were still with Jennifer McCabe when that call took place, correct?
I was in her house. I was not with her. I stepped away to speak to him by myself.
In her home at 12 Country Lane?
Correct.
Who else was with you other than Jennifer McCabe in the house?
Her sister was there writing down the timeline for
Who's
us.
that?
Her sister, Denise.
Denise? So she was scribing the timeline as you and Jennifer McCabe were creating it?
She was writing it down as we were remembering things.
Right. And the three of you were doing this together, sort of communally.
Yes.
She would say something, then you would say something, then it would spark something that she would say, and back and forth, correct?
Yes.
How is it that Trooper Proctor got a hold of you? Did you call him or did he call you?
I think he was on the phone with Jen, and I asked to speak to him.
So Trooper Proctor got a hold of you through talking to Jen McCabe.
Well, I asked to speak to him, but yes.
Right. Was that interview recorded to your knowledge?
I don't know.
The fourth time you met with police was February 2nd, the very next day at about 12:08 p.m. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Do you remember signing a consent form for your phone?
Yes.
Was that the next day after this interview with Trooper Prince and Trooper?
I don't know
Keith?
what day it was. It was right after Karen was arraigned for the first time. Jen and I met with them and both handed our phones over willingly.
So you just answered my question. So when you met with police, whatever the date was, it was a few days later, you met with police. You had a fourth time, you were still in the presence of Jennifer McCabe when you met with police.
Yes.
And handed your phone over, is that right?
Yes.
She handed her phone over, is that right?
Yes.
And the two of you were together when you signed your consent forms, is that right?
Yes.
They're searching.
The fifth time you told your story was in front of a grand jury, is that right?
I don't know.
Do you remember testifying in front of a grand jury?
Yes, I do.
Okay, let's talk about that for a second. Before you testified at that grand jury, just physically, you were brought into an anteroom where you waited to be called by ADA Adam Lowry, correct?
Yes.
Who was in that anteroom with you just before you gave your testimony?
My husband and Jen and Matt McCabe.
So Jennifer McCabe was with you yet again just before you gave official testimony under oath concerning this case and concerning the incident.
Correct.
Ms. Roberts, when was the last time you've spoken to Jennifer McCabe before you testified in this trial?
In this morning.
Are you sure? Did you discuss your testimony?
No.
Ooh.
What?
So you and Ms. McCabe, who became friends because of this incident,
Correct.
talked as recently as this morning before your testimony.
Correct.
And your testimony now is that you did not discuss anything about what you're doing here.
No.
Or what you're
I
going to
did not.
testify.
She called to wish me good luck today.
When did you talk to her the last time before this morning?
I don't know, maybe a couple of days ago. I don't remember.
Within days of you taking the stand yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever?
Yes.
Ms. Roberts, I'm going to ask you. To take a look at, actually, let me ask it a different way. Did you say that you did or did not recall texting with Jen McCabe during the course of that January 29th interview with state police? Do you recall that or no?
No.
Okay.
During the interview, I didn't text anybody.
Okay. Are you saying you didn't text anybody or you don't recall?
I don't recall. I don't think I had I wouldn't be texting somebody if I was being interviewed by the state police.
Right. Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a report of text messages?
Sure.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Sorry about the bouncing, guys.
Love that. Uh-oh.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take a look. There's two tabs. Take a look at the tabs and the data across the two tabs. If you don't mind.
The judge is looking over, like, what happened?
Okay.
Absolutely. I'm in the rush. May I?
Yes. Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch if you'd like. And I forgot to tell you, anytime we're at Sidebar, please feel free to stand up and stretch, okay?
Jurors, I want you to feel free to take a comfort break.
That was quicker than we thought, Judge. May I
Okay.
proceed?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take a look at this document?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that there were 2 text messages at around the time of your interview with those 2 troopers?
No.
Do you recall, as you sit here, texting Miss McCabe that the state troopers were arriving or they're just getting there?
No.
Do you recall Miss McCabe texting you anything back about calling me after?
No.
Okay. Did you, in fact, different question, did you, in fact, call Miss McCabe right after the interview and talk to her?
I don't know.
Have you ever testified that at the scene, Miss Reed was seated in the back of a patrol car along with Jennifer McCabe, and you were standing just outside the car, and there was an interaction among the 3 of you?
Yes.
Have you ever testified, or have you ever stated in any particular, that during that interaction, Karen asked the 3 of you to pray?
Yes.
Have you ever said or testified that during that interaction where you're seated, where they are seated in the back of the patrol car, and Miss Reed asked you to pray, that Miss Reed said to Jennifer McCabe, Google hypothermia?
No.
You've never said that.
I've never said that.
You testified at the grand jury on
Damn, I missed it.
April 26th. Is that right? April 26th, 2022?
I do not know.
Right? Does that sound right? April 26th, 2022?
I have no idea.
Late April 2022, does that sound right?
I don't know. It was 2022.
You testified under oath, correct?
Yes.
Swore the same oath that you swore here.
Yes.
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, but penalty of perjury. Is that right?
Yeah.
It's impeachment time. I could play that thing all day.
I think we both missed him lining up like what they're saying in impeachment because I was listening to the judge on Zoom. You were off screen.
Coffee had
Is it
taken
your
root.
testimony that you have never said that Karen told Jen to Google hypothermia, or that you don't recall saying that?
I don't recall saying that.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at portion of your grand jury testimony from that day?
It might.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sure. And if you can read on to page 83 as well.
Yep. I testified. I didn't hear it, but I was told that she was asked to Google it.
You testified under oath at the grand jury that at some point Karen was in back of the police cruiser, correct?
Yep.
Objection.
No, I'll allow that question.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told the grand jury?
Yes.
And isn't it true that at some point during the course of your testimony under oath, you said that Karen was in the back of the police cruiser?
Yes.
And then you went on to describe that Karen and Jen and I were standing outside and she made us all start holding hands and starting to pray.
Yes.
I mean, what the she being Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
And at this point, they had lifted John up and taken him onto the gurney, correct? That's
I don't
what you
know.
described.
I don't recall.
Okay. I'm going to do this again, just so we're clear. Yeah, Coach.
Yes.
Sure. Thank you. Just a portion of the bottom of the page.
At the bottom?
At the bottom, last couple of paragraphs.
Okay. Yep. I say I think, so I'm not
I have
positive.
a question for you.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. And you testified basically that you think, at least that's what you were telling the grand jurors, that you
Yep.
think that was the point at which they lifted John up
Yes.
and moved him into the ambulance, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
And then you were asked a question, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, correct?
Objection.
Do you recall that?
I did not hear the question about Google being asked.
That's not my question. May I ask? May I inquire?
Just repeat that question.
Sure. Isn't it true that you were next asked by Mr. Lally in front of the grand jury, quote, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, end quote. Remember being asked that question?
No.
All righty. I'm going to have to refresh your recollection once again.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to look at
She
line
just
16.
said she never heard it.
Okay.
Ma'am,
Yes.
does that refresh your recollection? That was the question that you were asked?
Yes.
Okay. And in response to that question, you stated, quote, at one point she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long Google hypothermia, correct?
Mhm.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
That was very detailed. You'll agree that that's a very detailed and specific recount of an event. You recounted where you were, back of a cruiser, or they were in the back of a cruiser, correct?
Yep.
You recorded or reported the time. It was right around the time that you thought they were lifting John up and scooped him up onto the gurney, correct?
Yep. I thought it was about that time. I wasn't sure.
Location,
I'm sorry, I didn't get that answer. You were talking over each other.
that's my mistake.
What was your answer, Ms.
I
Roberts?
thought it was about the time they lifted him up, but I wasn't sure.
You were very detailed about who was there. It was you. It was Jen. It was my client, Karen
Yes.
Reed, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
You're so detailed that you talked about where you were standing next to the cruiser open door, correct?
Yes.
What the others were doing, holding hands and praying, is that right?
Yes.
And the actual words used, you're as detailed about all of that as the actual words used. She asked her to Google hypothermia and how long, and then you stopped, Google hypothermia, end quote, correct?
Correct.
You will agree, at least for that purpose, you painted a very, very detailed picture in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
Yeah.
Except it's not true, is it?
I did not hear her ask that. I was told she was asked that. In
The
the
answer to my question, Ms. Roberts, and I'm not a trick question, what you told the grand jurors was not true. You never heard her, my client, ask anyone to Google anything, did you?
I did not.
And yet that's what you testified to under oath, under penalty of perjury in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
I did.
Strike three, you're out. The reason that you said that false statement was because someone told you to say it, correct?
Object.
Is that, I'm going to let her answer.
Nobody told me to say it. I knew it happened at that time,
How did you
which
know
is
it
why I
happened?
said it.
How did you know it happened, Ms. Roberts, if no one told you it happened?
Because we wrote a timeline. We already spoke about
So
that.
the timeline that Jennifer McCabe helped you with, that influenced your testimony in front of the grand jury, correct? Obviously.
I was telling what happened in the back of the
Ms.
cruiser.
Roberts, the timeline
You can answer.
you wrote,
So when you ask a question, let her answer, okay?
the timeline you wrote with Jennifer McCabe's help influenced your testimony to testify in front of the grand jurors to a statement that you never heard, correct?
Yes.
You were later asked about that statement in another investigation, by another investigator or set of investigators, correct?
I don't know.
Were you interviewed by a different law enforcement agency, a separate law enforcement agency from the Massachusetts State Police at any time?
Yes.
And you were told that to lie to those agents would be a crime, correct?
Yes.
Punishable by prison, correct?
I was not told that.
They asked you whether or not you heard Karen Reed ever say anything to Jennifer McCabe about Googling anything, correct?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you told them what you've just now told us, which is, I did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google searches?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of that interview?
Hey,
and that
babe.
report?
Go.
Sure.
All right. So sorry because I missed all of that. And also answer Amber when we're done with this little chat. But so I'm confused. Did she at some point say she did hear it?
Well, no, she said she did not hear it. And then that he got into, you got it, you pulled it from the timeline, which he's already established was a collaborative effort. So, I mean, he got her to admit she lied to the grand jury.
Wait, so she did tell the grand jury she heard it.
Yeah, I mean, basically.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch.
Yeah,
this.
no, I mean, I can't like she was kind of fighting on the language a little bit, but yeah, she told the grand jury that she heard it. Can I fire it up?
Yeah, and then Amber.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at the entire document, just to familiarize yourself with it, if you don't mind, including the front page. And don't answer anything about the document until I ask your question, if you don't mind, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, she testified she heard it in front of the grand jury. Karen's out on bail.
Ms. Roberts, do you recognize that as being a report of an interview that you conducted?
I've never seen this before, but
Understood. Yeah, you may never have seen it, but does it remind you that that's
Yes.
a report of a conversation you had with another law enforcement agency? I'm going to ask you to turn to page 7 of that report. And if you look, there's a small paragraph, about 2 paragraphs up from the bottom. I think I may have put a little blue dot by it, but I'm not sure. Please read that to yourself.
correct.
Done?
Yep.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Roberts. Ms. Roberts, does that refresh your recollection about what you told these investigators?
Yes.
And what you told them was you, quote, did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google
That is
search.
correct.
And you went on to say you saw McCabe on her phone.
I'll allow it.
You saw McCabe on her phone, but you did not hear Karen ask Jennifer to Google anything.
Correct.
So what you told the grand jurors was in fact false.
I misunderstood Mr. Lally's question.
Got it.
Okay. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Thank you.
I think they did enough to muddy her up. One lawyer's opinion.
When you spoke to the grand jury about your memory, were you trying to fool them in any way?
No.
Were you trying to,
Objection.
Watch the form of your questions.
were you trying to mislead them in any way?
Objection.
Objection.
Sustain. Watch the
She
form
just
of your
told-
questions.
When you spoke to the grand jury, were you honest?
Yes.
Except you
When
weren't.
you were asked the question, what, if anything, did the defendant ask Ms. McCabe? Did you begin your response by saying at one point?
You can show her her response.
Why is my sound not
Yeah,
playing?
Yes.
I keep trying to play son of a bitch and it won't go.
Where's your face?
Oh. Gotta fix that one.
Look at page 83, line 19. Just read it to yourself and the lines that follow. You done?
It's outrageous, egregious, preposterous.
When you were asked that question by Mr. Lally at the grand jury, did you ever say you specifically, personally heard that
Objection.
statement?
I'll allow that.
Yeah, that one's
Did
okay.
you
No,
ever
I
tell
did
the
not.
grand jury you actually heard that statement being made?
I did not.
And when you spoke to the people in that report that you looked at on page 7, did you ever tell them you specifically heard that statement being made?
No.
Were you consistent in both of those statements?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you say anything different as
No.
far as what you personally observed between those statements?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
And when you were asked about what the defendant may have said to Ms. McCabe or Mrs. McCabe, did you generalize your answer?
Objection.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you begin your answer with at one point?
Oh
Yes.
my God.
When you chose the words at one point, what were you trying to convey to the grand jury?
I'll allow that.
I didn't know at what time it was done.
Was that a topic of conversation around the time you were brought to the grand jury?
Around the time what?
That you were brought to the grand jury to testify? This Google search.
Was it? I don't know.
Okay. Were you asked here in front of this jury whether or not you personally heard that statement?
Yes.
By me. Did I ask you that question?
No.
Did you personally hear that statement?
No.
After this happened, you discussed what had happened with people, didn't you?
I'm sorry, say it again.
After you found John lying in the snow, did you discuss what had happened, what you saw with other people?
Yes, of
Did
course.
anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss this trauma that you had been through?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Say it again.
Did anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss what you had just seen?
No. Didn't say it again. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
After
I
you
ask you
found
one more
John
question?
that morning, did anybody, civilian or law enforcement, ever tell you you weren't allowed to discuss what you had just went through?
No.
Did anybody ever tell you that you couldn't have support of other people?
No.
Yep.
I'll allow that.
No.
Was this a traumatic event?
Yes.
Have you spoken to it to a number of people about it?
Yes.
Tell us why you would want to speak to somebody about what happened that morning.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I've spoken to many people, obviously, that we all grew up with. But Jen in particular, I do speak to her. I am friends with her. We went through a really traumatic experience together.
Bukaki.
Did you ever confide in other people other than Jen McCabe about what you endured that morning?
Yes, many people,
Why?
because it helps me get through. And it's whether John's family, friends, whoever, I've talked to a number of people about it.
You're friends with John's parents?
Parents?
John's parents, the O'Keefes.
Yes.
You still friends with them?
Yes.
Do you ever discuss what happened?
Yes.
You were asked by law enforcement if they could have your telephone?
Yes.
Was there a warrant?
Objection.
Right?
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Did you feel like you had any obligation, legal obligation, to give your phone to law enforcement?
Objection.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, they asked for my phone. I handed it over willingly.
Did you think you had to?
No, but there was no
Liar.
reason not to.
When they went through your phone, do you know whether they saw all of your phone calls that were on that phone?
Objection.
Objection.
Do you know that?
I don't know. They cloned my phone, so I assume they saw everything.
Objection.
I'm going to strike that answer. So the
Okay.
answer is I don't know.
What type of information did you have on your phone when you
Objection.
voluntarily gave it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
How do you know they
Um,
cloned your phone?
Text messages, phone calls, call logs, pictures.
You said that you stayed friendly and still are friendly with Peggy O'Keefe and John Sr.
Yes.
At some point, at times, do you try to help them with things?
Objection.
Daily.
Do you try to help them with the children?
With
Objection.
Relevance.
Sustained.
Well, you were asked about contacting the district attorney's office about replacing a Ring camera.
yes.
Whose Ring camera was that?
It was at One Meadows where Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, John's parents, are now living.
Who, what motivated you to call the district attorney's office about the Ring camera?
Because we knew the ring might be some sort of evidence that they didn't want to take the camera that was not working down without permission.
Do you have a Ring camera?
I do.
Do you know if there's a difference between the actual physical camera and the iCloud storage that keeps the actual video on it?
I don't know the difference.
Okay. Did you ever ask to replace any hard drives or storage, or were you asking to replace the camera itself?
Just the camera.
And that was in March 7, 2023?
I don't know when.
Can I ask you one more question?
You were asked questions about what the defendant said that morning when you were trying to help Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
You were asked whether you heard any comments about her, from her, about dropping John off.
Say that one more time.
You were asked whether you heard any comments about her saying she dropped him off.
In the car on the way to the hospital.
On the
She
video.
said it to Mrs. O'Keefe.
When you were outside trying to help John, were you ever told where the defendant dropped John off?
No,
Were you ever told where he was left?
no,
Was it ever suggested that he went into 34 Fairview?
no,
Was it ever suggested that he went into any house whatsoever that morning?
no,
Were you ever asked to go into the house to look for him?
no,
When you were being interviewed by law enforcement,
Influenced.
did you ever refuse
Oops.
to be interviewed?
no.
Were the interviews all the same or different?
They were all different. They were all different.
Were you ever asked to give a complete review and detail of everything that you knew?
I was just asked to tell me the story of what happened that morning.
And at some point when you were interviewed, you were asked about the phone calls that the defendant made to you that morning at 5 o'clock.
Yes,
When you received those phone calls, Jennifer McCabe was not on the line, was she?
no,
Was she a party to the calls?
no,
Did she influence your memory in any way about the words that the defendant spoke to you that morning?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
no,
Do you have a clear memory of what the defendant said to you on the morning of January 29th, 2022 at around 5 in the morning when she first called you?
yes.
Is it your independent memory?
I'm saying,
Is it
sorry.
your independent memory?
Yes,
How well do you remember it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Tell us what you remember her saying to you.
Objection.
I'll
Objection.
allow it.
Asked and answered.
when she first called, she said, John's dead, Kerry, and hung up.
And she called you back.
She called back.
When she called back, was there any other party on the line other than you and her?
No,
What do you remember the second time that she called you?
yes.
What
She
do you
said,
remember?
John, I think he got hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. He would never not have come home. I wasn't supposed to stay in Canton, and Kaylee was here. He would never leave Kaylee by herself.
Babe.
Did anybody ever ask?
So I have always found that to be one of the most suspicious things. The like just assumption that he was hit by a plow out of the blue. And then Bob tells me, oh, the people are getting hit by plows left and right in Boston. It's happening all the time. I can't remember if you actually like looked that up or that was just you being you, like saying some shit. You're muted.
What do you mean, me being me? What are you implying?
I
I
don't
looked
know.
it up. I looked up
Looked it up.
snowplow accidents.
In Boston?
Yeah. I mean, all the time might have been a stretch, but they're not infrequent. It's not like 15 people getting hammered by snowplows a day every time it snows. You know what I mean?
Right. All right. Well, so he is trying to tell me that it wasn't that unusual, that that's where her mind went, but it was definitely to me, I found it, to be something that had stuck with me, before watching the whole trial and now knowing that the car never touched, the body. So
Yeah.
wow, Nunya got hit by a plow 3 times just last
That was a rough Wednesday.
That was a
Tough
rough
hump day.
Wednesday, Nunya.
Tough hump day.
Ask you to lie
No,
or exaggerate?
no.
Would you?
Say that?
Would you?
No.
Objection.
Sustained.
Right. You're bolstering.
You were asked whether or not you told people on January 29th about the missing pieces to the defendant's taillight. And you began to say you didn't tell anybody that morning.
I didn't think it had anything to do with John. I didn't want to point fingers at anybody
Why not?
because I had no idea what had happened to him. I wasn't going to point fingers at his girlfriend.
Was it in fact broken with missing pieces that morning?
Yes.
Objection. If he objects enough, she's going to be like, I have.
You saw the
Mr.
ring
Brennan.
video of you and Miss McCabe and the defendant going into John's house.
Yes.
Had you seen that video before today?
Yes.
Had you been shown it before in
Yes.
other proceedings?
Yes.
When you went into the house with Miss McCabe and the defendant, did you do anything before you went into the house, actually in the house?
When
You
I
take
took
any-
off, we took off our shoes in the.
You took off your shoes?
Objection.
Jen and I both took off our
Outside
boots.
of the scope.
Why did you take off your boots?
Objection.
Because you had to take off your shoes to go into John's house.
Well, you say you had to. Explain to us a little bit of the background. on
Outside of the scope. Why aren't
John
they objecting?
was a neat freak. You were not allowed to wear shoes in the house.
that. Had you ever worn shoes in this house?
Oh,
Had you ever seen anybody wear
Oh,
shoes in this
gosh,
house?
I
No.
just don't know why they're not
You and
objecting.
they
Miss
do
McCabe?
now. They do now.
Let's see. You and Miss McCabe took your shoes off?
Yes,
Did the defendant take her shoes off?
she did not.
How do you remember that?
Because Jen and I were standing there for about a good 2 minutes trying to get our boots off, and she had already gone in the house.
Well, your story is very
Do
compelling,
you know why
Mr.
you were called that
Jackass.
morning?
What?
No.
Is that thing? I hate
Did
it.
you volunteer to be part of this
Yes,
Great.
after the call?
yes.
I like this one.
You
Not sure that I agree with you 100%.
had said you thought that you looked at the taillight before you went into John's house.
Yes,
Do you remember actually seeing the tail light that morning?
I do.
Was it simply cracked?
No,
Do you know that the portion of the ring video from when you came out of the house with the defendant, Miss McCabe, do you know that that portion is missing?
Sustained.
Have you ever seen any ring video depicting when the defendant was showing you her missing pieces of taillight that morning?
no,
Despite no video, you certain that you saw it?
Objection.
say it again.
Are you certain that you looked at it with the defendant that morning in that driveway?
Sustained.
I'd like to
Right,
play
come
clip 3, please.
Son of a bitch!
Okay.
Quiet, folks, still on the record.
Oh, there we go.
I'm
OnlyFans
trying to
back, baby.
record the clip from Fargo because I love it and it's too soft.
Yeah.
Any of you people for anything?
Mandy pulled it up. Sometimes for some reason they're low volume. I don't know why. So yeah, the problem
It is
is
now.
that you turn up the assets. You got to crank them all up.
I did. That one's still low.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
When you first got to John and you were trying to save him that morning, do you have a distinct memory of it?
Yes,
counsel had asked you if it was your story. Was this a story?
Say it again.
Was it a story that you told?
A story?
Yes.
It's what happened.
Do you wish it was just a story?
Objection.
Sustained.
No further question.
Okay, so recross.
Just asked, just a few minutes ago. Did you ever say that you actually heard that statement about that Google search? And you said no.
Correct.
The question that was posed to you by Mr. Lally was, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard?
Right.
Correct?
I misunderstood the question.
And you misunderstood that question?
Yes.
What
I
did you
did.
misunderstand about that question?
I didn't know it was that
Objection.
you heard, so I was explaining what happened in the back of the car.
I see. So you just ignored the part, literally, the part of the question where he said, what did you hear her say? That's
I
what your
think the word
testimony
was
is now?
heard, and I didn't hear it. I obviously got the question wrong because I did not hear anybody ask about a Google search.
Well, I know that's what you're saying now. I get that. But when you were asked, what, if anything, did she ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, your immediate answer was, at one point, she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long dash Google hypothermia, end quote. Correct?
Correct.
That was your answer,
Yes.
correct?
To a question I misunderstood.
And that was a false statement, wasn't it?
Technically.
Technically?
Yes.
It's like being a little
Technically.
bit pregnant, Ms. Roberts.
Okay, so remember, jurors, I said earlier, comments of counsel are not evidence and you're to disregard them. Ask a question.
Thank you, Your Honor. What do you mean technically?
Technically, I was under oath and I did not hear Karen asked Jen to Google it,
And yet under oath.
but I knew it happened at that
And yet
time.
under oath, you said you did.
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
Objection.
Was that a lie? Did you lie?
I did not intentionally,
But you did.
And,
not intentionally.
okay, that's the end of
Understood
this.
the question, Mr. Jackson.
All right, is there any other question or was that it?
I didn't hear what she just said.
I said I misunderstood the question, Mr. Jackson.
That's what you're saying now, correct?
That's what happened.
All right,
Can I ask one more question?
okay.
In that quote, you said, at one point, she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long. Then you corrected yourself and finished with Google hypothermia. What did you mean by how long? What were you about to say?
I don't recall.
Had someone told you something about a phrase that started with how long?
I don't
Related to
recall.
hypothermia?
I don't recall.
Like, for instance, how long to die in cold?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Well, your story is very compelling, Mr. Jackass. Well,
Oh, that's Stan.
I
Number
hate
one,
that clip.
I don't care. Chief Wiggum, he sounds exactly like Hank Brennan, and it's an awesome clip. It's staying. Overruled.
May I?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
Before this is.
Oh, more Karen.
Is it possible to take a quick break so we can review this? There's a lot of clips. I'm not sure what this is. I'd like to see it before it's played.
All right, how long a clip is this?
Probably about 10 seconds, 15 seconds.
All right. Jurors, we're going to ask you to take a break.
Take lunch.
And we'll bring you back in and we'll see you at 10-second. All right, we'll give you a 5-minute break.
That's fine. Thank you, Ron.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your books. Follow me.
The people have spoken, babe. They love the Jackass clip. Sorry, honey.
All right. I cannot
Oh, wait,
find
Tip hates it too. Tip hates it too. Sounds like the penguin.
I cannot find that clip on Fargo. Was he said I don't agree with your police work there? Who's she talking to? Wait, who's she talking to at that time?
The cop that found the bodies in the snow.
So the quote is, "I don't agree with your police work."
Is she here?
I'm not sure that I agree with you 100% on your police work there, Lou.
Oh,
I'm not sure that
I can't believe you like you tried to shit on the Wiggum thing. It was amazing. It's so good. So good. I got another Wiggum I'm downloading too. Can't be stopped. Can only hope to be contained.
this is probably it.
Oh yeah, it's classic Fargo. Was that on your phone?
Oh,
I mean, Allie had to be overruled on Wiggum. I'm sorry. It's just overruled. If you'll remember when Mandy first put the amazing cat noise, she hated it. Now she loves it. Things grow on Allie. It's an earworm. It's an earworm, babe. You know what I mean? So I like, what do you guys think? I mean, we all know Carrie's full of shit. What matters is, do you think that became pretty clear? I like the lying to the grand jury about the Google search is a nice setup, but it's got to be driven home by the data, by the science. You know what I mean? So, when we get to that portion of the trial, which I'm assuming is going to be during the defense's case in chief with respect to Green, because we know Hank's already said it, he is not going to be uh, bringing anything up. He's not doing any pre-buttal shit. So he's trying a completely different case than Lally is. We're not going to be seeing any of those witnesses get called with respect to trying to get in front of conspiracy theory of the defense. That's apparent to me that that's not happening. So, like, Hank is going in just trying to prove his case. That's what he's doing. Yeah, I get dragged in there occasionally. I actually was in court a couple weeks ago. I was telling Allie I kind of missed it. It was kind of nice to be in there. But yeah, I imagine there'll be a case that I'll try at some point. Still active. This takes all my time. This and the podcast is a full-time job times two. It is a lot of work. A lot of work. Well, I mean, not all along, but she's been controlled since they formed a friendship. That's for sure. But like controlled, she certainly was influenced right away by Jen. There's no question about that. Like very early on, Jen had big influence, big influence. And over time, obviously, that has grown into probably. Oh, well, thank you, Jim. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. I'm surprised that they didn't do lunch. So what I'm going to do for lunch today, I'm going to keep the stream going, and I am going to do what I did yesterday. I'm going to put Kerry Roberts' testimony up. You guys let me know in the chat. Would you rather hear the direct or the cross? I like the direct because that's where you get to hear inconsistent statements. I mean, and with that, there is no option. There was no cross. So that'll be an easy one to figure out. We have no choice.
Found it.
You did? Well done, my dear. Well done. I'm going to beat you to the punch and add my fantastic new one. I can't remember what it is, but it's glorious. I have to play it. All right. Guard your ears. I don't know how loud these things are.
Well, your story is very compelling, Mr. Jackass. Well, your story is very...
Yeah. Okay. It's the wrong one. Just kidding. Never mind. Never mind that one. These are not the droids you're looking for. These are not the droids you're looking for. All right. So it's got to be this one. Try this again. One more time.
I ain't got all day, drama queen. Get it
Wait.
over with. I ain't got all day, drama queen. Get it over with.
That's a pretty good one. It's a keeper. I'm keeping it. I'll find good places to play it. Promise. So I mean, it's strange to me that she just didn't take lunch, because we know Guarino is going to be a long witness, and I mean it's 12:48 there, so I'm a little surprised she didn't take lunch. What are you going to do? Yeah, it'll be yeah. Trying to find this Kerry Roberts stuff. Do. All right. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, the way that and I was going to ask Allie when she hops back on. I do not like the way that Canoni is allowing Hank Brennan to just insert the extrajudicial statements in wherever he sees fit. Like this isn't a podcast, it's a trial.
You are unmuted.
I'm not sure that I agree with you 100% on your police work there, Lou.
Yeah, baby.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
When my car was seized, there was a few small pieces of taillight missing that I had picked out at John's at 5:45 before we drove over to Fairview. I'm showing Jim and Terry, look what I just did to my light, and I'm worried that there's gonna be some kind of electric short circuit. There's the bulb is showing, and some of the red plastic's missing. So I picked pieces out of the light housing that had kind of collapsed within the light and dropped them in John's driveway.
I'd like to have that marked as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
No objection.
Wait a second. Hold on. Is she still on the stand?
No, this is
So no one's on the stand?
oh, is Kerry Roberts still on the stand?
Yeah.
I think so.
Why in the hell? Why is the judge allowing them to play this while Carrie?
That's why I was saying you were off. Like I was saying, I don't like that she's allowing him to just insert, like he's been playing them willy nilly, like wherever he feels like it's the best fit in his story.
It's
So
it's not. Has not. She shouldn't be testifying about that. She shouldn't be shown that during her
oh, they're
testimony.
saying Kerry's off the stand.
Oh.
So there you go. So that's what I'm saying. He's just
Oh.
dropping these things whenever the hell he sees fit.
Well, was that in? Because I didn't watch the entire docuseries. Was that in
No,
docuseries?
that
Oh,
was with Voss.
That's not good. Now she remembers her dropping pieces of it in front. What? When? Huh?
But she said it was in John's driveway, didn't she? Yeah.
When my car was seized, there was a few small pieces of taillight missing that I had picked out at John's at 5:45 before we drove over to Fairview. I'm showing Jimmy Carey, look what I just did to my light, and I'm worried that there's gonna be some kind of electric short circuit. There's the bulb is showing and some of the red plastic's missing. So I picked pieces out of the light housing that had kind of collapsed within the light and dropped them in John's driveway.
I'd like to have that marked as an exhibit.
Not
please.
right.
Okay.
Not good.
No objection.
I don't even get it. They didn't find any in his driveway. Carrie.
That's the
didn't
problem
see-
for Karen.
Right.
Like,
Carrie didn't see anything like that. Why would the defense set it up that she's lying and it never happened when their own client? I thought I actually did remember her saying that on the docuseries. I remember her saying she stopped and showed Carrie the thing, and I thought, what the fuck? Like that they went through all this work to show that might have never even happened. So why do all that when they
I
know?
think Risa, it's bad because they're going to be able to talk about when they have the cops on the stand that they didn't find any of the taillight in John's driveway.
Right.
I
And more
mean,
than
that's
that,
that's a problem.
the jury's now feeling like these motherfuckers. Why the hell did they go through that whole rigmarole of challenging this witness's memory of when it happened and know that that's not on a tape and when their own damn client admits it happened?
Well, so here's the thing. Here's the thing. This is not a
She
surprise.
pulls it out.
Let me finish. This is not a surprise to the defense.
Exactly. So why did they do it?
But that's my point. They must have an answer for it. I mean, they know it's coming. They know what the quotes are. They said what they said. You have to assume that they have an answer for it. I mean, that's the only explanation. Otherwise, what you're saying is gospel. It's crazy. They know this is coming, and then they must feel like they have, and that feeling as an attorney when you're sitting in the court, when you're sitting in a trial, and like you're sitting there listening to damning evidence against your client is the worst feeling in the world because you're just sitting there. You can't do anything, not at that point in time. And you're trying not to make any facial expressions. Like, look at Alan here. Look at Alan while this clip's playing.
Wait, before you do that, pause it real quick. Artsy Fartsy's right. I forgot. They were looking in the snow right when it happened, and she's saying she did that at like 6 o'clock. So nobody went back. There's nothing to say that it wasn't plowed or that anybody went back. I was thinking of when they were looking in the video saying, which I still didn't necessarily buy. I thought, well, stuff could have fallen, but this actually explains that as well. Why there's no missing pieces in the snow on the video when she backs into him is because she says it was at 6 p.m. So with these two, with Tara's comment combined with, either artsy fartsies or the fact that they didn't go back after the snow melted to see what was in John's driveway, um, explains explains why the
In terms of the jigsaw puzzle taillight putting together, like how
that's
many
those two, that's those that little piece in the middle, two might have been two that never got put back together.
they were
So,
never recovered.
but I still don't understand why then do you go through this whole thing with Carrie, making it seem like she lied? That is the part of this that I don't get. I can see the other pieces, okay? That actually explains why they didn't find it in the driveway right then, which I
If
also thought it could have gone at small.
I mean, if Karen's if she gets convicted, it's going to be because of these goddamn interviews. She should never, like, we never let our clients speak to the press ever. Like there's nothing. Every single word that you say when you're a defendant in a case publicly is going to be parsed in every way that it can be, not just the words, but the body language, the tone, the tenor, blink, like everything.
All right,
Like
we're gonna have to keep an eye out for this, babe, because I think
for
that
what?
for if there is some reason they would have just tried to impeach Carrie and lose credibility with the jury on her memory of we never saw her showing you anything and blah blah blah, making it seem like maybe she never even showed him anything. And if that's not what they were intending to do by that, that's what they conveyed, that they were challenging her memory as to if she ever showed her anything. Maybe their whole point was her memory is not so clear. Maybe that was the point. Now, I don't know if I interpreted it based on everything I know as, oh, they're impeaching whether that ever even happened, or if you know what? Can you put a poll up? I'd like to know how many people didn't see the first trial that are in here. So, but to someone who's just sitting on the jury, it doesn't know anything, now kind of retaking that cross, was he actually trying to impeach her that it never even happened or just show that her memory was bad? And if it was just to show her memory was bad, did it play to the jury like you just tried to impeach her on an issue that was true?
Wait, which issue are you talking about?
Whether or not in that driveway, before or after they went in the house, they stopped and discussed that broken taillight. So what I'm saying is maybe he did it for the purposes of just showing your memory was faulty on that issue. But I took it.
Well, how can like how can you bolster that assertion when you don't have any video from when they walked out? You know what I mean? Like that's the problem with that
Well, no, and
concept.
that's why Tara's saying it's to show that it's so convenient that the missing video would have showed Karen pulling out just those two missing pieces that are missing from the final recreation, the puzzle, like you're saying. But my question is, if you don't know this case, did you take that portion of the cross-examination as the defense impeaching whether or not that ever happened at all, implying she was making it up? Or maybe that's me interpreting through my own lens because I know the case.
But what world does Karen Reed sitting talking to Voss think that helps her?
It explains, remember, when they show the video, the doorbell camera of her backing into John's car, something that everyone has said is
You're muted.
tail light. What's wrong?
You were muted for a second. What are you're
Oh,
doing
my
a lot
sound?
of fidgeting and you cut out. You're fine now. You cut out for a
Okay,
second.
yeah. My headphones weren't on, and I didn't even realize it. So that when they watch the video of Karen backing into John's car, something that has come up has been, well, you don't see any red pieces of taillight falling in the fluffy snow at that point in time. I see
Right.
nothing falling. So that would explain why it could have broken at that time, right? Be missing and not at John's house. And, you also could have made the argument that it fell later, that it got trapped in the thing. But that could explain that I took it out later. And it also says, why is that only one video missing? It's the video, and that was Tara's comment, the video that could have proven that that just pulled 2 little pieces, and those were the only 2 little pieces missing. So again, and I don't know if I'm explaining like my question kind of well, that I'm asking if anyone who already doesn't know the case or whatever you guys think, did you all take the cross-examination of that aspect of Kerry, whether, when he showed her the video and said, well, you guys just walked past and nobody did anything. And he's like, your memory was faulty on that point. eh, do you think the jury took that as him impeaching whether or not it ever happened, to try, sort of implying that Kerry was making up that conversation even occurred, that they stopped in the driveway, that they did it, or was it, do you think the jury, that I'm overthinking because I know more, and all it was that the jury would have?
Well, I mean, but that's what matters, right? I mean, what you're saying is like, who gives a shit about us? Well, the only
Right.
people that matter are the jury. And if that's not the takeaway, I mean, he's clearly, if that's going to be the thought process in terms of what they were trying to set up there, it's got to be argued in closing. And the problem is, this is a very early witness. We're talking about a 10-week trial. I mean, it's having the impact that it's having now. And when you're talking about early July or late June, whenever closings are going to take place, and he's trying to put that back together for them, is it going to resonate? You know what I'm saying? Because like what you're saying makes perfect sense in terms of how they overcome it, and explaining it, putting
Right.
those pieces together. Because I mean, obviously that wasn't something that Jackson could kind of articulate during a cross-examination in terms of what his, method to his madness is. So I don't know. All right, like real quick, and then we're going to get caught up. I just wanted to show you, like, watch Alan Jackson. This is going back to what I was talking about, like what it's like to be an attorney sitting there in a court when you're hearing unfavorable evidence being played.
Yeah, I saw his face.
Look what I just did to my light, and I worry that there's gonna be some kind of electric short circuit. There's like the bulb is showing, and some of the red plastic's missing. So I picked pieces out of the light housing that had kind of collapsed within the light and dropped them in John's driveway.
I'd like to have that marked as an exhibit, please.
He's not loving it.
Karen was looking right at you. Pause it right when Karen looked at him. So again, back to your point, and I'm sorry to belabor this, and I know that I am belaboring it. They know that that's there. They know that that's coming. So he shouldn't have been surprised by it. But you could still see an effect. So I don't know. We'll have to keep.
Well, I think
I'm gonna have
think
to
you're-
rewatch that portion and
I think you
decide.
nailed it on the head. I mean, I think that's exactly how they're going to try to handle it.
And
You
that
know what
was
I'm
with the
saying?
thanks of the comments of our chat too.
Well, we got the best chat in the land.
Yeah,
I
but
say it all the time.
again, I'm
hold
gonna
on,
rewatch
hold on, wait,
it.
wait.
Why don't we take the lunch and recess? I'm sorry, is
Why
the
didn't
food
she
here?
used to do that before?
Okay. Folks, we'll take a 40-minute lunch and recess.
40 minutes.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your books, put them on your chairs, and follow me.
So I'd like to rewatch that portion of the cross-examination.
All right, well, I'm going to take lunch. So
All right, then we'll do it on the break. Oh, I have to leave at, like, I got to be off screen by 1:20, me in the car by 1:30.
but what I'm going to keep the stream running, and I'm going to pull up a portion of Kerry Roberts' testimony from trial 1.
But pick a good portion.
This is the only portion I've been able to find, but it's a good portion,
Okay.
I think.
And we got to create a ticker.
I'll update the ticker.
And Ms. Roberts, what's up on the screen now is Exhibit 101.
How do I create a ticker?
We leave in the same position where Ms. McCabe left the car from the property, correct?
Yes.
This is appear to be a still shot from the same video that you just saw in the prior.
Yes.
Ms. Dillon, if I could have Exhibit 102 now.
Is it KERI?
And Ms. Roberts, what's
Kerry.
up on the screen, that's the second photograph that I showed you just a moment ago.
Kerry Roberts?
That's essentially
Richards?
Roberts.
Closer up or zoomed in image of what's in the same still image that you saw in the prior, correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct your attention to the damage that you observed on the right rear passenger tail light of Ms. Reed's vehicle that morning. Okay. It's coming, you can face it. Now you go look through the home, you don't find Mr. O'Keefe, and what happens then?
Then I said, let's go look for him. If he might be walking home, or if you thought he got hit by a plow, and Jen and Karen wanted to go back to 34 Fairview where they were at. Jen said she saw her pull up to 34 Fairview the night before. So Karen really wanted to go back there. I was the one that said, no, let's drop a car off, go to Meadows and look through the house, and then we'll start looking if he's not in the house. So that's what we did. We got in the car and we were going to head back to Jen's sister's house.
And so this conversation, as far as the defendant, as you're testifying, really wanting to go to Fairview, when did that occur in relation to when you got to Mr. O'Keefe's?
On the way from Jen McCabe's house to John's house in the car.
So this is over the Bluetooth as you're driving?
Yes, Karen said I left him at Waterfall, and Jen said, no, I saw you pull up in front of my sister's.
And so after coming out of Mr. O'Keefe's house, do you exit the same way that you entered?
Yes.
Come out the garage door, get into your car?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of where was everybody seated in your car when you did it?
I was driving, Karen was in the back seat, and Jen was in the passenger seat.
And as far as Ms. McCabe's sister's house, at the time, did you know where that was or who her sister was or anything like that?
I didn't even know she had a sister.
And you know about how long a drive or how far a drive or what the route was that you took going from Meadows to her sister's house?
I think we went main roads because we were looking to see, I mean, I don't know what we were looking for, but we were looking for him. I don't know if we thought he was walking home or if he got hit by a plow. So we went main roads. We pulled out, I think we went Bolivar Street, and then Jen was giving directions because I didn't know where we were going.
And to be clear, Bolivar Street, you're talking about, that's Bolivar?
Yes.
And so then Ms. McCabe is then giving you directions as you're driving, correct?
Correct.
Now, as you're driving, again, as far as what, if anything, did you see as far as plows or how were the roads treated at that time? What, if anything, did you observe in reference to that?
It was bad driving. There were plows out, but it was really bad driving.
And the visibility as you were driving from Mr. O'Keefe's house to Ms. McCabe's sister's house, how would you describe the visibility?
It was very poor. It was in the middle of a blizzard.
Now, when you get to the street, at some point you're directed by Ms. McCabe to Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
And when you get to Fairview Road, do you recall whether or not you took a left or a right, or how did you come on to Fairview Road?
Off of Chapman Street, I took a right onto Fairview.
You took a right from Chapman onto Fairview.
Correct.
And as you're coming down Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note or observe as far as the sort of elevation of the roadway?
You go downhill.
Do you go down a hill?
Yes.
This particular area of Canton, obviously you've lived in Canton for several years. Are you somewhat familiar with this area of Canton?
Yeah.
And how is it that you were familiar with the area of Canton prior to the estate if you've never been to Ms. McCabe's sister's house?
The commuter rail is right near there that I would take to work.
Are there any schools in that area as well?
Yes, the John F. Kennedy School.
And you mentioned that your son played baseball, correct?
Yes, and
Ball field.
my son and John's nephew also went to the home daycare across the street from the JFK.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to just publish a brief portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 12.
Okay.
Gentlemen, what I'm going to ask is if you could push this video forward to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I'm sorry, if you could play it from there. I could ask him to stop right there. Ms. Roberts, from what you've seen on the video, as far as what's depicted in this video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal, consistent with what you observed that morning as you were driving around, going from Mr. O'Keefe's house to Ms. McCabe's sister's house?
Yes.
And the turn that this vehicle is taking at this point in the video, about 2 minutes and 40 seconds in, do you recognize what street that vehicle is turning onto?
I believe it's Fairview.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Now, Ms. Roberts, as you're driving from Mr. O'Keefe's house to this address on Fairview Road that you've never been to before, what's going on inside the car?
Karen was frantic. She wouldn't put her seatbelt on, and I was getting nervous because we're driving in a blizzard. She kept leaning in between the two seats. I think at some point she was texting in the back seat, and then she'd be leaning. She was just frantic the whole morning.
And as far as her screaming, do you recall anything specifically that she was screaming, or what, if any, sort of conversation was going on in the car as you were driving?
There was some conversation about a woman I didn't know that was Bella's mom. And she said, Bella's mom never liked me. I think Bella lived near Jen's sister, maybe. I don't know. Some conversation about Bella's mom, and Karen said she didn't like me.
And do you recall where you were in your travels when that topic of conversation came up?
No, I don't recall.
Now, in reference to following that, what, if anything, did you say in regards to any other sort of women?
Any other what?
Following that conversation in regard to Bella's mom, who you didn't know, what, if anything, did you say or introduce into the conversation?
Fairview Road runs along Spring Street, I think it is. Spring Lane. So Spring Lane and Fairview are both off at Chapman Street, and there was a woman he dated that lived on Spring Lane. So when Jen was telling me where her sister's house was, I said, I don't know where Fairview is. And she said, it's near Spring Lane. And I said, oh, where the dance instructor lived. John had once dated a dance instructor. And then Karen said, do you think he could have gone there? Do you think that's where he could have been? No, I was just using it as a reference point. She said it's near Spring Lane. And I knew that the dance instructor lived on Spring Lane.
And just to be clear, when you say the dance instructor, this would be for his niece, Kaylee?
Correct.
And you indicated that the two of them, being Mr. O'Keefe and the dance instructor, had dated at some point in the past, correct?
Yes.
How long ago was that?
Oh, it was when Kaylee was little. She was probably like 5.
So almost 10 years before this date that you're driving away. Now, as you're driving along and driving down Fairview, what is it that you're doing? What, if anything, do you observe Mr. McCabe doing? And then what, if anything, do you observe the defendant?
Well, we were looking for John walking or wherever he may be. So I'm driving and looking on both sides. And I think Jen was looking on both sides. And Karen was She would be in the back seat, then she'd be in between us, then she'd be in the back seat, and then in between us.
And as you came down the hill on Fairview, what, if anything, what happened then?
Jen said, my sister's house is right up here. And all of a sudden, Karen said, there he is, there he is. Let me the F out of this car. And she started kicking the door.
And how was she kicking the door?
With her feet. Well, how was she kicking the door?
How hard was she kicking?
Oh, pretty hard. I mean, she wanted to get out of the car, but it was locked because once you start driving, the back doors lock. So I looked over and I didn't see anything. And I looked at Jen and I said, she's crazy. And I unlocked the door and I sat back and watched. And she ran over to a mound of snow.
And so as the time you're driving down the road, had you seen anything, as you're driving down, sort of looking at the side of the road, had you seen anything on your side of the vehicle?
No.
And when you say she gets out of the vehicle, is it your side or passenger side where Mr. Cave is? That
The driver's side.
so she gets out of the driver's side of the vehicle and the back passenger, correct?
Correct.
And how quickly does she go sort of from your car to where she ends up?
She ran over to the mound.
And at that point in time, even when she runs over, could you see what she was running over to?
At some point, I realized it was the shape of a body.
And when was that you realized? When in this sort of sequence were you able to realize that?
That was in seconds. Once she ran over to his body, I said, oh my God. And she lifted up his shirt and started to lay on him.
And when you stopped to let her out, where were you in relation to that mound of snow or what you learned?
I think my car was like in the middle of the road. I just stopped.
And in relation to where the mound of snow was, had you driven past it at that point? So where was it?
Yes.
So it was located behind your vehicle?
Yeah.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask just press play on that for about 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Pause it right there. Okay. What's depicted in the screen in front of this camera angle? Do you recognize what that is?
That's my car.
Is that essentially where you parked your car when Ms. Reed started kicking the doors and got out and ran over?
Yes.
Could you just press play for a moment? Pause it. Now, from this video, do you see where in relation to your vehicle, Mr. O'Keefe, where you found Mr. O'Keefe?
With the pointer?
Okay. Ms. Gilman, if you could, again, just play for about 6.5.
Do you have a problem? Did you run? Huh?
possible. Individuals on the screen again. We're just using the laser pointer and direct your attention to who those are.
That is Jen McCabe. That's Karen Reed. That's me.
Play again. You can take that down. Roberts, in relation to what you just saw in the video, as far as at some point, the rear sort of tailgate or hatchback on your SUV, that was in the up position, is that correct?
Yes,
And do you recall why that was?
because I was having Jen get the baby blankets to wrap around him out of my car.
And is that something that you just sort of have in the back of your car at all times?
Yeah.
Now, at any point in time in that sequence, did you call anybody or have any sort of phone calls that you made that went to voicemail at that time?
Did I?
Yes.
I don't know.
And so nothing that you recall, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you observe Ms. McCabe make any phone calls that just sort of went to voicemail and she left her phone in your car?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me take you back sort of when you're pulling. So as far as the conditions when you pull up and the defendant's banging on the door and gets out and runs over to Mr. O'Keefe. What's depicted in that video, obviously without your vehicle being in the middle of the roadway, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the road looked like and sort of what you saw upon your arrival?
Yes.
So after the defendant gets out of the vehicle, what did you do? Where did you go?
When I realized it was him or someone, I ran over and I dug his head out of the snow.
And you recall, you recognized the person in the snow as Mr. O'Keefe.
Once I dug his head out, yes.
And you recall how his body was positioned as far as how was he on his stomach, on his back, on his side?
He was on his back.
And so you brushed some snow away from his head, is that correct?
Off his face.
And when you were brushing the snow off his face, what, if anything, did you observe about his face or the condition of him?
He had blood coming out of his nose and his mouth. And his right eye it looked like a golf ball. His left eye was fine. The right eye looked like a golf ball.
Now, you mentioned that you wiped some snow from around his head. What, if anything else, did you observe on the rest of his body?
He was bleeding in the back of the head. So when I was wrapping I don't know why I was wrapping blankets around his head, but I didn't know. He had a cut on the back of his head.
Do you recall which side of his head that cut was on?
I don't. It just was blood on the blanket that was under his head.
Now, as far as the rest of his body, did that have snow on it as well?
Say it again, I'm sorry?
The rest of his body, separate from his head area, what, if any, snow did you observe on the rest of his body?
He was completely covered.
And you know about how much snow was covering the rest of his body?
I would say like 4 inches, maybe 3. I don't really remember exactly how many, but he was covered.
And so with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and when you arrived there, 3 of you being you, the defendant, and Ms. McCabe, what is it that you were doing when you first sort of come over to Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, Karen was laying on top of him and I told her to get off him because I was going to do CPR. And I said, Jen, you need to call 911. And I started CPR. on his chest compressions, and then Karen was giving him mouth to mouth.
And as far as CPR goes, is that something that you had any training in prior to this?
Yes,
And can you tell the jury a little bit about that as far as what, if any, training did you have as far as CPR was concerned?
I get CPR certified every 2 years through the American Red Cross at work.
So you start doing chest compressions, is that right?
Correct.
And you direct Ms. McCabe to call 911?
Yes.
And what was the defendant doing at that?
She was doing mouth to mouth, and she was frantic again, running around. And
As she was running around, what, if anything else, was she doing or saying while she was running around?
did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?
Is that something that she said once or more than once?
More than once.
And similar to sort of the tonality or the volume of the voice that you were describing before, was that consistent when you're there sort of in front of the house?
Yes.
Now, in relation to where you were with Mr. O'Keefe, obviously you've never been in this house before, is that right?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you observe as far as overhead lights or street lights or anything like that around that area where you found Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a fire hydrant, and there was some weird, like, electrical box thing sticking out of the ground.
But you don't recall any sort of like overhead lights or anything like that?
I don't recall.
Now, this process of you sort of doing compressions and Ms. Reed is doing mouth to mouth and then running around, is the mouth to mouth that she's doing, is that sort of consistent, or is it intermittent between? When is the running around in relation to the mouth to mouth?
I don't remember which was first. Or I was concentrating on doing chest compressions.
And so while you're doing the chest compressions, at some point do first responders start to arrive?
Correct.
And about how long was it from the time that you sort of get out of the vehicle, go over, realize it's Mr. O'Keefe, et cetera, and to when the first responders arrive?
I don't know. Wasn't long. Maybe under 10 minutes.
During that time, or during any of the amount of time that you were there, did you see anybody from any of the houses on the street come out of the house, or any neighbors come out or anything like that?
No.
Once, if you recall, do you recall whether it was police or fire or ambulance or who showed up first?
I don't know. I think the police showed up first, or the EMTs. I just know the EMTs came over and said, we'll take it from here. I wasn't paying attention to what else was going on.
So you're sort of focused on the chest compressions, and at some point, some paramedic comes over and tells you they've got this.
Yes.
And so after that, where did you go?
After that, where did I go? I stayed in the area. I think I went back over to the car.
And as paramedics are working on John, you're over by your vehicle, correct?
I think so.
And so where was, what were you doing, and where was Ms. McCabe, and where was the defendant at that point?
Karen was running around the body while the EMTs were trying to work on him. She was just frantic.
And so you're over by the car, and Ms. Reed is running around over where Mr. O'Keefe is?
Yes.
Where was Ms. McCabe?
I don't know. She was somewhere around the car.
Closer to you than to where Mr. O'Keefe was?
I don't know.
Now, where Mr. O'Keefe was, if you know, where was he in relation to the roadway or the paved sort of pathway of Fairview Road?
I don't know, because you couldn't tell which was the road and which was the grass. Like, you couldn't tell where the road began and ended. So I don't know.
Now, you described the defendant sort of running around Mr. O'Keefe frantically. What, if anything, was she saying at that point?
Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
And that sort of phraseology, or the way she put that, was that consistent throughout? Is that how she stated it?
Yes.
And again, in that same sort of loud volume voice at the time?
Yes.
Now, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe is taken from where he is by the paramedics to an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And as he's being taken off the ground, what, if anything, did you observe in that area?
His phone was under him, and it was grass.
Now, as far as the grass that you observed, how was that in relation to sort of the rest of the area where Mr. O'Keefe was?
Everything else had snow.
So everything else is covered in snow, and when he's lifted off the ground underneath his body, is that where the grass is?
Yes.
And his phone was where in relation to his body? As far as when he's lifted up, what part of his body had been open?
Like maybe his shoulder, maybe it was like his back. So when they lifted him up, it was under where like his, whatever that, the right side of his back.
And what I'm asking is basically sort of up towards the shoulder blade or down towards his lower back, if you...
In the middle.
And when you saw the phone on the grass, what, if anything, did you do with Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
I picked it up. I put it in my pocket. And at some point, one of the first responders asked if I had it. I handed it over.
Do you recall who that first responder was?
No.
Do you recall even whether it was a police officer, a firefighter, or a paramedic?
No.
Now, as Mr. O'Keefe is being taken from where he was located when you found him to the ambulance, what happens then? What goes on from that?
At some point, Officer Good told Karen to calm down because she was frantic. And at some point, Jen and Karen were in the back of a police cruiser to warm up. I was standing outside watching the ambulance because I could see in through the ambulance that they were moving things and working on them.
And so what, if any, conversation did you have with the defendant or Ms. McCabe in reference to what you were seeing through the back of the ambulance?
I said, they're working on him. They're working on him. And at one point, Karen grabbed the front of my jacket and screamed in my face and said, are they working on him? Is he alive? And I said, they're working on him. They're working on him. They wouldn't be working on him if he was dead. And then she had us hold hands and pray. And then at some point, she had blood on her hands, and she told us she had her period. So I think she was just in a state of shock, maybe.
And what, if anything, did either you or Ms. McCabe say to her when she said that?
We said, no, that's not your blood. That's John's.
And what happened then?
Then the ambulance drove away.
And if you know about how long was it from the time that you were told by the paramedic to step away from Mr. O'Keefe, they had this, from that point to when the ambulance drove away?
I don't know. I don't think it was long. I watched them work on whatever they were doing in the back of the ambulance, and they got in the ambulance and drove away.
And after the ambulance left, where did the three of you go, or where did you go? Where did Ms. Reed go? Where did Ms.
Karen, I had her in my car. Jen was going up to the door to her sister's house, and I said to the police, I had been on the phone now. I had called Mrs. O'Keefe. I had called John's mother. I had called John's father. At some point, Karen was on the phone with John's sister-in-law, Erin, telling him John's dead. So I grabbed the phone from her. I said, he's not dead. He's in the back of an ambulance. He's been in an accident. And she said that Paul was going to go, John's brother, to the hospital that they were bringing John to. So I spoke to I called Mr. O'Keefe. He didn't answer.
Next question. That'll stand, but next question.
So you call Mr. O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe John's parents?
Correct.
At some point, you have a conversation with them, correct?
Correct.
And do you know why it was that Ms. McCabe was going into the house on Fairview?
Objection. Do you know why?
To wake her sister, I think.
And after those conversations, so you grab the phone from the defendant, you speak to Erin O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And following those conversations with members of the O'Keefe family, where is it that you were going from there?
I asked Mrs. O'Keefe if she had four-wheel drive, and she said no. And Mr. O'Keefe had a van that didn't have four-wheel drive. So I said, I'm going to come get you, and I'll take you to the hospital.
All right, so why don't we end this now for now? Okay.
Far better friends with Brian Higgins than you were with John O'Keefe. That's fair to say.
Yes.
On Friday, you were asked whether
Hey guys, hold on. Let me get OnlyFan if it's here. I'm sitting at Bob's computer. I don't really know how this works. Oh, here it is. Yep, OnlyFan. Not live. Wow, Bob. Uh, okay. Sorry, guys. I'm getting ready for court, but I'm going to be right down and back.
Counsel Sidebar.
All right. Thank you, jurors. Thank you. All right. Your next witness, please, Mr.
Thank you, Your
Burnett.
Honor. The Commonwealth calls Peggy O'Keefe.
Oh, good. And we back. Oh, come on.
You solemnly swear the evidence you before the jury in the case now hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
So, good afternoon, Mrs. O'Keefe. Yeah. All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mrs. O'Keefe.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brennan.
Could you kindly introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Margaret O'Keefe. I am John O'Keefe's mother.
Are you married?
Yes,
Who are you married to?
John O'Keefe Jr.
How long have you been married for?
Too long. 53 years.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't hear you.
53. Long enough?
How long have you lived in the area?
We moved to Canton 3 years ago.
Before you moved to Canton 3 years ago, where did you live?
Braintree.
How long had you lived in Braintree for?
50 years?
Did you begin your family in Braintree?
No, we lived in Mattapan first, and that's where my daughter was born. And then we moved to Braintree.
Your daughter was born when you were in Mattapan?
Mm-hmm.
Your daughter's name?
Kristen.
How many children did you have?
3.
You, Kristen and John?
And Paul.
Is Paul the youngest, the baby?
The baby.
Did you raise your children, how long were you in Mattapan before you moved closer to here?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
How long did you live in Mattapan before you moved closer?
2 years.
And then the rest of the time you were in the area?
In Braintree.
Tell me a little bit about your immediate family.
My daughter. My daughter Kristen had a tumor, a cancerous tumor that she had for 5 months. And she died in November of 13. She had 2 children. And then 2 months after she passed, her husband passed from a heart attack. And then you all know about John. And then my son Paul is over there.
That was 2013, ma'am? Could I ask you about her children?
She had 2 children, Kaylee, who's now 17, and Patrick is 14. And he's a run for my money.
Do you remember how old the children were when your daughter passed?
3 and 6.
When that happened, was there any plan for the children?
As far as
Or what was going to happen with the children?
when she passed
Yes, ma'am.
and when he passed,
Yes, ma'am.
we decided, my son decided to be the head guardian. And then we had, I was the other guardian, and there was Steve's brother and sister with the other 2 guardians. There's 4 of us.
May I approach you, adjust the microphone?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Talking too soft? Okay.
Did I understand that there was a decision that John would be the primary guardian? Can you share with us how that decision came about?
Well, he was single. The other 2 guardians were married, and they didn't have children, but he decided to do it himself. And then I was the second one in case he needed me. So I was over there most of the time, like when the kids get home from school or, take them places, and then have them on weekends so he could have a break. So that's what I did.
Did other people help out in addition to you and John?
Yes, my husband was there, and Paul and Erin were there, and the other members of Steve's family.
I understand at some point John worked in law enforcement.
Yes.
Besides that, could you just share just a little bit about him with us?
He was a police officer at headquarters. And when he first started, he was in Hyde Park, and then he moved to Dorchester, and then into Boston itself, and that's what he did.
I was hoping if you could tell us a little bit about John besides his work.
He was enthusiastic with sports. He was wonderful with the kids. He took care of them and did everything for them. Take them places on vacations and everything. He was their number one, and they called him JJ.
Would you mind if I showed you a photograph?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph.
Okay.
And could you tell us what you see?
That's my son.
Thank you. May I introduce this as an exhibit?
Yes.
Exhibit 16.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Yes.
Ms. O'Keefe, do you know when this picture was taken?
Oh. I really don't know. It was in the summer of I don't know what year. I really don't know the year. But is that one he probably took him to a fair or an amusement park, and he had his picture taken there with it. And then the kids were with him too. So.
Do you know how old he was in that picture?
43, maybe.
Okay. What year was John born?
75.
Ms. Gilman, could you take the photo down, please? How old was John when he passed?
45. My mind's not working right now.
I understand. It's okay. Can I ask you a few more questions? Okay. You let me know. I want to go back to the morning of January 29th, 2022. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Were you home
I was home in Braintree.
in Braintree?
Mhm.
Who were you with?
My husband.
Did you receive a phone call?
Yes, from Kerry Roberts. It was about 6:15, between 6:15 and 6:30 in the morning.
Did you know Kerry Roberts?
Yes.
How did you know her?
She lived in Braintree for a while. John and her were friends. They went to the junior prom together. And then we found out that she moved. She lived in Canton, and she was around the corner from us, and she helped us out with the kids.
And when you were helping take care of the kids, would you often see Miss Roberts?
Yeah, because she'd take Patrick and her son Ryan places. And yeah, so I saw her all the time.
Often?
Yeah.
When she called you that morning, do you remember the conversation?
Yeah, she said John was found in a snowbank. And I didn't understand, which I said, what do you mean found in a snowbank? She said, they found him in the snow. They don't know what happened. She says he's brought up to the Good Samaritan Hospital. So she says, I'm going to come get you and Papa because I don't want you driving. And I says, we can drive there. We both have four-wheel drives. So she says, no, I'm coming. So she came to get us. And it took a while to get there because the snow was bad. And in the meantime, I had called one of my nieces to find out because one of my other nieces worked at Good Samaritan. I just wanted to know if she could find out anything about it. And I just couldn't get a hold of her. So when we get up there, they told us to sit in this room and they would bring us down shortly. So finally they said, okay, you can go down. So we started walking down the corridor. And as I'm walking down, I hear Karen Reed yell, Peg, is he dead? Is he dead, Peg? Peg, is he dead? And I just kept walking. And then I asked, I don't know who it was, a nurse or a worker at the hospital. And I said, what is she doing here? And she says, oh, she's being psych evaluated. So then they brought us down to the room where my son was. He's bruised up. His eyes were closed. It's just not a good scene.
Okay. I'd like to go back, if I may.
Okay.
May I?
Yeah.
When Kerry Roberts
No good.
up in the car, did anybody go with you and Miss Roberts on the drive from your home in Braintree to Good Samaritan Hospital?
No, we were the only three in the car.
Who was the third person?
My husband.
During the drive to Good Samaritan Hospital that morning,
Yep.
did you ever have a chance while you were in the car to speak to the defendant?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about that conversation.
She, I asked her what happened, and she said, we went to a party. I left him there. I said, you just left him there? She said, yes, I just left him there.
Did she say whether she left him inside or outside?
No, she just said, I left him there.
Did she tell you whether or not she left him in the driveway or the street?
She just said, no, I just left him there.
You told us that when you got into Good Samaritan Hospital, you were walking down the hallway and you had another interaction with the defendant.
Yes.
And you told us that she was asking if he was dead.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe a little bit where in the hospital you had this interaction with her?
When they took us down to the emergency room, the doors open, and there was a corridor to go down to the other rooms, and she was on the left-hand side, and that's when she saw me come in, and that's when she started yelling, is he dead, Peg? Is he dead, Peg?
So when she was yelling, could you describe her mood or demeanor? Was she animated?
She's loud, and I don't know. She was just loud, and as you were saying it.
And when she was asking you, is he dead? Is he dead? Did you again ask her a question?
I just asked the nurse, what is she doing here?
And did you speak to Miss Reed herself?
No. No.
At some point, and you and your husband got to see John?
Yes.
And were you
was-
with Kerry at some point?
Kerry was there, and then my son Paul was there.
How did you get home?
I think I went home with Paul, and I think my husband went home with Kerry. We went back to Canton at the time.
Do you remember generally the time frame? Was it morning, afternoon, evening?
No, it was morning.
Do you remember getting home that day?
Yeah. It was snowy, icy.
Was anybody home when you got
No.
back?
No, it was just us. And then the kids started coming home. And that's when I was trying to, take care of them. And then there was a knock at the door. And it was Karen, her father, and her brother asked if they could come in. And I was just trying to calm the kids because Patrick was just out of control, yelling. And then they came in. And then he said, do you mind if we go upstairs and get a couple of her things? Which I never should have let them go up there. But at the time, I just couldn't think straight. And I really didn't have anybody else to help me keep them down in the kitchen. So I don't know what they got up there, what they did up there.
How long were they, when you say upstairs, do you know what room they went to?
I assumed the bedroom.
So I'm going to start that, Mrs. O'Keefe. If you could just what you actually know, okay? And Mr. Brennan can ask a better question.
Thank you. Could I lead a bit?
Yes.
Ma'am, how many rooms are upstairs in John's home?
1, 2, 3, 4 bedrooms and an office. And off the master bedroom, there's a bathroom, and then there's a closet. It's a big house.
Did you see the defendant and her father go upstairs?
I didn't really see them go up, but I knew they were up there because I could hear them.
You didn't follow them up or go to look?
No.
You didn't know which room or rooms they were in?
No, I'm assuming the bathroom and the master bed.
My question was poor. You didn't see which rooms they actually went in?
No.
How long was the defendant upstairs in John's home with her father?
I don't know, maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Did you see them come back down?
No, I did not.
When they were upstairs, what were you doing?
I was trying to calm the kids.
Both of them?
But yeah, well, mainly Patrick.
How was Patrick reacting?
He was very upset once we told him because he slept over a friend's house the night before. And he just said, I'll never see him again. Sorry.
Would you like a moment?
Mrs. O'Keefe, would you like to take a short break?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
You can just let me know when you're ready. Take your time.
Okay, go ahead.
You ready?
Go ahead.
Okay. That morning, when the defendant and her father came into your home, did you personally interact with the defendant?
Nope.
Was there any hugs, condolences?
Nope.
Did you ever confront the defendant with any accusations when she was in your home that morning?
I don't even remember her being in the house. When she went upstairs, that's the last I saw of her.
Did you ever lean over a kitchen island? Do you have a kitchen island in your house?
No.
Did you ever lean over the kitchen island and say, I think he looks like he got hit by a car?
No. I don't remember talking to her that morning.
Did you see when she left?
Nope.
Did you ever see her Lexus in the driveway?
Nope.
The children, who's their guardian and custodian now?
Well, there's still 4 of us. 4 of us.
Where do they live?
One in Boston, one in Stoughton, and Paul's in Bridgewater, and me.
Where do the children live?
With me. In Canton.
They live with you full time?
Yes.
You're their primary caretaker?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a little.
Might not ask her anything, but they might also have to, kind of.
I don't think I wouldn't touch her with a 1,000-foot pole.
Well, it's this going into the, like that, I don't know.
I wouldn't do it. You're not gaining anything. All you can do, like they're all talking about it. Alan's like, I don't know, man. It'd be like 1 or 2 questions.
Okay.
Tread lightly. Tread lightly.
Mrs. O'Keefe, I'm very, very sorry for your loss. I have no questions for you.
Oh, wow.
There you go.
All right.
There you go.
You're all set.
That was definitely not allowed. Definitely not allowed.
Now.
Is there like we need like a sound that's like, eh.
I like the move. But
Mm,
yeah, not allowable.
no. Definitely not.
I would like to introduce 2 clips, labeled 4 and 5.
Oh, here we go. More of Karen.
Get both on. Both,
It's like he plucks them
both
in.
clips 4 and 5 are on that zip drive.
Okay.
It's like a podcast episode. He's just dropping these clips in wherever the hell he wants. It's so weird. You thought
There's no objection to these? I don't know what they are. Is there a second, please?
little sidebar. Should do some shots. Do you want to do shots, babe?
No.
What? It's the tip of the hat to J-Bo.
Okay, then yes.
Yes. Jay always loved to do shots at sidebars. Always loved to do the shots at the sidebars. Oh, are you talking about, yeah. Marissa, are you talking about these clips? I mean, as soon as the judge said that they didn't have to lay the foundation for getting them in, you know, I mean, they're TV interviews. And I think, I don't know who Voss wrote for, Vanity Fair or one of those magazines. You know, I don't know what witness, short of somebody that wrote the article or, you know, the producer or some shit, but they didn't need to do that. So they're just allowing them to drop these things in wherever he sees fit within his narrative. So I'm saying it's like a podcast episode. Like, you know, it's all for effect. It's been carefully manicured as to where he's going to play these. So I mean, these things suck. This isn't a cautionary tale to everybody out there. Just shut up prior to trial. Just don't say anything. Such a bad move. I mean, it's created so much extra work for the defense. So much extra work that they would not have to be dealing with had she not done these interviews.
Oh, yes. I don't know if you already put this up there, but yes, Itch. Thanks for your generosity.
Yes,
11-month
Itch.
member. Woo woo.
It's an excellent call.
Yeah.
I gotta pull a whole shit ton of my favorite witness of all time sound clips.
Yeah, there's lots of them.
Oh, Woody was the best.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know Milo's mom. I agree. I'm not blaming Karen. I'm blaming her lawyers. That was 100% should have been. That's why I'm saying, Allison and I always tell our clients, like it's part of what your job.
But like I
advising.
said, they might have been thinking, I mean, maybe I'm overthinking in a good way, that they could like trick him into using it, and then they've got a plan of how to use it to their advantage, such as that damn thing about, oh, I took the 2 pieces out in the driveway.
Well, I mean, Karen, like in the Max one, I mean, she said that she considers this to be her testifying.
There is another
Equivalent to her
short
testifying.
recess.
Hey.
Oh my
You'll get
God.
cooperate through
Do you have
the
any
first session.
blipping time or no?
Thank you.
I don't think we
Court,
have-
all rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks and follow me.
No. Very spooks. Spooks, you've only been a member for 5 months. Seems like
So
you've been
I
here
think people
forever.
get
Re-up.
I don't know. Hey, Shaboogies.
Spooks.
Spoogies.
Spooks.
Geez.
I did miss that, Brian. I did. Oops, Freudian slip there, huh? Did not see that.
Jury's action, please be seated.
That was fast.
All right, so I'll watch the first one, then I'll hear your argument, Mr. Brennan and Mr. Jackson. So, Ms. Gilman, if you play that first one, please.
They had pulled into the driveway before me, so I was presuming she saw my cracked taillight and was thinking, did you hit my son? I could sense from her that she was looking at me very warily. And then when John's nephew came home, I just wanted to see him and squeeze him. It was quite uncomfortable. I said, Dad, come upstairs to the master bedroom. I said, I think I need to leave. Because I think John's mother thinks I did something to John.
All right, so tell me why I should admit that clip.
You should admit this clip because it demonstrates consciousness of guilt.
No, it does
On the
not.
morning of John's death,
Meh, I
Mr.
need that. I
O'Keefe
need a
sees his
sound.
son at the hospital.
Come up with
and
a
goes
sound
back
for
to
like,
Mr.
wrong
O'Keefe's
answer.
home. In the driveway is the alleged murder weapon, the Lexus with the broken taillight.
Oh, now it's the murder
It's the
weapon.
middle of a snowstorm, and a
The
prelude
condition
to
of that need to
is
be
there is
documented,
a phone
buddy.
call from the
Sorry,
defendant's
flip it
father
forward. I've been talking over
to the
him.
Dighton police looking for a
Babe.
ride to go in and see
Flip
his
forward,
daughter
I've
at the
been
Good
talking over
Samaritan
him.
Hospital. He's looking
I was just saying go backward a couple, like 2 times, because I've been talking over him.
Oh, okay.
2 arrow
for a
bloopers.
police ride because in the middle of the snow, the alleged murder weapon, the Lexus with the broken taillight. It's the middle of a snowstorm, and a prelude to that is there is a phone call from the defendant's father to the Dighton police looking for a ride to go in and see his daughter at the Good Samaritan Hospital. He's looking for a police ride because the weather conditions are so terrible. When the Dighton Police Department declines that ride, He gets the assistance of his son, and his son's wife pick him up and bring him to the hospital. At the hospital, there are a number of comments made. I think I hit something. There is evidence we have where the defendant, her mother, and her father admittedly discuss in different ways the broken taillight. It is an issue that is primary on their mind. In this tumultuous, grieving moment, the taillight is central between these parties.
No, you call him
Uninvited, the defendant and her father go to the O'Keefe house without invitation. They knock on the door and they ask to come in. They go into the house. There does not seem to be any interaction, at least with Peggy O'Keefe. And curiously, they go upstairs for 15 minutes. They stay at the house for less than an hour. This is a family that's grieving the loss of their son. Less than an hour, they go back outside. Instead of leaving in the one car, they take the alleged murder weapon. They get into two cars and they drive away and remove the Lexus with the broken taillight from the scene.
They're supposed to leave it there?
That is clear consciousness of guilt
From the
evidence.
scene?
Removing the murder weapon from an area where witnesses can see, photograph, identify the
No.
fact, despite the other evidence about the cracked taillight and the testimony. It is a centrally contested issue in this case. The defense is already questioned and confronted, as they have a right to do,
Pause it, babe.
about the shape, manner, and extent of that broken taillight.
I just can't. It's just like how he can, in good conscience, make this argument, which, number one, none of this is consciousness of guilt. It's preposterous. But also that the condition of the vehicle, the murder weapon, was so central, important, integral, blah, 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 blah. But he didn't think the video of it when it came into police custody was something relevant enough to turn over in discovery, to preserve. Come the fuck on. Come the fuck on. Consciousness of
Damn.
guilt that she thought she read a room. You can tell from the mom's testimony, she sure as fuck thought Karen did something to him. So
Yeah, I mean,
because-
it started with you left them at the potty. Like, I mean, that right there, whether it's rational or not, yes, obviously John's a grown man, but like immediately if you find out your kids died and you're going to start trying to assign blame. That's just
Right.
human nature. And when the first bit of information that she gets is that Karen left them at a party, you know, I mean, that the die is cast at that point in terms of Peggy O'Keefe. So, like, I think Karen read the room right, right? I mean,
he read the room right. Just as an aside, and for those of you who know of my moronic move the other day, I just got a text from the number or the name that comes up is Kwunk Ohuan 1976 iPass final notice.
wow. I'm so glad you learned that lesson.
I know that lesson.
You don't know it. It's like
I do. I was distracted by
got
the
to
chat.
admit,
I
John,
have
that
perimenopause brain. I wasn't thinking clearly.
no one in the world, in terms of a legitimate company, is texting you to make some kind of payment. It just doesn't
I
exist.
know
in the
this.
world.
I'm like always telling your dad, like, no, if it's a text, it is a scam. So I don't know how I fell for it. Oh yeah, that sound. Where is it now?
Oh, I just made it for me.
The removal of it is helpful for the defendant. And so
You got to
the
splice
fact that they stay for less than an hour, remove the Lexus from the scene is important. This statement by the defendant is clearly an attempt to create an excuse, a ruse, for why they removed the murder weapon from the
All right,
scene. Is an
Ipsy Dixit.
attempt to suggest that she somehow is targeted. She somehow on that morning is victimized. She somehow in that morning is the intent or the object of something that is abusive from Peggy O'Keefe. And so this evidence will demonstrate a key part of our consciousness of guilt evidence on this issue, that there was no viable reason to take that evidence from the scene other than to obscure it.
Stop calling it the
was
scene.
not because Peggy O'Keefe yelled at her or intimidated her or threatened her. This was, again, a central conversation between her, her father, and her mother in those early morning hours. This is what was foremost in their mind. And so that's why it's not only relevant, it is an extraordinarily strong piece of the consciousness of guilt evidence. And inevitably, defense may or may not try to provide some type of explanation or excuse, but we have a right to the full force of our proof, and this is part of it.
No. And exactly. I don't even think you need to respond. You should say, Your Honor, do I need to respond? That's what I would say right there.
All I'd say is my client read the room right.
With regard to the
just say
first clip, which is clip 4,
That's the only one we're discussing right now.
then in that case, now that I look at it and I see the transcript, I'll withdraw an objection. I don't care. It's not, I don't agree with anything Mr. Brennan just said. It doesn't go to consciousness of guilt. As a matter of fact, I think it very clearly shows the opposite. But
Okay, so there's no objection. So there wasn't an objection until I said, is there any objection to this? And then you all came to sidebar. I mean, they were just going to play. So there's no objection to the first clip, right?
yes, correct.
Okay, so let's hear.
I made an objection to sidebar from withdrawing.
Okay, so Mr. Brennan, play the second one.
Beauty is in
Please.
the eye of the beholder.
Yes.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think he looks like he got hit by a car. He looks like he got hit by a car.
Okay, so tell me how this comes in.
Just to show she's a
Similarly,
liar?
consciousness of guilt evidence, the defendant making what we allege is a false statement to try to excuse her conduct of removing evidence of a crime from the scene. This has additional import. It has two facets to it. One, equally as important for consciousness of guilt in the first part, as I supported for clip number 4 or 5. Secondly, it is important because we've heard testimony from Peggy O'Keefe that this claim never happened. So we now have direct testimony.
That's not testimony.
She did not have
No.
a conversation with the defendant, did
never
not
said
make
that.
these claims
But
to the
she
defendant.
can't
And so
find
while
her
also conscious
just to
of
show
guilt
she lied
evidence,
to the media.
it
at some point.
has additional support from the previous clip.
Well, you're.
Oh,
No.
sorry.
Well,
Sorry. I
come on,
didn't
dude.
mean to do that.
Thank you. With this, Your Honor,
Knock it off.
Well, your story is very
It has
compelling,
absolutely nothing
Mr.
to do with consciousness
Jackass.
of guilt.
Well, your story is.
Blew it. Totally
the
blew
argument
it. That was the perfect spot.
is baffling. How could that possibly be consciousness of guilt if my client is simply reiterating something that she believes somebody else said? This clip is obviously, very obviously, and strategically being used to try to vilify my client with something that's completely irrelevant.
All right, I gotta go.
In Massachusetts, you can't call a witness just for the purposes of impeaching them. What this clip would be doing is purporting to impeach Mrs. O'Keefe, who just testified, I never said that. I never said it. I never leaned over the island counter. Never happened. So bringing this in would be used to impeach their own witness. And that's what can't be done in Massachusetts. With regard to consciousness of guilt, how does my client reiterating or stating that something that the victim's mother may or may not have said, how does that relate to consciousness of guilt? It doesn't. This is simply a wolf in sheep's clothing. They're trying to get it in because it makes my client look bad. They've just put on a very, very sympathetic and empathetic witness, John O'Keefe's mother, and they're trying to make my client, Ms. Reed, look bad by saying something what they perceive to be pejorative, in a tone that's pejorative about that very same witness. He's trying to, at this point, there is no issue about whether or not Peggy O'Keefe leaned over and said something about the car, being hit by the car. He's trying to create the issue so that he can put this video clip in. Has nothing to do with consciousness of guilt.
It's not for impeachment of Peggy O'Keefe. We don't take the position that Peggy O'Keefe is lying. This is a statement of the defendant. It's in the form of an admission or a statement, which qualifies for admission substantively, not for impeachment purposes. The defendant should not be able to pick and choose which of her statements do not look good for her and do not look bad for her. She made the statements, they're relevant to this case. It's not unfairly prejudicial. It's a statement that they embraced and they chose and they publicized, and it goes directly to the issue of consciousness of guilt. Just because it hurts, just because it's incriminating, just because it's difficult for the defense is not a basis to preclude it. It is an admission, a statement of the defendant. It's admitted substantively.
If that were true, Your Honor, then they would simply put in the transcript. They wouldn't need to play the video. Transcript is one line. And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think he looks like he got hit by a car. He looks like he got hit by a car. Sorry. I think he looks like he got hit by a car. It looks like he got hit by a car. They can just put that statement in. They want to play this because of its prejudice, because of the tone that it sets. It's not in evidence at this point. The witness who supposedly said the statement has denied having said it and said it never occurred. This is far, far more prejudicial than it is probative. If they want to simply use the transcript, that's one thing. But playing this video is simply being used to vilify my client because of the tone of voice she used in the clip. That's it. That's what's not allowed. That's overly prejudicial, and it's not relevant.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to think about this. And if I decided to let it in, you can let it in first thing tomorrow morning. I'm not going to let it in now.
May I ask for a ruling in the morning?
Yes.
May I introduce the one that was not objected to?
Yes. Do you want a consciousness of guilt instruction, Mr. Jackson?
No, we don't believe that
So you're in agreement that that statement just comes in?
we're not objecting. I'm not trying to introduce it. Don't put words in my mouth. I'm not trying
No,
to
I
introduce
said you're,
it. But-
okay.
But I'm not objecting that it, at this point, it shouldn't come in.
Okay. We'll bring the jurors back and we'll do that. Tony, can they come right in or is it going to be 5 minutes? Can they come right in? Thank you.
I disagree with Alan on that. I think you object to it. You have to reserve issues for appeal. You
Put
have
this under
to.
consideration and just admit the other one.
Yes, and give it to me so I can look at it, please.
She'd overrule it and allow it in anyway, but you preserve the issue.
So I'm sorry, Your Honor, do you want me to leave that on there so you can look at it tonight? And if we decide to take it off in the morning?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Because you can just single it out and play one, right?
Because it's one thing for one of the attorneys to not think that it goes to consciousness of guilt, but this isn't about the attorneys. It's about the jury. And Hank Brennan is going to make that exact same argument about that clip in closing. So just to be safe, I think you absolutely object to it. Like you're not winning any points with the judge who is not the trier of fact here. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? I mean, like, I think that the move is you just object to it. God forbid she's found guilty. It's an issue for appeal that it shouldn't have been allowed in. I think like I failed to see his reasoning as to why. I mean, is it to make a point? Is it to make his point that that's not consciousness of guilt? I don't care what Hank Brennan says. It's not consciousness of guilt. Well, if you get a couple jurors to think it is, it becomes a problem. I don't know. I disagree with that particular choice.
Okay, thank you. Chrissy.
Hopefully Bob's going over there and say, you know what? I think we should do is tell her that you've rethought this, and we're gonna object to it. We know that you're gonna overrule it, but we're gonna object to it. Because remember, folks, this has nothing to do with Canoni and everything to do with the jury. And you know, when we're hearing these arguments from Hank during these little motions that are being argued outside of the presence of the jury, I mean, he's showing his hand. We're hearing what he's going to be saying in closing with regards to this evidence. He's going to say exactly what we just heard, probably word for word. He'll play that clip again in closing and say exactly what he just said to Judge Canoni.
All rise for the court, please. Jury stand.
Oh yeah. Alessi's going to question a lot of witnesses, but he's the science guy. He's going to all the technical witnesses. That's all Bob Alessi. The question is Nettie ever going to question anybody? That's the question. I'm starting to feel like Nette's been frozen out, like Jordan in his first All-Star game.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Hey,
Yes, please.
Your Honor, I'd like to introduce clip number 4.
They had pulled into the driveway before me, so I was presuming she saw my cracked tail light and was thinking, did you hit my son? I could sense from her that she was looking at me very warily. And then when John's nephew came home, I just wanted to see him and squeeze him. It was quite uncomfortable. I said, Dad, come upstairs to the master bedroom. I said, I think I need to leave. I said, I think John's mother thinks I did something to John.
May I call my next witness, Your Honor?
Please.
The Commonwealth calls Nicholas Garino.
God, I wish we could bloop past his background stuff. It's so boring. Man, I think I got a big fat loser bingo card. I got people that are never going to get called. Marietta Sullivan, Gretchen Voss. They didn't call Mr. Reed first trial, did they? I don't think they're going to call him. Maybe they will. I don't know.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and here and speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thanks. You can take it.
Hi. Stand or sit, however you're most comfortable, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes. My name is Nicholas Garino.
Mr. Greeno, where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police for?
This is year 10 now.
How long have you been assigned to the District Attorney's Office for?
Since November of 2019, so 5-ish years, 6 years.
I want to go backwards a little bit. Can you tell me a little bit about what you did before you began working for the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, sir. I was a Norwood police officer for almost 11 years.
So how long have you been in law enforcement between being a Norwood police officer and a Massachusetts State Police officer?
February of this year started my 20th year in law enforcement.
Did you go to school before you became a law enforcement officer?
Yes, I went to Westfield State College, Westfield State University now.
Did you graduate?
Yes, I did.
Can you remember what year you graduated in?
Yes, it was 2003.
Did you have a particular degree from Westfield State?
Yes, I double majored. I got a major in criminal justice and mass communications.
When you began as a police officer with the Norwood Police Department, did you have to go into any type of specific training?
Yes, I went to the police academy.
And how long is the police academy?
6 months.
Generally and briefly, what was taught at the academy?
How to conduct investigations, respond to calls. They did a standard field sobriety testing week, physical training, Massachusetts law and criminal procedure.
When you began as a Norwood police officer, were you a patrol officer?
Yes, I was.
And did you remain a patrol officer for the 10 or 11 years you were there?
Yes, I was also part-time in the detail office. But
What does that mean?
handling jobs when we're off. So filling details like road construction, I'm sorry.
When you left Norwood and began working with the Massachusetts State Police, based on your prior training, did you have to go through further training or were you ready to just begin?
No, I had to go to the State Police Academy for 6 months.
After you got out of the State Police Academy, were you assigned to a barracks?
Yes, I was assigned to the South Boston Barracks for my training. And then once my break-in training was done, I was assigned to the Holden Barracks near Worcester.
At some point during your time, your career with the Massachusetts State Police, did you start to receive any type of training in the specific field?
I'm sorry.
Did you receive any specialized training at the Massachusetts State Police after the academy?
Once I got into the district attorney's office, yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about what type of specialized training you received when you were assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
Yes. So I was hired by the district attorney's office. I do cell phone and computer forensics, as well as I'm a sexual assault investigator. I had prior sexual assault investigator school done, and I went for digital forensics classes as part of my now daily duties.
In order to work with cell phone forensics, did you have any particular background in it at that point?
I had taken some classes when I was at Norwood PD, but I didn't have any of the Cellbrite or Axiom classes that I do now.
We'll talk about those in a minute so you can give a little more explanation. Did you ever receive a specific advanced degree in data forensics?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever receive any specialized further degree, a master's in data forensics?
No.
So your training came while you were a Massachusetts State Police officer through the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, that's correct.
What type of courses did you take to learn about forensics?
The first one I took was Cellbrite certified CCO, CCPA is their intro course that teaches you how to use the program and how to extract cell phones using Cellbrite program.
There's a couple words I want you to help us understand.
Yes.
The first is an extraction. What is, as simple as you can, a cell phone extraction?
Yes. Quite literally is plugging the phone into specialized hardware or software, and it pulls the data from that device to make a digital copy of it, so that way we can load it up later to look at it.
So when you extract the phone through a download, it basically mimics the content of the phone, but it's in a different shell. It's in a different form than inside the actual phone itself.
Yes, exactly. That way we're not manipulating or changing any data while looking, because if we were to open the device, it would change data by going through the phone itself or computer.
When you plug it in, can you explain a little bit about what you're plugging it into?
Yes. So the main program and hardware that we use is GrayKey. It is, again, specialized software and hardware that once the phone's plugged into it, the software is able to extract the information if we have the passcode. If we don't have the passcode and the phone is supported, it's able to guess that passcode depending on how long, like for an iPhone, if you have a 4-digit, it could take months. If you have a 6-digit, it could take up to 35 years.
So does the phone have to be accessible to actually do that download through GrayKey? Do you have to be able to open the phone with the passcode?
No. So if we don't have the passcode and it's supported, it can guess the passcode without making the phone useless after, say, for an iPhone, I believe it's 10 passcodes.
Is it a quicker process if you do have the passcode?
Much. It would take hours to download the device, depending on how much information's on it.
How do you ensure that the information that you extract from the actual device is accurate and the same when you're making a copy? How do you ensure the integrity of it?
So with GrayKey, it produces a progress report as it goes through its process. There are only 2 fields that we can sort of amend in that PDF that it spits out is the ID number and then the investigator name. So after the data is pulled out, it creates a hash value, which is like a digital fingerprint for that specific information. So if you had gone in and to edit or change it, that digital fingerprint would change. It would change the big long string of numbers that it attaches to that file.
The digital fingerprint, is that the same thing you're referring to as the hash value?
Yes, exactly.
And how do you ensure that the hash value of the product, the copy, is the same as what's on the phone?
You can run the zip file that it creates with the information into a hash calculator, and it will give the same hash as what is produced from the GrayKey PDF report. So if something had changed or there was an error with it, the hash would not be the same as what was given from the PDF. And that's how we know that the data is not the same.
So if you download a phone and it has a hash value, this digital fingerprint, and then someone was to manipulate the phone and remove anything, even a period, from that data, if it's run again, will the hash value change?
Yes, it would not be the same because
Even
it
if
will
it's
show.
just, I'm sorry, even if it's just a period?
Yes, any alteration to that initial extraction with that number, it immediately would change.
So if you have an item, a computer or a phone, and you put it through the GrayKey program, and you do an extraction, a copy, where do you store that copy of information if it's not on the phone that you originally have? What do you do with it?
So once the program pulls that information, we have to place it onto our secure server at the office, and we'll take any of the files that were given via the extraction process, and it's saved there for us.
And so you copy it on another link or another digital file?
Yes, we'll save it to the server at the district attorney's office.
Can it be put on a physical item, like a zip drive or a hard drive?
Yes.
If you put that download onto a zip drive or hard drive, how will you know if that information on the hard drive matches the same information you originally downloaded from the phone to the server through GrayKey?
Again, like I said, you could run the hash value of that file again to correlate it with the PDF that we were given once GrayKey has given us the information. So that's how you would know.
Sure that I agree
all
with
the
you
information
100%
saying
on your
nothing's
police work
changed.
there, Lou.
So for example, if you download an iPhone and it has that digital fingerprint hash value attached to it, and you make a copy or multiple copies, is the way to test whether or not those copies are exactly accurate is to look at the hash value of each copy?
Yes, and copying the zip file would not change the hash value. The only way it would change is if you physically went into it and deleted information somehow.
So now that you have the item, say for example an iPhone, and you've downloaded it through GrayKey, which is hardware and software, and it's on a digital file, can you just open it up and start reading it like a report or a book, or do you have to do something else to it?
No, once it's pulled into that zip file, it has to be opened into another program, which there are many forensic tools, but the ones at the office we use are Cellbrite or Axiom. They're just two brands, and then those programs make that information readable so we can actually look at it.
So if you were to download a forensic copy and you were to open it up without using that subsequent software, would you be able to read or see anything that's on that data?
To be honest, I don't know because I've never opened one of those zip files to know what's actually in them.
After the extraction happens, after there's that copy made, did you mention this further software you would use to be able to actually read the data?
Yes, so that's Cellbrite and Axiom. They're two different programs, but those programs will make the information readable.
Are those the programs that you typically use?
Yes, they are. And there's other programs out there, but those are the two that we normally use at the office.
Are they commonly used in the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, they are.
Are there other programs beyond Axiom and Cellbrite that can be used to decipher the information so you can read it?
Yes, there's many.
In your entire time with the Massachusetts State Police, have you used any other programs other than Axiom or Cellbrite?
To look at cell phones?
Yes.
We have Sanderson forensic software that can look at databases that are in the phone to look at information. I don't normally use those because I don't want to say, I'm probably not proficient enough that I would know this exactly means this, or I wouldn't want to confuse anything that I'm looking at.
When you look at the information after it's been through the extraction and then the analysis through the software, is the data still available if you want to look into the data?
From the zip file itself, sir?
Yes.
Yes, it's always available. It's, like I said, the data in the zip file that Great Key gives us is never changed. It's just being loaded into another program so we can see it. That's all.
The software that you use, whether it's Cellbrite or Axiom, does that do the work for you as a forensic examiner?
Yes, so it runs, as the program runs, I should say, it will bring up different tabs. So it'll say phone calls, chats, photos, the databases, all different things that Cellbrite, their software, has run to pull this information out to make it easier for investigators to find what they're looking for.
Beyond the initial report that you can look at and look for the information, if you wanted to as a data forensic examiner, could you look deeper beyond the production of those software programs?
Yes, you could.
Forensic data analysis, when you look at these tools that provide these initial reports, is that the beginning, or does it dig deeper when you're a digital forensic analyst?
No, these reports are finding the low-hanging fruit in the proverbial tree. So it's showing you the stuff that the program is set that most people are looking for. As I said, the phone calls, the chats. If you need to go deeper into it, as I said, there's other software out there where you can pull these databases and try to go through the code to find what you're looking for. Once you find something, you would have to corroborate it with other evidence or data to make sure what you're looking at is exactly what you're looking for.
I'm not sure that I agree with
Have
you
you been
100% on your
involved
police work
in
there, Lou.
the download, extraction, and analyzing data on phones as your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, that's my primary role in the DA's office currently.
And how many years have you been in that role?
Since November of 2019, so 5 years now.
Have you worked on a number of different cases that involve forensic data?
Yes, I have.
Is there a routine or a practice in your present role when you make a copy about what process you use and how you produce it in a case?
I wouldn't say there's a normal process. It's all case dependent. A lot of cases we get, people want PDFs of the information, portable cases that we can create. So it's basically the portable program that I'm using. That way someone could find the information they're looking for, or I give the raw information if requested.
What's the difference between PDF form and raw information?
So Cellbrite can create a PDF form of every bit of information in the phone. It could be like a 10,000 page PDF. It literally just lists everything that's in there. If I create a portable case, as I said, that is basically like me giving you the thumb drive, and it's showing you exactly what I'm seeing, and you can click on the tabs yourself from your own computer. And then if I give the raw file, that means someone has to go in and load it themselves to look for it.
Typically, when you are producing evidence of discovery in a case, do you produce PDF or the raw file?
As I said, it's all case dependent. Not all cases have forensic experts to come in to look at the information. So I'll supply whatever is requested. Normally the PDF or the portable case is what I give, but if more is requested, that's readily available.
And so the raw data, if requested, do you provide that as well?
Yes, if requested.
In this case, were you involved in any type of forensic data extraction?
Yes, I did the extractions of multiple phones and analyzed multiple phones in this case.
You mentioned that there's a software and hardware, the gray key unit. Where's that located?
That's located in the digital forensics laboratory, which is key card access and alarmed. Excuse me, at the Norfolk DA's office.
Are there other cases or the multiple cases that are occurring at the same time?
Yes, we constantly have phones coming in and out and being worked on.
What if you have a phone and the gray key unit's being used? What do you need to do?
We need to wait for that phone to finish, because if we say we unplugged it, it would interrupt that data transfer and we could lose it. So we wait until the phone's done and then the next phone goes up.
Did you become involved in some way in this case?
Downloading devices, sir?
Well, I'm asking generally for.
Oh, yes, sorry, yes.
Were you involved in investigating this case as far as speaking to witnesses or going to the scene?
No.
Can you describe the best you can what your role was relative to this case?
Yes, so I was brought, as I said, phones from this case to have the data extracted and then have it ready in our Cellbrite program for the investigators to look at.
At some point, were you provided a phone that you later identified as a phone belonging to Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember when you were provided that phone?
Yes, it was January 29th, 2022, about 7:30 p.m. that night.
Do you remember where you received that phone from?
Yes, I was at the DA's office. I got it from Sergeant Buchanan and Michael Proctor.
Do you remember about what time of night that was?
As I said, about 7 to 7:30 p.m.
Thank you. When you received that phone, did you have the passcode?
No, we didn't.
Without the passcode, what were your next steps?
So the phone was placed in our digital forensics lab until we could get the passcode. I was told that a family member was going to be bringing it in so we could download the device.
Did you ultimately get that passcode?
Yes, we did.
And do you remember when you received it?
January 31st, 2022.
After you received the passcode for Mr. O'Keefe's phone, can you walk us through the process of what you did?
Hey,
Yep.
babe.
So once the passcode's obtained, we'll unlock.
Where's your face?
I don't know. I'm driving, so my camera's off. But I am still reeling over the video clips. But I went back and listened to it. So my issue was I didn't want him to object to it, but I wanted him to object to it as.
I wanted him to object to it. There's no reason not to object to it.
Well, it's helpful to them as far as explaining why she left. But for all the reasons you said, like not allowing Brennan to make some ridiculous argument that the jury might buy, all those things he said, I was like, he needed to say, I object to it as consciousness of guilt evidence. I went back and listened to it. And he did say, I do not agree that it's consciousness of guilt evidence. I think it's helpful so I don't object. So maybe later he can still raise the issue that they can't argue that it was consciousness of guilt evidence. And B,
I don't know.
if not, I just
Tenuous,
hope that,
tenuous argument there, counselor.
well, if not, I just hope that either Attorney Little or someone is keeping like a closing log, because in their closing, they need to say Brennan's going to get back up here. And when he does, if he tries to sell you this load of bullshit, remember how, you know, you could sense the tension just from Miss O'Keefe's testimony. I mean, otherwise it's like explains why she left, because she was like, well, I could feel the room basically, and the jury just felt the room. So that's why I think it's really helpful. But at the same time, I want him to not be able to make the ridiculous arguments that he was making. And I think that the defense left the door open by specifying. I do not agree that it's consciousness of guilt evidence. I think it's the exact opposite. So we're not objecting. So, but hopefully they think to attempt to limit any such argument during, you know, jury instruction conference.
Yeah, I would have objected. I hear what you're saying though.
Lock the phone and then plug it into Gray Key, and then it's able to pull the full information from it without having to guess the passcode.
How long does that take?
Again, depending on the size of the phone, a few hours.
After the information was downloaded, then what?
And one for the keychain for the other documents that Gray Key creates.
And you mentioned that if anything has changed, even the period.
Did y'all see that glitch? What the fuck just happened? That was crazy.
Are they using whatchamacallit software again? AI software?
I don't know. Like all of a sudden it's just like.
Did this phone go into evidence?
Yes, it did.
When you downloaded the information through Gray Key, which you said was the hardware and software, does it produce a report with that digital imprint?
Yes, it does. It produces a report from the time you plug it in to the process it completes, and then the amount of data, and then, like I said, that digital fingerprint hash value at the end.
And did you do that with this phone, Mr. O'Keefe's
Yes,
phone? May
I
I
did.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes. All right, I'm parking. I'll see you guys on the flip side.
Love you.
Love you.